This story begins in 1247 in Korea, a state that won the war against the Mongols, which started in 1231, but was unable to stop their invasion and looting. During a raid on a village, Mongol warriors kill the inhabitants, burn houses, and take everything they consider to have any value. Shouts are heard calling to seize weapons and search every corner. The attackers are sure that people are still hiding somewhere. An order sounds: take women captive, kill the rest. Two boys are hiding behind boards leaning against the wall. The older one covers the younger one's mouth with his hand. Tears stream from the younger boy's eyes. He tries to hold back sobbing, but he does it poorly. From under the older boy's arm, his sobs break through. A passing warrior becomes alert and listens carefully. He says that he seems to have heard something. The teenager, holding the little boy close, tightly closes his eyes and mentally begs the warrior not to come to them. The man, who stopped near the boards, speaks loudly. Probably it seemed so, and adds that perhaps he will leave from here. Holding his breath, the teenager closely watches his every move. He breathes out with relief. It seems the man has left and the danger has passed, but he doesn't even manage to praise the gods before the boards slide aside, and right above him appears the face of a man exclaiming, "That's where this rat is hiding!" The teenager looks at him fearfully, unable to even move. Swearing, the man throws the boards around, saying he thought to make them his slaves. They are still young, useful. He looks thoughtfully at the children. The teenager holds a club in front of him, clearly showing readiness to fight, while with his free hand he hides the boy behind his back. The man, drawing a blade, shouts that now he will simply kill them. Behind him appears a man in armor and asks, "What is the matter?" The man turns to him and exclaims, "General!" He reports that he found two kids, quite bold, and decided it was better to get rid of them. The general silently watches the boys for a while. The teenager, whose face shows fear, continues to clutch a club in his hands, trying to protect the little one. The general's lips stretch into a smile. He says it's too simple and boring. He adds that maybe he will play with their young and tender bodies. The general orders to bring him an iron whip, and the man hurries to carry out the order. But after taking a couple of steps, he runs into a guy blocking his way. The man is surprised. What? Another survivor? He thinks the young man is out of his mind with fear since he doesn't even try to run away. The general asks, "Why is he standing there?" The man replies, "It seems the guy has gone crazy here." In response, he hears an order to deal with him quickly and bring a whip while the general is still in a mood. The man hurriedly answers, as the general commands. The noise makes the general turn around. His gaze shows astonishment and anger. The lifeless body of the man falls at the feet of the guy. The general, turning to him face to face, says that judging by how easily the guy broke his neck, he has considerable strength. Who is he? A commander from the army? A warrior? The man, swinging a blade, shouts, "Does he really dare to attack such a strong warrior as he is?" He forcefully brings the blade down on the guy standing before him, questioning. Does he dare to challenge him? The young man raises his hand to meet the general's sword. He easily breaks off half the blade, crushing it into small shards. The man cannot believe his eyes. He looks bewildered at what remains of his sword. Meanwhile, the guy's hand reaches for the general's head. Under his fingers, the man's helmet crumples like paper. The young man, with the same ease, crushes the part of the general's head protected by the helmet. The man's body, splattering blood, falls backward and collapses at the guy's feet. The teenager stands, continuing to grip the mace in his hands. Tears shine in his eyes. He's amazed at how easily the guy defeated the opponents. He had heard that in Korea there is a warrior feared even by Mongol troops. Could this be him? The young man leans toward him, apologizing for coming to help too late. His hand lowers onto the child's head, gently ruffling his hair. The young man tells the teenager that he was very brave and managed to protect his younger brother. He adds that they must help each other and stick together. That is the most important thing. The guy says they need to wait a little longer and asks them to hide. He promises to kill the remaining scoundrels and return. The teenager is impressed by his words. He wonders, could this brave warrior really be planning to fight the squad alone? He is sure that the man before him is the one he had been thinking of. He asks the guy to say his name. The young man replies, he is sure that the other could have heard it from other people. The teenager's eyes shine with delight when he hears confirmation of his assumption. The boy thinks that he is also very strong and could protect his parents. When the guy who saved them had already turned away to leave, a question slips from his lips. Will he be able to protect his loved ones? The young man, turning to him, answers, of course. He adds that at his age he risked everything to become stronger. A barely standing boy struggles to take a step. He remembers the terrible events that happened the day before. From the youth's lips bursts out, "Run!" And at that very moment, a sword, crashing down on him from behind, nearly cleaves his body in two halves. Tears are streaming down the boy's eyes, who is looking at this scene in horror. The young man, extending his hand to him, asks him to save himself. A blade sticks out of his chest. Settling on the ground, he barely utters the name of the boy, frozen with horror. Kwan. The words of the young man reach the child. Let him live. Let him just live. Tears flow uncontrollably from his eyes. Calling him brother, the young man asks not to worry about him. In his eyes intertwine pain, regret, and love. Tears are still flowing down the boy's cheeks. He expresses regret for simply running away. He is very tired. The boy struggles to take another step, thinking that they had been attacked before. His brother told him what their father was like, who died a hero's death. He does not know who and for what purpose is trying to kill them. Drenched in tears, he decides that it is not so important. He will never forgive those who killed his brother. The boy promises to take revenge on everyone and leave no one alive. Even if he becomes a spirit after death, he will continue to take revenge. He is already barely standing on his feet. A thin trickle of blood runs from his lips. He thinks that by using his father's skills, he will become stronger, right? He just needs to hold on a little longer. A wound is visible on his back, his clothes torn and stained with dirt. The boy persuades himself to hold on just a little longer, but, completely exhausted, he falls to the ground face down. The man looks back in surprise. He is hurrying to the ship nearby. Several people are loading goods onto it. A man with a sack on his shoulder is looking at a child who fell nearby. The boy comes to his senses. His first thought is, did he lose consciousness? He struggles to open his eyes, wondering how long was he unconscious. The first thing he sees is the shackles on his hands. He looks at them in bewilderment. The boy wonders, shackles. Could it be that he was kidnapped? A strong hand grabs him and without much ceremony jerks him to his feet. With one movement, the same hands free him from the shackles. The boy thinks, if these iron shackles were removed from him, then the kidnappers were other people. The man who freed him opens the barred door and pushes him through the threshold. A knife is shoved into his hand, and he looks at it in surprise, understanding nothing. Splashes of blood fly right into the boy's face, who doesn't even try to dodge them. Right in front of him, he sees a beheaded man at that moment, clutching a blade in his hand. He is attacked by an ugly, bald strongman armed with a huge sword. The boy freezes in place, not understanding what is happening. In the room, a man sits at the table with a cup in his hands. Several people stand opposite him. Behind his back stands a bodyguard. The man says that victory in the duel is an important aspect, but the main thing is that the fight pleases both the spectators and the judges. Raising the cup to his lips, he asks with a slight smile, how do they like his proposal? A woman in a luxurious red and black outfit holding a long cigarette holder with a cigarette in her hand answers him. She says that in a duel between the Lord's warrior and the fighters, even if 6 people oppose, the result is too obvious. Han Sol, managing this battle arena, adds that the judge's decision is also important. But is it worth participating in a fight knowing in advance what it will lead to and what the outcome will be? The man, putting the cup on the table, asks to be heard to the end. He says that regardless of the outcome of the duel, he will pay them the cost of each of the fallen fighters. No judging or betting is needed. Han Sol replies that she sincerely does not understand why he so insistently asks to hold a fight that will bring no benefit. A slight smile slides across the man's lips. He says, well, since she is so interested, it's simple, for his own pleasure. Crossing his arms on his chest and trembling with anticipation, he says that there is nothing more thrilling than watching rivers of blood and flesh torn apart under the pressure of a sword. If he can buy pleasure with money, then why should he deny himself this? Looking at him, the woman thinks he is simply a madman. Han Sol thanks the interlocutor for the offer and wants to refuse it, believing that it is unprofitable for her arena. A man standing behind her leans in and whispers something in her ear. The woman ponders. Behind her interlocutor stands serious support. Even though she does not like this whole idea, she thinks it is not worth making extra enemies. She orders the man behind her to prepare. He inquires in response who will participate in the duel. Pointing behind herself, Han Dae-in says that he will bring his bodyguard. The woman glances at the bald strongman, whose face shows no hint of intelligence at all. Han Sol says, usually, even if 6 fighters enter the duel, they cannot compete or become worthy opponents for this man. Turning away from the interlocutor and heading to the door, she adds, but if someone more serious participates, his bodyguard may die. Han Dae-in's lips stretch into a slight smirk as he says, that is also part of the pleasure. Leaving, the woman orders the man standing nearby to prepare the recruits. He readily replies, it will be done. The arena fighter Ba Ru, to whom she gave the order, surveys the battle arena with his gaze. On the arena stand 5 men with knives in their hands. They wonder, why was the choice made on them? One of them says that he has never fought with swords. The emaciated man standing next to him, examining his weapon, replies, "If he can win, he will get money and be able to gain freedom. But if he dies, he will be of no use." Their comrade in misfortune says, "Let them think they are lucky." A tall and muscular man, holding a blade in front of him, adds, "Now he may look humiliated after someone tried to kill him, but he will survive and take revenge on every scoundrel." The man who dreams of returning home says he doesn't care about money. His emaciated companion sighs, "Just to survive." A man watching them from behind barred doors, after counting the men, realizes one fighter is missing. He orders to take the boy who was brought yesterday. The men standing in the arena say, "It seems the one they will fight is coming." They decide they need to gather their strength. Their attention is fixed on the same barred doors as the ones they came out of onto the arena, only located on the opposite side. The first thing that catches their eye is the opponent's huge sword. The bodyguard of the man insisting on organizing this fight stretches his lips either into a smile or a snarl. He is wearing only red pants. One of the fighters says, "What a face." The man dreaming of home asks, "Are people like them really capable of winning?" A muscular and determined fighter, not taking his eyes off the opponent, replies, "The sword may be big, but they don't know how well he wields it. He believes the slow pace of the big guy will make their task easier." Han Dai-in, leaning on the railing, looks at the arena, rubbing his hands joyfully. It has begun. The arena is in a depression. Around a huge pit of perfect rectangular shape, whose walls are paved with stone, spectators have gathered. The manager and her guest are seated on a wooden platform with a railing, convenient to lean on. A disappointed expression appears on the man's face. He says, "By the way, there are only 5 fighters." The assistant manager hurries to calm him down, assuring that it was probably a misunderstanding. He says the manager will sort everything out and asks him not to worry. The man replies, Yes, it's nothing." A barred door opens, and a strong hand pushes a boy onto the arena. Han's soul is shocked. How did a child end up among the fighters? Standing next to her, Baru curses and says that these fools accidentally brought a little boy. One of the fighters in the arena says he expected to see a worthy fighter, but they released a child? It would have been too much if he started whining here. Meanwhile, the bodyguard launches an attack. The man he attacked shouts that he is not ready yet. With one swing of the sword, the big guy cuts off his head right in front of the bewildered boy. The fight organizer, leaning over the railing, exclaims, "Simply delightful." The exhausted man says that the deceased boasted so much about his strength, but in the end, he was the first to die. The second fighter exclaims that they are all doomed. With an unperturbed expression, the boy watches the fight. Blood splatters fly in all directions. The strong man's sword cuts the body of the next opponent almost in 2. Blood spurts again. The boy's pupils dilate. A memory of his brother, who died exactly the same way as this man, flashes through his mind. Meanwhile, the big guy rushes to the frozen boy. Han's soul tensely watches what is happening in the arena, realizing that now it is already too late to intervene. The strong man's sword descends on the boy, but at the last moment he jumps aside. While the bodyguard wonders where his victim has gone, the boy hastily increases the distance between them. Han's soul, without blinking, watches what is happening in the arena, clearly worried about the child's fate. Meanwhile, the boy decisively tells the strongman that he will kill him. His clumsy opponent, compared to him, slowly turns to the swiftly moving boy. At that moment, the boy forcefully pushes off the arena floor with his foot. Energy circles appear around his legs. The strongman wonders, is he trying to escape like a rat? But immediately confusion flashes in his eyes. The boy attacks him in a jump. Passing by the bodyguard, he swings his hand, in which he holds a knife. The strongman is stunned. Could this be the air-step technique? Impossible! But he has no time to ponder. The boy's knife inflicts terrible wounds, blinding the bodyguard in one eye and almost decapitating him. The boy freezes behind his back, landing on half-bent legs. The spectators freeze. Han Dai-in cannot believe his eyes. Han's soul is stunned. Baru's eyes widen. The boy straightens up. The thug falls behind him, but he doesn't even look back. The fighters who survived freeze with their mouths open. The man dreaming of returning home rejoices mentally. He is alive. The spectators are thrilled. An incredible child. Who is he? No, did they see that? He literally hovered in the air. Han Dae-in stands with his mouth open, unable to believe what happened. The assistant manager, standing slightly behind him, happily sees the surprise on his face, but he understands it perfectly, as he himself is stunned by what happened. He thinks that the merchant came with an unusual offer. The man recalls the words of the person who noticed the fallen boy. He said that this youth should not be abandoned just because he is wounded. The merchant said that the boy had suffered such serious injuries but didn't even make a sound once. Even adults can't endure that. Looking at the unconscious boy lying tied by hands and feet, he adds, "Moreover, in sleep he restores his strength and normalizes his condition, like a wild beast. He is sure that the boy is a born warrior." The man insisted that he was showing the child specifically to him, a person connected with the fighting arena. The assistant manager did not believe the merchant's words but noticed scars on the youth's body. The healing wounds looked as if the edge of a long sword had been drawn across the skin and cut it, and it was clearly the hand of a master. However, all the scars were not very deep. That means the boy was able to dodge every blow. Now he is absolutely sure that he has gotten an incredibly talented fighter in his grasp. Guan Liran, deputy arena manager, thinks, if the boy continues to perform, he will become rich. Ba Ru cannot take his eyes off the arena. He is stunned. The air step technique. The man is shocked. This is the level of a martial arts master. The air step technique involves controlling one's energy to accelerate muscle contraction and stretching. It is used for rhythmic movements, which significantly increases running speed. At a high level of mastery of this skill, the speed is even higher, which increases the power and distance of the jump. But Ba Ru knows that this technique can also be applied to other movements. The boy standing in the arena was able to increase his attack speed. Ba Ru concludes that there is one but. The boy has already reached the final stage of the technique. Hong Sol thinks that for the first time in a long while she meets someone worthy. However, he still needs a lot of training. The manager decides that as soon as the boy reaches the level she desires, there will be a chance to make him a true warrior. The woman orders Guan Liran to clean up and escort the gentleman. The man replies, "As you command." Looking at Han Dai-in, who continues to watch the arena, the man thinks that he clearly will not worry about the death of some bodyguard. A slight smile appears on Han Dai-in's lips. Without taking his eyes off the boy, he thinks, how much he likes this kid. Just the thought of tearing him to pieces makes his heart tremble. Meanwhile, the boy looks at the knife in his hand. He wonders, if he had a knife in his hands then, would his brother have survived? The boy thinks, if only he could have killed him then. He remembers the man who mercilessly dealt with his brother. That terrible moment rises again before his mental vision. Near the exit from the arena, a tall bald man meets the fighters. He orders them to return their weapons and go back inside. They obediently part with their knives. The man calls out to the boy, "What is he standing there for? Let him come to him immediately." Seeing that the boy continues to stand still, he asks, has he completely lost his mind after the killing? He calls the boy again, ordering him to promptly obey his command. The boy, absorbed in his thoughts, notices nothing around. He thinks that his brother would definitely have survived then. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices some movement and hears a stern shout, "The elders must be obeyed." The bald man asks, is he completely deaf? And delivers a powerful kick that knocks the boy off his feet and throws his body several meters away. The boy falls onto the arena, continuing to clutch the knife in his hands. The young fighter, one of those who was in the arena watching what was happening, laments, "Why hit so hard if you can just speak?" How hard he hit him. The man standing behind him asks, "What is he doing there?" He replies that he just wanted to approach him. The man says admonishingly, "He should know how often people die here. If he is not careful, he will be next." The big guy standing behind him stretches his lips into a smile. The young fighter, turning around, looks at them confusedly. Meanwhile, the bald man exclaims, "Not enough for him? Now he wants to fight him too?" Han Dae-in snarls angrily, cursing him mentally. "What a fool! He's getting in boldly!" The big guy looks at his leg, with which he kicked the boy, in bewilderment. A cut wound is visible on the shin. He grabs his leg with both hands, puzzled. What? Where did this wound come from? He realizes that when he kicked the boy managed to cut him with the knife. The boy, getting to his feet, asks, "Where is he?" He asks, "Why did that person attack him and the others?" The young fighter, whom the others are pulling along through the doorway, manages to look back and note that the boy has a knife in his hand. The bald strongman looks at the boy with surprise. What is he going to do? He even took a fighting stance? Bending down and picking up the bodyguard's sword, he thinks that hardly the death of one person can make someone lose their mind so much. But he no longer cares about the reason, and it's too late to apologize for the mistake. The boy, seeing his movement, becomes alert. Before his mental eyes, the scene appears again when the blade cuts through his brother's body. He grips the knife in his hand tighter. The man with the sword in his hands rushes at him, promising to cut off his ear. The strongman freezes, hearing the shout, "Wait!" Ba Ru, who appeared in the arena, calls out to him. The man heads towards the boy. The strongman Tondu says that this little slave does not understand where he is and how he should behave. He wants to teach him a lesson. Casting a stern look at him, Ba Ru asks, "Does he need to repeat twice?" Frowning, the strong man hastily replies, "No, of course not." Baru, stopping in front of the boy, orders him to lower the knife. He says that he does not want to harm him. The boy looks at him warily. Baru demands that the boy lower the knife. He adds that he does not want to harm him. The boy remains standing still, not taking his eyes off him. He understands that the man is demanding something from him, but cannot understand exactly what he needs. The boy wonders, what is he saying? His words are drowned out by the noise in his head. He thinks he has not fully come to his senses. The events began to develop too suddenly and rapidly after he opened his eyes. Assessing the man with a glance, he finds no obvious danger to himself. He has no weapons and does not look hostile, but he does not rush to relax, deciding that since there are those who continue to attack, and he does not know where he is, he needs to be on guard. Baru asks the boy, is he not listening to him at all? The voice of the young fighter reaches the man, who thinks the boy does not understand them. The man glances in his direction. The fighter standing next to the youth stops him, and grabbing him by the hair, directs him to the open door, asking, what is he doing and where is he going? Baru orders to let him go. He wants to listen to the youth. Genjan, holding the young man, gives him a slap on the back of the head, ordering him to go quickly and explain what he wants to say, and if he cannot, he will kill him himself. The young fighter hurries to Baru, starting to speak rather incoherently on the go. Stopping near the man and looking up at him, he explains that he heard this boy talking to himself. Perhaps he is not quite sane and does not understand Baru. The man glances at the boy standing before him. He thinks that he will not be able to learn more from him, at least not now. This arena is located in the territory of the Song Empire, ancient China, so mostly Chinese people are here. The young man admits that he knows Korean, and asks, can he try to talk to the boy? Baru gives him a sidelong glance, not rushing to answer. The young man is very afraid to intervene in this situation. But the boy saved his life, and he believes he must repay him in kind, otherwise it would be inhuman. The man allows him to try, and the young man's face brightens. He thanks Baru and heads to the boy. The big guy Tondu looks at them puzzled, thinking that the young man is just a slave. So what is all this fuss about? Could there be something special about him? The young man stops in front of the boy, feverishly figuring out how to start the conversation. The young man becomes wary, wondering why he approached closer. The youth thanks him for the rescue. The boy looks a little confused, and it becomes clear that he understands his speech. This pleases the youth, as he really wants to help the one to whom he now owes his life. He continues to say that thanks to the boy's bravery and courage, not only he survived, but others as well, for which he is very grateful. The youth adds that the fight is over. He extends his hand to him and suggests lowering the blade. The boy looks at him puzzled. Saved. He is surprised that he has become someone's savior, and hands the knife to the youth. A bitter thought flashes through his mind, but he couldn't help his brother, and tears roll down his cheeks. The youth, taking the knife, wonders, is the boy so scared? He thinks that it is not surprising. Yes, he has good fighting skills, but he is still too young. Baru, watching them, thinks that for a child who killed a person and experienced shock after the fight, tears are a natural reaction. The man believes that for his age, it was actually an unnatural level of determination, even beyond expectations. But it shouldn't be like that. Baru, turning away, orders the youth to explain to the boy what is happening. It seems he doesn't understand anything at all. The young fighter hastily replies, yes, of course. The big guy Tondu decides to leave everything as it is for now. But mentally, he promises that the boy will later have to answer for his actions. Honsol, standing with a thoughtful expression, asks, what does he think about this boy? Baru answers that the boy has decent skills, and they can use him for their own benefit. He adds, but if asked whether he is suitable for her goals, he would have doubts. The woman inquires, why? For his age, such mastery of technique is an impressive talent, isn't it? Baru, standing by the door, replies, usually, if someone reaches such a level at his age, it is considered talent. But this case is a bit different. True talent is the ability to reach a level that no one else can, regardless of age. He adds, even if someone reaches a high level at his age, it is extremely rare for them to continue developing further. And in the end, they remain at the same level. Recalling the boy, he says that true talents from the very beginning can reach an unattainable level in several techniques, or fully master one to surpass others. The youth has already reached a high level in one technique, but mastering others is most likely beyond him. Honsol asks, does this mean he has no potential for further development? Baru believes that comfortable living conditions can only provide a slight chance for development. The man says that now the boy is in a situation where the question of life and death has been resolved, and he has lost his purpose. If the fights continue, and there are no strong opponents like the one he just defeated, his skills will slowly fade. Instead of striving for unattainable techniques, he needs to learn to kill effectively to survive. Ultimately, His progress will become impossible without these skills. The woman says that sending him to good and comfortable conditions actually means allowing him to become useless. It is merely the elimination of illusions about his potential. Opening the window and looking at the night sky, Han Sol adds, "Well, the boy has only two paths. Either he will fight and die here in the arena, or survive by proving himself as a true talent." A torch hangs on the stone wall, illuminating the basement room where the arena fighters are located. The young man sitting next to the boy explains that he was possibly sold here while he was unconscious. A man sitting nearby says that the young man must definitely tell the boy. Everyone who is caught says they should be released, but it doesn't work. He was caught when he was sleeping on the street. The boy asks, "Is this place called Mutujom an arena for fights?" The young man confirms, "Yes, it is." He says that it is much scarier here than it seems. They say even ordinary people like him are taken here. The young man says that in this region there are hundreds of such arenas called Mutujoms. They fight there, making agreements on conditions. But even if hundreds of people die, no one interferes. They say that someone from the high ranks of the empire secretly stands behind this place. Sighing, he adds, "Ordinary people cannot survive here." The boy, having listened to his story, indifferently says, "Interesting." The young man looks at him in surprise, clearly expecting a different, more emotional reaction. Meanwhile, the boy thinks that when he survived by dodging attacks, his technique improved significantly. He decides that there is no better training than a real fight. The boy thinks that he will need to find a place where he can hide and train. Then he will defeat everyone in this arena, become the strongest, and return to avenge his brother. He believes that it seems easiest to follow others. The fighters become lively. Their attention is attracted by something. A man towering over the people sitting on the floor shouts for everyone to follow him. A person who admitted that he dreams of returning home asks, "But why?" Genjan, who gave a slap on the head to the young man in the arena, declares that it's time to make a decision. Behind him, several people have gathered closely. Anticipatory smiles wander across their faces. The man himself beckons with his finger the one at whom his unfriendly gaze is directed. A large wooden box is lowered to the floor. A voice is heard. Well, cooking food is not so simple. A slightly plump woman, wiping sweat from her forehead with her hand, says that as soon as she distributes the portions, her work for today will be finished. She looks beyond the bars where several people stand in a row. The maid assumes that these are the people who ended up here yesterday. She thinks with displeasure that under the pretext of energy taming, these abuses have started again. She wonders, why are they doing this? Her gaze falls on a boy and she wonders, a child? But why is he here? Meanwhile, the man who started all this asks, is everyone gathered? Looking at the 5 people standing before him, he asks, "Do they pathetic weaklings think they can fight?" He says mockingly, sweeping his gaze over the people standing before him. "Let them relax. Today they definitely will not die." The boy standing in line with other newcomers pays little attention to everything happening. He carefully examines the ceiling and walls of the spacious room they are in. He comes to the conclusion that there is no way out of here. The boy thinks that this place resembles a training hall. The question sounds, "Newcomers?" Genjan answers, "Yes, exactly." He adds that they have gathered them all here. A tall, broad-shouldered man says mockingly, "It seems they are all weaklings, just trash." He laughs, then asks a question. They think so too, right? Marching past the row of rookies and carefully examining them, he says, "These guys not only look weak, but they also have no luck." He wonders, how did they even become slaves of the arena? The young man standing next to the boy mentally agrees with his assessment. It is correct. Even the lower arena of Mutujoma is a place where skilled fighters gather. The middle one goes without saying. He believes that in fact, if it were not for this boy, they would have already died today. The man who built them says that the elder, the person inspecting the newcomers, possesses incredible skill. If he wins the fight, he can become the head of the arena. If they want to live even a little longer, they must learn. He mockingly adds, "Maybe then they won't die immediately at least." The one he called a candidate for the title of head of the arena says that the question of death is a matter for the future. Time will put everything in its place. He orders them to introduce themselves to begin with. The first newcomer says his name is Han San. After the master's ruin, he was sold into slavery. The emaciated man appears, but to Phnom. He was caught when he was sleeping on the street. A man dreaming of returning home says his name is Pai Jan Kun. He says he was a farmer, but due to a bad year he had to borrow money and now he ended up here. A young man introduces himself as Na Don. After his parents died, he left his hometown and he was tricked into being taken here. The turn comes to a boy, but he remains silent. The candidate for the position of arena chief waits for him to introduce himself. Na Don, sweating from fear, says he will tell everything for this child. He is from Korea. He remembers that he did not ask the boy's name. The young man leans toward the boy, telling him to say his name and explain how he got here. The boy answers. He would say it, but he does not want these people to know his name. This is not training. It's just gathering people and holding them against their will. Nadon expected such an answer, but the situation does not allow him to voice it aloud. He decides he has no choice. The young man explains to the man waiting for an answer. The boy said he recently came to his senses and does not remember his name. He adds that the boy apologizes. The man says, "Is that so?" He grabs Nadon by the hair, asking, does he take him for an idiot? With his other hand, he slaps the young man, breaking his face and making it bleed. Paijan-kun, standing next to him, even closes his eyes in fear. Anger appears in the boy's eyes. Baru, lost in thought, paces the room. The man thinks that it seems he places too much hope on this boy. His thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of a maidservant who is delivering food to the slaves. Baru asks, "What happened? If she has something to say, let her speak." The woman replies, she understands that this is not the master's problem, but believes he should take a look at what is happening. Meanwhile, the man who hit Nadon so hard that the entire left side of his face swelled says that he sees no regret in words or facial expression. Does the young man take him for a fool? Nadon, struggling to speak, asks him for forgiveness. Blood from his broken nose and lips drips onto the floor. Paijan-kun, sweating with fear, thinks that the young man received so many blows that he even lost consciousness. The man continues to hold Nadon by the hair, glancing malevolently at the boy. He recalls the conversation that took place the day before. The man says that he cannot ignore Tondu's words, but if they injure him, it could turn into a big problem. The bald strong man replies that a couple of strong hits won't hurt this puppy. Tondu says, "Let him just say that this kid attacked him himself. He will benefit from that too. He definitely won't fall out of favor with the manager." The big guy adds that this boy uses the air step technique. If everything is left as it is, he might take all the attention to himself. The man measures the boy with his gaze, thinking, is it really him? The lad says that wherever he goes, there are only scoundrels around. Surprise flickers in the man's eyes. The boy attacks in a jump against an opponent many times his superior. His leg aims at the man's chin, but the man manages to put out his hand and cover his face. His other hand, clenched into a fist, rushes toward the boy. The lad realizes that the opponent is too fast. The man's fist hits exactly the target. The lad rolls on the floor, knocked down by a strong blow. The man says, since he attacked first, so be it. He will teach him a couple of lessons. The fighters present support him with shouts, "Yes, get him!" Meanwhile, the man continues. He heard that this guy uses a movement technique, but there is no need to be afraid, because it is an internal energy technique, which has its weaknesses. Since the internal energy technique enhances strength through breathing, a person can be attacked or exhausted, then his breathing will be disrupted and the technique will be useless. Looking at the boy curled up on the floor, covering his face with his elbow, he says, "Just like now." The boy admits that the man is really strong. His arm still hurts even after the block. Meanwhile, the opponent approaches and kicks him so hard that his body rolls further across the floor. The man asks, "Is your breathing already disrupted?" He swings his leg again and delivers a strong blow to the boy's ribs. The boy is literally thrown up and flies back to the wall. The man says it's time to finish off the kid before he recovers. A strong blow knocks the air out of the boy's chest. His body falls forcefully to the floor. The man, glancing at the crouched fighters, says that when using energy techniques, a special approach is required depending on the type, but the foundation is always the same. If you manage to land a successful attack or reduce endurance, the person becomes no better than ordinary opponents. He adds, of course, it's not as simple as it sounds, but if you understand the weaknesses, you can resist such people. The fighters support him with shouts, just as expected. He did everything right. Standing on the other side of the grid, Baru looks at them. He thinks the man has already finished the performance. He believes that he acts boldly and quite roughly, but in some ways he is right. He thinks that the technique of lightness is the easiest to neutralize. Earlier in the duel, everything worked only because the opponent did not expect the use of the air step technique and could not react in time. Looking at the boy lying motionless face down, he thinks that the very fact that he can use such a technique is already impressive. But without mastering other techniques, it will be difficult to become stronger. Big guy Tondu asks the deputy, why did he call them? Does he want to have fun with them? A fist rapidly approaches his face. The fist strikes Tondu's cheekbone, making him stagger. Coughing, he almost crouches down, and immediately the tip of Guanli Ran's saber presses against his forehead. He asks the frozen Tondu, did he dare to touch with his hands what belongs to him? The big guy begs him to forgive him. He says he didn't know how important the kid was to Guanli Ran. The deputy arena manager replies that ignoramuses like them couldn't even see the talent in the boy. Even if he doesn't have the skills he expected, they can still make money off the kid. Guan Liran says he doesn't care if the boy dies in the future in the arena. But if the guy suffers because of them, then he will talk to them differently. He promises to simply kill Tondu and asks, is he making himself clear? The tip of the saber slowly crawls across the big guy's forehead, descending to his eye, leaving a deep cut. Tondu mentally curses, thinking it's already too late. The boy has surely already been dealt with. Meanwhile, the man who beat the boy silently watches his motionless body. Turning to the other fighters, he says training is over. He believes it's time to show the youngster what happens to such cheeky upstarts like him. He orders one of the fighters to bring the boy and adds, since he relies so much on his technique, they will break his legs. The fighter replies, it will be done. Baru asks himself, is he allowing them too much? They do whatever they want, seeing no boundaries. He thinks it's time for him to intervene and takes a step forward. Surprised, Baru freezes in place, not believing his eyes. The boy got up from the floor and heads towards his offender. The fighters are surprised. Is he still able to fight back? So small, but strong. The boy's opponent says that he was holding back, did not want to kill him, but the boy seems to be asking for it. One of the fighters says, anyone else would have lost consciousness by now. Pei Jan-kun, who had bent over Nadon lying unconscious on the floor, watches the boy's actions in horror, thinking, what is he doing? He fears the boy might lose not only his legs. Stubbornly stepping towards an opponent stronger and more skilled than himself, the boy remembers how he was drenched in sweat during training. The boy, frozen in a rider's pose, holds a club with a stone tied to it in his outstretched hands. He is training outdoors, with trees visible behind him. He asks his brother, to strengthen internal energy, is it really necessary to do such things? The brother replies, just a minute. The boy looks at him. At that moment, he is holding a large log on his shoulders. The brothers free themselves from the load and straighten up. John answers his question. He thinks it's time to tell his brother what is special about their father's martial arts and why such training is necessary. The boy asks, something special, right? The older brother looks at him affectionately. John says that energy is the power that allows a person to enhance their abilities. Everyone has it, but most cannot use it. Even if someone can, the strength varies from person to person. The boy asks, why is it different for every person? Chan leans toward his younger brother and looking him in the eyes says, for example, one person easily remembers new hieroglyphs, while another can barely remember even one symbol a day. Isn't that similar? The boy wonders. Why is his brother looking at him like that? Chan answers that the martial arts that enhance strength through energy control are called Qigong. It is a traditional practice related to managing internal energy. In Chinese culture, it is called Qi, or Ki, in Korean, through breathing, movements, and meditation. It combines physical exercises, controlled breathing, and focus to strengthen health, improve concentration, and achieve harmony between body and mind. Most Qigongs direct the flow of energy and concentrate it through breathing. Stabilizing the breath is very important. Chan says that their father's martial arts are different. The young man stomps his foot with force. He demonstrates to the boy how to create an energy flow in the body through genic movements, a movement that fixes the body to survive an attack. Chan demonstrates how energy surrounds his hand and circulates around it in a spiral. The young man explains that the boy can feel the energy with his body and focus on it. The younger brother calls out to him. He wants to ask a question that interests him. The boy asks, are their father's martial arts different from others? Chan looks at his brother with surprise. Then he leans toward him again and says that he catches on quickly. The young man adds, then he will tell him what is so special about them. He says that the first and most important thing is walking towards the thug who beat him. The boy repeats his brother's words. Since you started, don't give up. Fight to the end. He stomps his foot forcefully, just like his brother did. Energy immediately begins to circulate around his foot. The fighters watching his actions exchange surprised remarks. Jinkak? Why is he suddenly doing Jinkak? Is he trying to fix his position on his last breath? Funny kid. The opponent only manages to notice a swift movement from the side. Surrounded by streams of energy, the boy makes a giant leap and rushing past the man, swings his hand to strike him. The man is stunned that the boy is still able to use the air step technique. The blow lands right in the big guy's eye. Without stopping, the boy raises his hand for a second strike. The boy's fist crashes into the man's neck. The boy lands next to the staggering opponent, who is holding his neck with his hand. The boy kicks the opponent in the face. Blood flows from the wound, crossing his closed eye and from the man's broken nose. The boy grabs the opponent by the hair and forcefully slams his face onto the stone floor. But Du Pen, like the others, watches with his mouth open. He thinks that he knew, of course, that he was not just a kid, but it turns out his strength is simply incredible. The boy continues to slam the opponent's face onto the floor. A voice is heard. Enough! Cursing, Genjin kicks the boy. A strong blow throws the boy to the side. The fighter calls the others to gather and beat the boy down as a group. He believes the boy must be finished off. The fighters rush toward the boy, getting to his feet, shouting, "That's right! Serve him right! How dare this pup!" The boy's gaze expresses his determination to stand against the whole crowd. Baru thinks he has never seen anyone use Kugan in such a state. How can the boy who has taken such a beating still fight? The man recalls episodes of the fight in the arena where the young guy used the technique of lightness immediately after Jinkak. Then he thought it was an ordinary Jinkak. He continues to ponder. Could it be? If he is right, then this young man has a talent that he himself is incapable of possessing. Meanwhile, the young man, having gotten to his feet, looks around, assessing the situation. Behind Baru appears Han Sol. She orders him to open the grate. The man turns to her and asks in surprise, "Why is she here?" The woman does not answer him. She is waiting for him to carry out her order. When the door opens and Han Sol appears in the room, the fighter's attention immediately shifts to her, and they freeze. The fighter, commanding the others, asks discontentedly, "Who has been brought here?" He hesitates upon seeing the arena manager and senior fighter Baru in the room. The woman scans the hall with her gaze. Her gaze falls on the unconscious Nadan. Then she looks at the motionless thug lying face down on the floor. Kon Sol says that she learned about the atrocities that are happening here. The woman asks, "Doesn't that mean she simply must intervene?" The fighter is clearly frightened. He bows deeply, asking for forgiveness. The boy, looking at Han Sol, wonders, what kind of woman is this? Meanwhile, the manager approached him and stood before him, looking down at him. Consul says that he still has to learn discipline and learn. The boy understands that a blow will strike him now, but he can do nothing. She is too fast for him. He barely manages to cover his face with his hands and bend down a little. Mentally, the young man curses himself for letting his guard down. If only he hadn't been beaten earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But Dopeng and Peijan Kun are shocked by what is happening. Why is the woman hitting this child? Baru, standing aside, is also surprised, for the arena manager had not previously interfered in fights between participants. He suggests that maybe allowing herself to feel the mistakes made is her way of warning so that no one interferes or meddles where they are not asked. He wonders if she really continues to place hopes on the guy despite his words. Baru thinks, well, he changed his mind anyway. A strong blow knocks the boy off his feet. Staggering, he falls to the floor at the feet of the woman, clutching a long club in her hands. Falling face down, the boy freezes and does not move. Han Sol looks at him, taking no action. Then, glancing back, she orders Baru, standing behind her, to call the healer. The maid who brought food to the fighters, standing behind the grate, breathes a sigh of relief. It's good that the lady manager intervened. She believes that although the youth was badly hurt, this will not happen again. The big guy Tan Du, cautiously peeking from around the corner and wiping sweat from his face with a handkerchief, wonders, what happened here? Opening his eyes, the first thing Na Dan sees is the ceiling. But it is different, not like the one in the hall where the arena fighters live. The youth lies in bed, his face bandaged, especially his left cheek. He notes that his back hurts badly. Then he notices the bandages on his body with surprise. He sits up in bed fearfully, trying to understand where he is and how he got here. With surprise, he notices that he is not alone in this room. Nadan sees Han Sol removing her clothes, exposing the upper part of her body. Startled, he screams in fear. Casting a glance at him, the woman says disapprovingly, "How noisy he is." The woman hurriedly throws clothes over herself. The maid standing next to her reminds, she did say that he might wake up. Meanwhile, the young man, covering his eyes with his palms, begs for forgiveness. Although he saw everything, but... Han Sol replies, "Let him not worry. People like them often do foolish things." Na Dan, removing his hands from his eyes, looks at her in surprise. He notices that a boy is sitting next to him and asks, "What, that one was here too?" The young man whispers, curious, "Where are they? And what kind of place is this?" The boy explains that this woman called a healer and cured them. Nadan is surprised. Really? The young man cannot believe that the woman asked the healer to help them. Ordinary slaves who die every day in the arena. He remembers that she introduced herself as the manager of this arena. Nadan, jumping out of bed, shouts, "Mistress!" He begs for forgiveness again. The young man asks her to spare him and not destroy him. Han Sol, looking at him disapprovingly, says that he is so annoying that she wants to kill him on the spot. Nadan apologizes again and promises to be silent. The maid helping the woman dress says that everything is ready. Han Sol politely thanks her, although she thinks it is not worth thanking. The arena manager turns her head to Nadan and the boy. For some time she looks at them intently. Nadan stands straight as a string. The boy is nearby, his eyes hidden by grown-out hair falling on his face. Han Sol thinks, If he were an ordinary arena slave, he would be trembling before her in fear now. But this youth remains absolutely unflappable even in the face of punishment. Without taking her eyes off him, the woman wonders, is it a matter of character, or has something influenced him so strongly? She decides that in any case, this is a big plus for the arena. Honsol demands that he tell her his name. Nadon is worried, the name again. Looking at the boy, he thinks that he clearly will not answer. The young man looks at the boy with concern. Then he leans towards him and whispers in his ear. If he does not want to say his name, maybe he will allow him to invent any other name for him? The boy indifferently replies, let him do as he wants. The young man says that his name is Nadon, and the boy's is Bien. Bien translates as flying hero. This name came to Nadon as soon as he saw the boy in the arena attacking a thug bodyguard. He mentally compares the boy to a flying bird. The boy asks him, who is this stern lady? Nadon whispers fearfully. Even if others do not understand him, you still must not blabber nonsense. Here even tone and facial expression can cost you your life. The young man is surprised when he hears no words. Honsol, leaning towards him, says that the stern lady is the mistress of the arena. She introduces herself, stating her name. Nadon panics. He is clearly frightened. He is puzzled. Why does she understand him? That means she heard that he invented a name for the boy. The youth bows deeply, begging for forgiveness. He explains that this boy did not want to say his name, so he invented it himself. He asks to be forgiven. Remaining bowed, he thinks that now they will definitely be killed. He lied in front of the manager for nothing. His sorrowful thoughts are interrupted by a woman's voice saying that she could simply strike and end it right there. Looking into the boy's eyes, Honsol says, many people think they know everything in the world and believe that if a person lied about something small, he will lie about something bigger. But she judges people only by what she sees. A name is just a means of address. There is no problem in inventing it yourself. The woman tells the boy that from now on his name is Bien. Nadon thinks that the woman seems not as terrible as he imagined. Honsol, heading to the exit, orders the maid to feed them and send them back. The arena manager says, although no, let only the elder eat. The maid is puzzled. What about the little one? Honsol, looking back, tells the boy to go with her. The boy frowns and looks at her from under his brows. The maid wonders, interesting, where is she leading him? The little one might run away, or maybe luck is on his side. Honsol and Bien walk down the street past the sweets merchant's shop. The boy walks calmly beside the woman. She casts a curious glance at him. The arena manager recalls her conversation with Baru. She asks the man, has he changed his mind? The fighter replies, probably yes. The man says, this child really is different from the others. He couldn't even imagine that he had such abilities and failed to appreciate him properly. Baru believes the boy's talent is outstanding. If he continues to develop his abilities, he can become a master of the highest level, unmatched by anyone. Honsol thinks that the title of master of the highest level sounds a bit exaggerated. But the fact that Baru speaks of him this way already indicates his enormous potential. Continuing to walk down the street accompanied by the boy, the arena manager thinks, however, to properly develop skills, one must first cultivate loyalty and faith in him. If he does not become her person, no matter how gifted he is, it is all meaningless. She believes that usually, people like him can either be won over or subdued by finding a weak spot. But what should she do with this little one? A voice pulls her out of her thoughts. What a meeting. The arena manager, MANHWA, accompanied by a long-haired teenager, says that managing the arena is not a woman's business. Honsol replies that he looks like a nanny. The man responds, oh, how unlike her to react so seriously to an ordinary joke. Hugging his young companion by the shoulders, MANHWA says that for her, the arena is just business. To rise to the top-class level, a true master is needed, that's obvious. He asks permission to introduce her to Song-gen, his protege, whom he has taken under his care. The man adds that Song-gen is already capable of fighting in the highest arena. He is worth watching. He asks, perhaps she has already heard rumors about Song-gen? The woman measures the teenager with her gaze, saying, rumors, huh? Pushing the boy forward, the arena manager declares that no matter how much she looks, it seems to her that this guy is much stronger. The man thinks that envy blinds her, or she simply does not see the obvious. He asks what his young companion thinks about this. Song-gen says thoughtfully, at first glance. He looks over the boy's clothes, on which torn holes are clearly visible, both on the sleeve and on the chest. Song-gen confidently states that he is too weak. He adds that if the boy does not chicken out and run away, he will be able to finish him off with one blow right here. MANHWA, looking at the boy, thinks, is this the very boy who uses the lightness technique? And how will he show himself in battle? Bien calmly examines the man and his young companion. Han Sol believes that the guy is not inferior to Sun Gen in a combative mood. She is confident that even if he does not understand the words, he should feel the atmosphere before the fight. Bai-En deliberately yawns loudly, bringing his hand to his mouth. He decides that it is better to just observe what is happening. The manager does not hide her surprise. His reaction seems to have slightly shocked her. Then understanding appears in her gaze. The woman asks MANHWA to understand the boy. He is not very talkative. Pushing Bai-En in the back, she says that they will probably go. They still have things to do. The man looking after them says, "How funny." Sun Gen asks, will he help him deal with him? Staring at the back of the departing Bai-En, he says that he wants to kill him. MANHWA replies, let him wait. Very soon his energy will be feared, so now he needs to focus on training. After a pause, he, running the tip of his tongue over his upper lip, adds that delicious food should be savored slowly. Han Sol offers the boy candied fruits on a stick, but he does not hurry to accept the treat. The woman asks, what is he looking at? Let him take it. She thinks that children consider the one who gives them treats a good person. If you show kindness to them, they begin to trust. Bai-En takes the treat and examines it carefully. He remembers how during training his brother calling him Quan. Holding out a clean cloth in his palm, on which lie 2 berries exactly like those strung on the stick. The young man says, look here. Quan examines the treat lying in his brother's palm. His eyes shine as he exclaims, wow, sweets! The cloth with the berries moves into the boy's palm. He carefully holds the berries with outstretched hands. Quan asks his brother, can he try? The young man exclaims in response, of course. The boy thinks that then he was too young to understand how hard his brother had it. He mentally reproaches himself for this, calling himself a fool. Following Han Sol, Bai-En Quan sees on the roadside a boy in torn beggar clothes. He is clearly hungry and sad. The boy extends a stick with berries to the poor little boy. He is clearly surprised by his action. Grabbing the treat, he exclaims joyfully, wow! Bai-En Quan is rushing after Han Sol. The woman says she bought him food. Why did he give it to someone else? When they return to the arena, he won't even be able to dream of such a thing. Bai-En Quan replies that he is not worthy of that. The boy says that one can stay alive only by preserving a body capable of fighting. Looking at him challengingly, the manager thinks that he reminds her of someone. And she knows this person well. Soon they sat down at the table opposite each other. In front of the boy is a plate of porridge. Han Sol says that rice is life. He needs to eat to have strength. Bai-En Quan mentally agrees with her and takes the chopsticks in his hands. The manager says, he knows that a single mistake can cost him his life, right? And since he survived, he should draw some conclusions for himself. She can help him leave this place. Without stopping eating, the boy asks, why is that? Han Sol asks, does he not know? Returning to the arena, he will be forced to fight again and again in deadly battles. He should already understand what she is telling him. Chewing, Bai-En Quan replies, what is she talking about? He is here to fight. The woman is surprised by his answer and does not know what to say. The young boy says that he will become the strongest here, and leaving is the next step. Han Sol wonders, does he even understand what it means to be the strongest here? Without taking his eyes off the food, Bai-En Quan asks, why understand? You just need to win. The manager looks thoughtfully at the boy. Resting her head on her hand, she watches with affection as he devours the food. Thinking, a short and clear answer. She finds him an interesting boy. Her gaze falls on this plate of vegetables. Taking a piece with chopsticks, she offers it to Quan, telling him to eat vegetables too. To grow strong, you need to eat a lot. Bai-En Quan takes the piece she offered with chopsticks and brings it to his lips. He looks somewhat confused. He remembers how Young used to offer him tasty pieces in the same way, and he would happily hold out his spoon. Tears well up in his eyes. He lowers his head over the plate to hide them. Han Sol herself is surprised by the feelings she experienced. She thinks, is this some kind of maternal instinct suddenly awakened? She sighs. A child is a child. She is glad about this discovery and decides to take advantage of it. She thinks that if she shows a little warmth now, she can find common ground with him. The woman believes that maybe he will even start to follow her persistently. The manager wonders, what if she strokes his head? Will he like it? She has never done that before. The woman reaches out her hand and runs it through the boy's hair. Bai-En Quan immediately pulls her hand away and says, no need. Angry Han Sol thinks, what a brat with an attitude. Who knows what he will become when he grows up? She decides for herself no more calf-like tenderness. A crowd of people has gathered around the arena. Shouts are heard. Where is he? Faster, faster, come on! A muscular guy wearing rather worn dark pants and a sleeveless shirt carries a heavy sack on his shoulders. The big guy Tondu, calling him Bai-En, orders him to prepare. He will go in the next fight. The guy throws the sack on the floor and says, wonderful, it's about time. Tondu, looking at the sack, asks, "Does he do the same thing every day?" "Why?" "The man says that before a fight you need to save your strength. That's an axiom." Bien Quan replies that these exercises are just a small warm-up. Tondu, smirking unpleasantly, asks, "What if the manager deliberately gives him only weak opponents? He thinks the guy doesn't even strain himself before the fight." Bien Quan, frowning at him, answers, "Has he seen himself? He is unlikely to take down even a couple of opponents." Tondu quickly stretches his lips into a smile, saying, "Did the guy really take seriously what he just said? He scares him." Bien Quan also smiles, replying that he understood. It was a joke. The guy, moving away from him, says that he was joking too. Tondu clenches his teeth tighter, mentally calling him a boastful fool. An angry grimace distorts the man's face as he thinks about how everything will end for BN today. The guy is called by name, BN. He looks around in surprise and asks, "What are they doing here?" Nadon, Pei Jan-kun, and Nodu Peng, interrupting each other, say that he is going into battle, so of course they came to support him. They ask him not to worry. They got permission for this. Pai Jan-kun says that until now they have all survived only thanks to luck. But they can die at any moment, right? No. Dopeng adds that they must support him at any cost. The guy smiles in response and asks, "Does he really think he is so weak and needs protection?" The man answers, "Not at all." Bien Quan says, "No matter who the opponent is, let them not worry, he will manage." The friends ask him to be careful. Nadon thinks they understand that he is stronger than them. It's obvious, but they can't just watch. To them, he still remains a child, and they constantly worry about him. Guan Ran calls out to Honsol, asking her to stop. He says that recently, because of the many fights she organized, their reputation has suffered greatly, and all because of BN. The man adds, "Since the fight request has been accepted, it will have to continue. If it stops now, they will suffer significant losses." Throwing a sidelong glance at the deputy, the woman says she will settle everything. Honsol believes that lately he has been crossing the line. Guan Ran replies that this is not a reproach, but only a warning. He knows that she still counts on BN's talent, just as he once did. But so many years have passed, and all that remains are empty hopes and disappointment. The man asks. She understands that although BN has outstanding skills and physical attributes, he is still far from the best fighters. Perhaps the fights will help, even if it is dangerous, but personally he is not sure about it. Guan Ran says that during this time many talented fighters with higher ranks have entered the ranking. If BN tries to fight any of them, he will die. He states that they can no longer allow him to fight only those he can easily defeat. The woman listening to him closes her eyes. Standing behind the deputy, Baru says that combat abilities can only change in extremely tense situations. The chance is very small, and one will have to risk their life. But this is currently the only available method. The man says that besides that, BN himself wants it. Honsol, lowering his head, echoes after him, "BN wants." Guan Ran looks at her, waiting for her decision. The door leading to the arena opens, and the spectators begin to excitedly talk to each other. "Oh, the fighters are coming out. It begins." A mighty man armed with a metal mace appears in the arena. Shouts are heard. "Hey, it's the martial arts master Kwok Gu. He has returned to the arena. Not a slave of the arena, but a true warrior. Excellent." The spectators wonder who will be his opponent. The most impatient shout, "Come on, come out!" Han Dae-in, spreading to smile, says, "Here it is. He can't wait." Among the spectators is a man carefully hiding his face behind a cloth wrapped around his head, and a wide-brimmed hat worn over it. A silhouette of a person is faintly visible in the door. The spectators rejoice. He is coming out. Martial arts master Kwaku asks in surprise, "Is this a joke?" The spectators are amazed. His opponent is this child? The boy's hand grips the knife tighter as he hears the spectators' gossip. Their words full of contempt reach him. Even if he turns out to be capable, he is just a slave of the arena. How can this rookie, who has fought only a couple of times in the arena, stand against a martial arts master? Kwaku does not understand why the manager wants to see a fight with this child, although she has always been a person whose intentions are hard to understand. Surprise flashes in the man's eyes. Bai En Quan, without hesitation, uses the air step technique. He is already raising his hand with the knife to strike the opponent. Kwaku slightly leans back, and the boy's strike misses the target. The man steps back slightly, surprised by the speed and pressure of the guy. Bien Quan thinks discontentedly that this clumsy fellow can actually keep up with his speed. He attacks the man again while jumping. Then he swiftly jumps back, increasing the distance between them. Kwaku, raising a massive quadrangular club above his head, seizes the initiative and rushes at the guy. The latter mentally curses. Jumping back, Bien Quan successfully avoids the blow of the massive mace, which crashes forcefully onto the arena floor. The guy is surprised. Could the opponent know the technique of lightness? Kwak Gu, leaving his weapon stuck in the ground, attacks Bien Quan with his fists. The guy manages to close in and put his hand under the opponent's fist. A powerful blow throws the guy backward. He realizes that his opponent is quite fast and strong. Bien Quan lands awkwardly on one leg and loses his balance. The spectators shout, "Oh, a bone is broken. Probably a strong hit. With such injuries, he won't be able to use the technique of lightness. It's all over." Baru thinks that the force shaking the bones and the speed surpassing everything is the technique of lightness. He mentally addresses Bien, saying that the opponent surpasses him in everything. The man believes that the guy's special skill in martial arts can change the course of the duel. He mentally advises him to use it wisely. Looking at the guy, he thinks that a master would have acted this way. He is sure that this is not the end yet. Bien Quan forcefully plants his foot on the ground, and energy begins to swirl around it. Baru thinks that the battle has only just begun. Kwaku believes that, as befits the possessor of the lightness technique, the guy's reactions are fast, and he blocks all attacks. He wonders, but what is the point of blocking if... He interrupts his thoughts, looking at the opponent with surprise, not believing his eyes. Meanwhile, Bien Quan uses the lightness technique again and is already close to the man. Kwaku mentally chuckles. Everything is just as the manager said. Behind Han Dae Inn, a man hiding his face under the wide brim of a hat, who had remained extremely serious until now, stretches his lips into a smile and begins to laugh. The man in the conical headwear, hiding his face, thinks that at first glance the technique seems impressive and powerful. But if you know its secrets, it becomes clear that there is nothing special about it. Meanwhile, the fight between Kwaku and Bien Quan continues. Baru watches the duel tensely, thinking. It is usually considered that if the opponent is wounded, using the lightness technique becomes impossible. Therefore, dodging a sudden attack in such a state is practically impossible. But the guy did it effortlessly. The man wonders, but how did Bien manage that? A huge rectangular club with sharp edges grazes the back of the guy trying to avoid the blow. The cut on his clothing immediately stains with blood. Bien Quan, having lost his balance, falls onto the arena, mentally cursing and wondering how the opponent dodged his strike so easily. He just wanted to use the moment to unbalance him, but he failed. Meanwhile, Kwaku delivers a powerful kick that literally tosses the guy's body into the air. Bien Quan falls, hitting the wall. The spectators excitedly whisper, "Wow! He was thrown all the way to the wall. Anyone else would have died." Kwaku, looking at the guy, thinks there's nothing special about him, but his reaction is truly impressive. Looking at the arena, Baru reflects. He doesn't know if the fighter is familiar with Bien's techniques, but he is clearly experienced. He keeps his distance, preventing the use of lightness techniques, and delivers precise strikes to finish off the opponent. The man thinks that, moreover, Kwaku surpasses Bien in speed. He is confident that he cannot be defeated. The guy's friends standing behind the fence worry about him. Nadan shouts his name. Han Dae-in looks disappointed. He says he expected something spectacular from this kid, but now he is only disappointed. He deflated so quickly. Standing behind him, Guan Liren complains. So much effort was put into training this child, but there is no progress. Now he is just an ordinary warrior capable of participating in battle, and nothing more. The deputy manager adds that Han Dae-in can consider today's fight just a demonstration of skills. He promises that in the future he will take responsibility for the kid's success. Han Dae-in looks at him with displeasure and says that this is not the end yet. He decides to wait a little before drawing any conclusions. Guan Liren asks him not to worry, promising that the guy will still show himself. Bien Quan has already managed to get back on his feet. Slightly bent over, he catches his breath. His opponent says that he moved well, but if he cannot dodge perfectly, his body will inevitably be exhausted. Looking at the stance the guy took, he adds, "It seems he is not even thinking about surrendering." Kwaku says that he will just have to finish him off. The guy is annoyed and angry at himself. He remembers the moment when his older brother turned to him, and the saber was already lowering onto his shoulder. A moment and blood splashes into little Quan's face. The guy thinks that he has no strength left at all. He does not know how to deal with the opponent. Bien Quan stomps his foot forcefully, and energy immediately flows around his body in a stream. At that moment, Kwaku attacks him in a jump, shouting, "Why is he still standing on his feet?" Little Quan says to his brother, "Wow, amazing. Only true masters can use energy even in an exhausted state, but," he clarifies, "they could do it from the very beginning, right?" The boy asks Chan, "If these features appeared first, then the father's techniques have something else unique, right?" Quan asks his brother to tell him if that's true. He answers, "Yes, there is something else." Leaning towards his younger brother and looking him in the eyes, he says, "Actually, he was going to tell Quan about this when he grew up. But since he has already started using energy, It's better to explain it in advance to avoid problems. The boy is surprised. Problems? Chan explains. There is one special rule that must not be broken under any circumstances. If Quan does not keep his promise and breaks the rule, he will seriously scold him. The boy is impressed by his brother's words and eagerly awaits his explanation. Kwaku delivers a crushing blow with a club. It seems the guy has no chance to dodge. But Bien Quan slips away from the opponent with a lightning-fast move and ends up far behind him, in the center of the arena. Kwaku smirks. It looks like the guy decided not to fight, but just to run away. But the smug expression slips off his face when he feels a burning pain and notices a wound on his forearm. The man is surprised. What? How is this possible? He didn't even notice how it happened. A tense and frightened expression appears on his face as he realizes that Bien Quan's knife is at his neck. The guy in motion delivers a precise strike to Kwaku's throat. He finishes the movement using a technique of lightness, leaving the mortally wounded opponent behind his back. The weapon falls from the man's hand. Staggering, he begins to fall backward. Kwaku cannot believe what happened. The guy was on his last breath. How is this possible? Hondian freezes with his mouth open in surprise. The deputy manager looks shocked. He was clearly expecting a completely different outcome of the duel. The spectators, watching Kwaku fall, consider it simply madness. An ordinary arena slave defeated a warrior. Baru is no less surprised than the others. He thinks about how the guy's speed was lightning fast. Only the best fighters are capable of this. He wonders, why did Bien hide this? The guy stands in the arena, catching his breath. He recalls his brother's words. Even if the breath is lost or the body can no longer move, he can still use the technique. Jung told him that he has a special ability that gives more strength than he has, but it cannot be used. Quan asks, why? This is a cool opportunity, isn't it? The brother answers, not at all. Jung says, if you pour more water into a cup than it can hold, the water will overflow. If the energy flow overfills the body, at some point it will break down, and in the end he will die. The guy wipes with his hand holding the knife, the blood flowing from the corner of his lips. He thinks that power overflows him, but he will definitely control it. Leaving the arena, Bai Enquan reflects on the fact that he must do this and survive. Ba Ru, watching the guy disappear into the doorway leading to the arena, thinks about him. In critical moments, power appears out of nowhere for him. But why didn't he even use the minimal energy reserve? He mentally addresses Bien. He always keeps silent about himself, and he never asked him about anything. But now he is interested to learn about his martial art and who taught him. Qigong styles are divided into main categories: Keigen, Kungun, and Kengigun. Keigen uses qi energy to accelerate muscle contraction and relaxation, increasing the speed of repetitive movements, allowing repetitive motions, and also increasing overall running speed, making it relatively higher than usual. At a higher level, the speed of muscle contraction increases, which enhances endurance and increases the distance that can be covered. Kungun focuses on using qi energy to strengthen muscle contraction, which increases the power to lift heavy objects or improves grip. At a high skill level, Kungun allows instant release of muscle contraction power using qi energy, significantly increasing strength in a single movement. When using weapons such as a sword or club, Kungun can increase the speed of a single strike. Keigen, unlike Kungun, allows increasing speed even in continuous movements, although its main advantage is manifested in accelerating single attacks. One movement of a Kungun master can be faster and stronger than that of a Keigen master. In a duel, everything is decided by one strike, so in battle Kungun can be much more useful. Baru thinks. However, the speed of Keigen now surpasses the opponent's speed. But the speed of the Kungun master is also impressive. He has never seen anyone use only Keigen at such speed. The man wonders, is it possible if only a master of the highest level applies Keigen? If the level of this Keigen is really that high, how can one imagine the skill of a top-class master? Hong Sol's question pulls him out of his contemplation. What is he standing there for? Baru, turning his head to her, asks, did the lady see that? Lady see? The woman orders him to quickly call a doctor. The man thinks that he is already waiting. Hong Sol replies to him, excellent, let him escort her to her room. Baru says, good. He thinks, probably, she also understands that this is a special Keigen technique, and if the manager places hopes on the guy again and decides to train him further, he believes that this is, of course, a huge responsibility. But considering the current state, it might lead to significant progress in skills in a short time. The man thinks that the deputy, of course, does everything to draw attention to himself. It is noticeable. Watching Guanli Ran, Baru understands that he wants to look good in front of the seniors, and hurries to take a seat next to the leadership. He constantly asks questions, showing too much interest. He thinks that because of his greed, problems may arise for the manager. Baru decides that he needs to be more careful. Meanwhile, Guanli Ran wonders, why did someone like BN hide his abilities? He thinks, impressive, but not enough. Anyway, the guy will still die at the hands of the fighters. Guanli Ran addresses Han Dai-in, saying that he has nothing to say. He did not expect at all that this guy could develop his abilities so much. Han Dai-in, without looking at him, replies, nothing. He is already deprived of both pride and hope. No matter how many times he was humiliated, it does not matter. Not taking his eyes off the arena, the man adds, but that boy must die in despair. Only then will he have the right expression on his face. He orders to seriously consider his next opponent. Han Dai-in asks the man hiding his face under the brim of his hat, does he have any objections? The man remains silent in response. He thinks he knows well that this gentleman does not care whether the fighters die. He personally wants only one thing, to achieve his goal and nothing more. The upper part of this man's face is scarred, and his right eye is missing. The man tells Han Dai, in that he has already organized a fighting match, but if the gentleman allows, he would also like to arrange an interesting spectacle. Han Dai-in, chuckling, replies, if so, then he is all for it. A smile slides across the lips of a man disfigured by scars. Questions reach BN Quan. Was he planning to run away? Is everything okay? The guy walks down the corridor, ignoring the worried comrades. They think he got badly hurt and need to call a medic, but he replies that there is no need to worry. A man stands in his way, saying that the guy was not bad. Fighter Huan Yu-won, who blocked BN Quan's path, says, he heard that the youth masters the Keigun technique, but did not expect him to be at such a level. Behind the young man stands the grim fighter Mo Mun. Huan Yu-won asks, how about one proposal? If the guy beats him, he will immediately become a local fighter. Does he want to try? The guy's friends are worried. What is he talking about? BN Kwang answers indifferently. Maybe he will think about it. But Du Pen is puzzled. Why does he always speak so indifferently? Huan Yu-won says that he just asked out of curiosity, but now he wants to finish him off. Na Don apologizes, promising that from now on they will be more careful. Without looking at the young man waves his hand, saying that it's a joke. Do they really think they can teach the guy a lesson? Smiling meaningfully, he glances at BN Kwan's friends, saying, and now they should worry not about him, but about themselves. The guy's friends are unpleasantly shocked by this statement. The hand is securely fixed with a splint and bandages. A voice is heard. Everything is ready. The healer, sitting with the guy at the table, tells him not to move his hand for a while so it heals faster. He tells him to be careful. The guy thanks him in response. The manager and the maid stand a little away from them. The elderly healer thinks that the guy didn't even flinch from the pain. He believes that he is probably about 16 or 17 years old, but his strength is simply incredible. BN Kwan sits with a detached look. It seems that what is happening around him does not interest him at all. Han Sol, approaching him, asks, is he okay? The guy answers that everything is fine. It's not that scary. A voice is heard, that's great, and a wooden club falls on BN Kwan's head. He shouts indignantly, ow, why? Why is she even hitting, and a wounded person at that? The arena manager swings the club again. The maid grabs her by the waist, trying to pull her away from the guy. Han Sol shouts, he just wanted to die, right? The maid asks her to calm down. No matter what, if she hits the wounded man. Han Sol refuses to listen to her pleas, shouting that his life belongs to her. And if he dies, it will only be by her hands. She is reminded that BN Kwan won and asked to calm down. A firm hand grabs the guy by the ear. A voice sounds, asking the lady to think carefully. A tiny old woman, Man Ok Rim, the arena administrator, tugs BN Kwan by the ear. Han Sol shouts, better to finish off this guy right here and now. He is puzzled and asks the old woman, what is she talking about? The elderly woman says that every time this guy goes to fight, this girl cries nearby, giving no peace or rest. Anyone who sees it would think he is her child. Jim, Han Sol's maid and the arena administrator exclaims, why does she say that? The guy shouts that the grandmother will tear his ear off now. Man Ok Rim replies impassively that his ear is strong and nothing will happen. Han Sol sighs and lowers her eyes, thinking that even the atmosphere changes with them. The door opens and Baru appears. He informs the manager that it seems they need her help. Han Sol asks, what happened? They can't manage without her? Baru says that the deputy organized a new fight. The guy looks worried. The spectators, looking at the fighters who came out to the arena, talk among themselves. They thought everything was over, but the spectacle is starting again. This time there are several fighters. Genjan is puzzled and angry. Why should he fight together with these idiots? But Do Peng, standing next to Beijan Kun and Nadon, replies with a gloomy look, clearly showing that they themselves do not want to fight either. Fear and surprise appear on Nadon's face. A thought flashes through his mind. Huh? Could it be that person? The spectators are puzzled. There is only one person there. Going out alone against 5 slaves is absurd. A man stands in the arena, hiding his scarred face under the brim of a hat. The people surrounding the arena are excited. A duel between a warrior and 5 slaves. This fight will be intense too. But Du Pen mentally curses. If this is a warrior, he will be a very strong opponent. Touching the brim of his hat with his hand, the man with the disfigured face expresses regret that his is not here. He takes off his headwear and throws it at his feet. He looks fearfully into the face of the enemy on the dawn. Smiling, the warrior says that in any case he will kill these idiots. A tall and mighty man, after removing his hat, also gets rid of his cloak, saying, "That's enough for today." At the dawn, he mentally gasps in fear. He is impressed. The young man thinks that the man's face changed because of the wounds, but there is no doubt. He remembers the day they first entered the arena. It was then, after the fight, they were lined up, and this man asked their names. It was he who beat the young man unconscious for trying to help Bien. The fighter Genjan, who supported him then and now stands in the arena opposite him, exclaims, "Brother Jusan!" The manager, accompanied by Baru, hurriedly leaves the room. She asks, "Is the deputy still with Han Dai-in?" Baru answers, "Yes, that's right. This time the fight will be against his warrior." Hong Sol says with annoyance, "He's interfering again." Bien Quan and the arena administrators watch them with their eyes. The guy thinks, if everything goes like last time, then he jumps up from the chair and rushes to the door, saying that he will go and see. Gum Gum objects. He needs rest. Maybe he will at least eat. The guy, without stopping, asks them not to worry about him. Already behind the door, he throws over his shoulder that they will eat together later. Gum Gum sighs upset. It would be better if he rested. A question reaches her. Is he her son or what? Crossing her arms on her chest and turning away from the interlocutor, the old woman says, "These rude and cold guys won't even thank you if you treat them well. He's not even her own, so why does she care about him?" Gum Gum explains, "It's just that their lady likes Bien." MANHWA Rim is furious at her words. She shouts that because of this he only irritates her more. The old woman says, if he, like everyone else, were a rough boar, she wouldn't even pay attention. But the fact that he is just an unhappy child dragged into the arena drives her mad. She adds that Bien is really strange. She recalls how once he covered a sick fighter with his blanket. The old woman adds that another day he shared his food with a person exhausted by prolonged starvation. MANHWA Rim adds that just as thoughtlessly he attacked the one who mocked others. Even she, having lived so many years and seen all this, was surprised by his kindness. The old woman adds that at her age, seeing someone barely managing on their own and yet trying to protect others is rare. How did a child with such a heart end up here in such conditions? She angrily says that she will feel calmer if they disappear from here as soon as possible. That way she can live a long life still. With a slight smile looking at the old woman, Jim mentally agrees with her. In fact, she thinks the same. Meanwhile, fighter Genjan addresses the one he calls Brother Ju-san. He wants to know how he is doing, but first he suggests ending this fight. He says they have no reason to fight, and that one can simply leave the arena at any moment, right? Examining the knuckle duster, Ju-san asks, is he suggesting he surrender? Putting the knuckle duster on his hand, he says, who knows? Then adds that he is not like that, and will not run away from the battlefield. Genjan asks, why is he doing this? But Dopeng meanwhile thinks that with the knuckle duster, fists will become a strong weapon. Ju-san swiftly rushes into the attack. He decides that first he should get rid of the spear that No Dupeng is gripping in his hands. Approaching him, the warrior raises his hand with a knuckle duster to strike. Ju-san breaks the spear in half. No Dupeng dodges from him, but the warrior is too close, and he is already raising his hand to strike. Ju-san strikes him on the forearm with the edge of his palm, literally sweeping him off his path. No Dupeng, thrown back by the strong blow, flies to the side. The fighter Genjan, who called Ju-san brother, anxiously asks, "Hey, so what should he do now? Without a weapon, he can't fight." Ju-san rushes to him, saying that this was the plan. Fear and bewilderment appear on the fighter's face. The hand with the knuckle duster rushes toward the frozen man, whom the comrades warn by calling out, "Genjan!" The fighter leans back and the blow misses its target. A tall fighter rushes to them, swinging a mace. The spectators shout, "If you started, there's no need to hold back your strength." Ju-san intercepts his hand, gripping the mace handle. The warrior presses a point on the man's wrist with his finger. The fighter shouts that he can't handle him. Genjan rushes to help, clutching a short blade in his hand. Ju-san, pressing harder on the right point, disarms the giant and strikes Genjan, who is behind him, with the giant's own hand. Both fighters fall onto the arena from the push. The big guy pins Genjan down with all his weight. Standing still, he is amazed. Where does such strength come from? Admiring shouts from the spectators reach Ju-san. Handled it in one move. A true warrior. Standing behind the barred door, Bien Quan mentally exclaims, "No!" The guy realizes that the enemy fighters definitely cannot be defeated. Zhu San stands watching Genjan and the big guy get up. The spectators shout that even 5 slaves are not enough against a martial arts master. Genjan thinks this is too much. They will simply die. Bien Quan, looking at the arena, recalls that he has fought this warrior before. Back then, he definitely did not know how to use internal energy. The guy is surprised. Could it be that he learned this in just a few years? Bien Quan's hand clenches into a fist as he thinks about how he is still the same and has achieved nothing during this time. Han Dai-in mockingly says that Ju San declared his confidence in himself. Well, now they will see what he is capable of. The deputy manager closely watches what is happening in the arena. He recalls hearing rumors that this man learned combat techniques. Guan Li Ran remembers that when Ju San caused trouble, he decided that he was too useless to punish and let him go. But because he went into the wasteland, he did not receive proper treatment. Watching the man, he believes that he has honed his skills. The deputy hears the voice of Hong Sol, ordering him to come to her. Turning to the woman, he exclaims, "Oh, the lady is here!" The manager slaps him with considerable force. Silence lasts for several seconds. Hong Sol stands with her hand raised. Guan Li Ran, coming to his senses, asks, "But for what?" Barely restraining her anger, the woman says that it seems she made herself clear. Looking him in the eyes, she says, "Do not cross the line." Han Dayan watches their conversation with interest. The deputy, closing his eyes, says, "She wants to say that because of organizing one duel he supposedly crossed the line?" He is curious. He raises his gaze to Hon Sol and continues speaking. She wants to say that he has no rights even to this? Yes, this place was opened by the lady, but he also invested his connections and money into it. Now even mercenaries under his command, whom he himself hired. Leaning towards her so that his face is at the same level as hers, he asks, "Does she think he is guilty? Does she really want to know what will happen when he truly crosses the line?" Suddenly, Baru's palm appears in front of his face. The fighter says he doesn't know what rights he has there, but at least he should have respect. He adds that it is pointless. They will all just be killed. A voice sounds, "Pointless?" It seems he cannot just watch this from the sidelines. Fighter Huan Yu-wan, behind whom stands the grim Mo Mun, says, "What is the point of a battle without deaths?" He adds, addressing the deputy. It seems he has problems. Guan Li Ran replies that everything is fine. It's just a difference of opinions. Huan Yu-wan says that he can always turn to him, and he will deal with this person without questions, while the young man points his finger at Baru. Baru, looking at the youth, says, "Interesting." He adds that he hasn't been to the arenas for a long time, and it seems he has fallen far behind. Han Sol, standing next to him, says, "Possibly." Han Dayin is intrigued. He thinks that something interesting is starting. Assessing Baru with his gaze, he recalls conversations that the power of this man is comparable to fighters of the highest rank despite his average status. Han Dayin decides that soon everything will become clear, but for now he can enjoy the fight. The attention of everyone, including the manager and the deputy, shifts to the arena. A fist with brass knuckles crashes into the thug's jaw, twisting it to the side and knocking out teeth. Genjan looks at his mutilated comrade with horror. Cursing, he raises his weapon and rushes at Ju San, wishing him a swift death. But the warrior easily dodges his strike. Ducking under the short blade, Ju San grabs Genjan's forearm with his hand. The warrior makes a sharp move and with a powerful jerk throws him across the entire arena. Genjan flies in the direction where the other fighters are. With his body, he knocks them off their feet. Nadon suffers the most. Genjan falls right on him. The spectators shout in admiration. He throws everyone around like stones. Fighters using internal energy stand out. Bien Quan is amazed by what is happening in the arena. Noticing the danger, he shouts to Nadon not to look around. Meanwhile, Ju San targets the young man and rapidly approaches him. Nadon manages to block with a wooden club at the last moment. A fist with brass knuckles strikes it, breaking it like a matchstick. The broken club injures the young man's eye. Nadon drops the broken weapon from his hands and is thrown backward by the powerful blow. Bien Quan anxiously thinks that no one can attack properly. If things stay like this, then... The guy calls out to Ju San, who is nearby at that moment. "Hey, does he really want to kill them?" He asks, "How about stopping and fighting him?" A smile slides across the man's lips as he replies, "Does he really think he will listen to him?" Ju San says that now he is even interested. If he kills all of them, then fighting the guy will probably become much more interesting. The warrior heads toward Nadon lying on the arena. The other fighters cannot help him because they all have quite severe injuries. Ju San grabs the young man by the throat. Nadon opens his only surviving eye. Ju San easily lifts him above his head, continuing to squeeze his neck. The guy understands. No matter what he says, he definitely won't stop. He sees how Nadon's eyes glaze over. how the veins on the young man's forehead bulge. At that moment, Jusan glances at the guy, smiling smugly. The warrior's hand tightens around Na Don's throat. Memories surface in the young man's mind. He sits, pressing his forehead against the stone wall of the room where they are constantly staying. But Do Peng, who is nearby eating porridge, says, "He must have lost his mind. He hasn't even touched the food." Pei Yan-kun replies that the young man has his first fight tomorrow, so he's worried. Bien Quan, training with a huge bag on his shoulders, says, "Interesting, and what's there to worry about?" Na Don, turning to him, shouts that the guy is strong, and he can't understand his worries. He believes that worrying is normal. Bien Quan, lowering the bag to the floor, says that he doesn't consider himself strong at all. Turning to face the young man, he adds, that's why he tries to think over exactly how it's best for him to fight. Worry will lead to defeat. It's better to find a method or strategy that will lead to victory. But Do Peng tells Pei Jan-kun, this guy has already mastered their language well. He agrees with him. That's right. Na Don sighs, how to find this method. Bien Quan says that he himself does not know. The young man, turning to him, shouts, "Is he serious? Then what is the point of these speeches?" The boy says, looking him in the eyes, "Let him think for himself. After all, he knows a lot, and he is smart. Technology, effective weapons. With their help, you can win a fight with one blow." Don calms down a little and thinks, to win the fight using technique. The enemy's hand grips the youth's throat. He thinks that using the hold is effective, but it is forbidden. Don decides, if you use a hidden weapon, it will not be a violation of the rules. Just using loopholes. A sharp blade is showing from the toe of his shoe. The young man forcefully kicks Jusan's knee. He drives the blade as deep as possible, intending to fully use his advantage and inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy. Screaming, the warrior throws back onto the Don and bends down to examine his knee. Jusan addresses the young man. Was he hiding the blade in his shoe? Bien Quan thinks that Na Don used a weapon that is hard to notice if you don't know where to look. And with that strike, he has already taken the enemy out of action. The guy understands that now the warrior will not be able to use his powers to the fullest. There is a chance for victory. Genjan thinks that the young man turned out to be craftier than he thought. He decides that it is the perfect time to attack. Genjan attacks from behind. In a jump, he swings his leg, trying to knock down the opponent. Jusan, as if sensing something, sharply jumped aside, and the fighter's strike misses the target. The spectators shout for him to just finish off Genjan. The warrior attacks him, raising his hand with brass knuckles for a strike. The fighter realizes he must do something, or it's the end for him. Jusan throws his hand forward, and his fist rushes straight into Genjan's face. The fighter sees with horror how the brass knuckles approach him, and are about to smash his nose right into his skull. Pain pierces Jusan's body. The tip of a spear with a broken shaft enters his body just above the waist. The warrior, experiencing severe pain, is puzzled. What is this? He sees No Du Pen, who has not yet managed to straighten up after the throw. No Du Pen thinks that because of the wound, their opponent will be less agile. He recalls the words of Ba Ru, who, lining up the novices in a row, said, "It's best to start with the basics, but they don't have time for that." The man explained to them, if they want to quickly develop combat skills, they should use what they are good at. He asked them to say what exactly they can do or what they are confident in. One of the novices answers that he, for example, is stronger than he looks. He can easily lift a sack of rice. Ba Ru says, good, skills that use strength or some kind of weapon will do. He tells the next person to speak. But No Du Peng replies that he has nothing he is good at. Then, remembering something, he says he has an idea. He throws stones well. He can easily hit even a small target. Ba Ru looks a little puzzled, then hesitantly says, a good skill, but he explains to No Du Peng that throwing knives or arrows are forbidden in duels. They cannot be used. Throwing a weapon that is in the hand is allowed. But if he misses, it will instantly lead to his death. He says he needs to find something else. Standing in the arena, No Du Peng thinks that he should have prepared to at least challenge somehow. Jusan, pulling a spear fragment from the wound, rushes to Genjan, saying, do they think he will die from this? He, without choosing words, very lowly estimates their mental abilities. The fighter thinks No Du Peng should have hit harder. Jusan is already near the frightened Genjan. Drops of sweat run down his face. Still, the wound makes itself known. Suddenly, raising a blade overhead, Pei Jan-kun rushes at him. Jusan responds by attacking him with the spear pulled from the wound, saying, does he really think he can wound him with a sword? Pei Jan-kun squints and tries to cover his head with his hand. He remembers Ba Ru's words. They were given blades, and they stood holding them in their hands. The man explained to them, it seems that sword control is just swings in the air, but the speed of the strike depends on technique. If you increase the cutting speed, even a strong opponent will not be able to withstand. Watching Peijan-kun swing the blade, Ba-ru says, "First, you need to place both hands correctly. When you raise the sword overhead or lower it down, you need to imagine that you are drawing an arc with the sword's tip." A man with closed eyes thinks, "It seems so. It seems he is doing everything right." Ba-ru watches as Peijan-kun forcefully lowers the blade. He asks the man, "Has he held a sword before?" The man says he is trying for the first time. Ba-ru thinks he is doing quite well. Peijan-kun replies that it feels like working with a hoe, only a bit harder. He has worked on a farm all his life. Ba-ru says, "So it's because of working with a hoe. It turns out he trained in a different way, using a hoe instead of a sword." He adds, "If Peijan-kun masters a couple more techniques, he will become even stronger." The man recalls that he never stopped training for a second, to survive. He was not alone. His friends were with him. He is confident that no matter how strong the opponent is, he will still manage. Peijan-kun's blade moves toward the spear held by Ju-san. With one swing, he disarms the opponent and slices his neck and chest with a side strike. Ju-san is stunned. A thought rushes through his mind. He trained so much. And why? To lose to people like them. Blood spurts in all directions from the wound. Falling forward, the warrior still cannot believe what happened. How could he lose? Ju-san falls at the feet of Peijan-kun. The spectators shout that the arena slaves have won again. These guys are not as simple as they seem. Nadon, holding his throat with one hand, raises the other, clenched into a fist, up, keeping it at face level. Fortunately, the young man's second eye survived, though it opens with difficulty due to the injury. Peijan-kun and No Du Peng, in exactly the same gesture, also raise their fists up. Bien Kwang, holding onto the bars of the grate, thinks with relief. It worked. Everything is still okay? The guy is happy. He worried for nothing. His face brightens. He feels something strange but does not understand what exactly. Pulling his hand away from the bars of the grate, he looks at it in bewilderment. What was that? The sensations seem to have changed. Ba-ru tells the manager. It was not in vain that he trained them after all. Han Dai-in laughs. The deputy manager does not share his joy. He thinks that this fool was too careless. Hong Sol tells Guanli Ranu that thanks to him she saw an interesting spectacle. The woman adds that the result of the fight suited her, and the guest is still here, so that's all for today. But there is one condition. The manager says, if he does not intend to listen to her, let him take his fighters, servants, and leave. She does not care. The man answers that he needs to think. Ba-ru calls out to Huang Yuan, "Hey you!" He says that when the young man leaves this dojo, he should find him. They will meet in a duel. Looking the man in the eyes with a challenge, Huang Yuan replies that he is looking forward to it. Accompanied by Ba-ru, Han Sol leaves the elevation where the honored guest and her deputy are and goes down the stairs. Guan Liran thinks that his fighters are the best in this dojo, so Ba-ru has no chance. Or maybe he has a trump card that he doesn't know about. Han Dai-in tells the deputy that he held himself well, but he needs to know his place. You can't fail the mission when such an important task lies ahead. Smiling, he adds that there is almost no time left. Stretching his lips into a meaningful smile in response, Guan Liran replies that he will keep that in mind. Meanwhile, the arena slaves have gone down to the basement where they live. Peijan-kun says with relief, "It's good that it's all over." He asks, "Were the wounds treated?" But No Du Peng, whose forearm is tightly bandaged with a splint, says, he thought he would die from the pain. Don, with a bandage on his head fixing a compress on his cheek, says, "It seems his body is recovering quickly. So soon he will be as good as new." Turning his head to the side, No Du Peng says that this guy is sleeping like a log. Everyone is looking at Bien Quan lying on the floor under a blanket. Turning his back to them, he is sleeping with his bandaged hand placed over the blanket. But Dupen says, well, of course, even if comrades die, he doesn't care at all. He is absolutely indifferent to everything. Don asks him, if he understands all this, why does he continue to say such things? The young man adds, he knows that if something happens to them, everyone will be punished, without exception. But Do Peng replies, he knows it perfectly well. Casting a glance at Bien Quan, he adds, this guy might not even understand. He adds that only he can be trusted by them. The guy continues to lie with his eyes closed. Chan sharply throws his fist forward. Then the young man swings his leg, delivering a blow to an imaginary opponent. Quan carefully watches the movements of his older brother, sitting aside on a stone. The boy asks Chong, why don't they use weapons? He believes that with him they could become much stronger. John freezes, listening to his words. He turns to his younger brother, saying, how simple everything is for him. Then he adds, he did not tell him the main thing. Chan says that their father does not use weapons in his technique because only in this way will martial arts become perfect. The guy is awakened by a shout, Bien! He opens his eyes. They continue to call him insistently. He sits up, thinking that he dreamed of his brother, but unfortunately, he cannot remember anything else. The guy angrily asks Nadan, why did he wake him up if he did not respond to the first call? The young man confusedly justifies himself. He thought Bien had a nightmare. He says that the master was looking for him and advises him to hurry. Bien Quan is annoyed that he cannot remember the dream. He is sure it was something important. A man with a sword stands on the elevation. The crowd greets him with shouts. The man asks, do they make a person who came to fight wait? He says that it is simply rude. He is Udo Hak, a martial arts master. He heard that the opponent is used to fighting alone. The spectators shout, when will it start? Hey, come on, get out here faster. The guy standing behind them is surprised. Oh, how noisy. Bien Quan is puzzled. Isn't their arena in another place? What are they doing here? Baru says that this is also part of the training. Sometimes by watching the fights of strong fighters, one can realize something important. The guy is a little surprised. Watching the fights of strong fighters and gaining experience? He wonders, is that even possible? Standing next to Baru in the crowd, he thinks, well, I need to see what comes of this. A shout is heard. Son Gen! Fighter Son Gen! Baru tells the guy to look carefully at this young man. Although he is of average strength, his skills match those of a higher-ranked fighter. The guy is impressed. A master of martial arts of the highest rank. Udahak, looking at the opponent, says, he heard that he is good, but he clearly lacks experience. Sun Gen silently looks at him. Shouts come from the crowd. It seems he doesn't even know how to hold a stance. Someone objects, believing that this person clearly did not get the title of genius for nothing. Bien Quan is amazed. What? It seems he has seen this long-haired guy somewhere before. The guy thinks that even if he has seen this person before, it doesn't matter. For a fighter, any person is just a simple opponent, nothing more and nothing less. He thinks about the fact that Baru paid attention to this young man. So, it's worth seeing what he is capable of. Meanwhile, the fighters are introduced by name. Udahak, the master of the double blade, grips a sword in each hand. His opponent is the genius Sun Genon. The young man holds a knife in his hand. Everyone is curious how the fight will end. Ho John, the arena manager, says to the person next to him, he has seen many arenas, but this place is special. Here, training takes place on one platform, sparse but tasteful. The interlocutor responds vaguely. Is that so? The arena manager, a rather stout man comfortably seated in a chair, says, it's a pity there are no comfortable places for guests here. Most stand or sit on this elevation. Unusual, but impressive. The interlocutor replies, if the quality of martial arts is high, then such trifles as seating are no longer important. He thinks, but the one who came from another arena seems to judge too prejudicially. The arena manager MANHWA Guan, who is not on his own territory today, says aloud, all guests are satisfied with the level of martial arts in their establishment, so there can be no complaints. Ho John believes that the interlocutor hates losing, even in whose word will be the last. A satisfied smile slides across the lips of the fat man as he thinks, but both words and martial arts are also battles. He recalls rumors that Sun Gen uses some cunning techniques. Therefore, he understands why the young man raises doubts. Ho John, looking at the elevation where the fighters stand, thinks that no one has yet managed to withstand Udochak. Meanwhile, the warrior rushes forward, gripping swords in his hands. He begins to move simultaneously with the shout proclaiming the start of the duel. Sun Gen stands, waiting for his approach. Udochak swings the sword, and the young man slips under it. At this time, the second sword relentlessly approaches him. Sun Gen throws his hand towards him, in which he holds a knife. With the other hand, he supports the forearm to give the hand stability. The spectators standing around Baru and Bien Quan converse among themselves. This is impossible. How is this? Baru says, and now the real battle will begin. The guy freezes, not taking his eyes off the fighters. Ho John says that everything ended too quickly. MANHWA Guan asks, does he really think this is the end? He says that everything is just beginning. The men's attention is drawn to what is happening on the elevation, where the fight is taking place. A powerful blow throws Sun Gen back. Udohak, watching the opponent, wonders, what is wrong with his hand? The man looks at the broken sword in his left hand with bewilderment. He shifts his shocked gaze to the youth. Udohak had heard that he uses the Kenkigon technique. But is he really capable of standing up to him? What is it anyway? As far as he knows, using this technique only slightly enhances chi energy. Kenkigon is a technique that allows controlling chi energy to strengthen muscle power, with the intensity of the effect and the body's capabilities changing depending on the level of mastery. The youth looks carefully at the opponent, from whom shouts come from the crowd. He couldn't even properly defend himself, and the sword is already shattered to pieces. This is what Kenjigun Sungen is. Hojan jumps up from the chair. This is impossible. He has never seen such a technique before. Manho Guan smiles proudly. He thinks that the Kenjigun technique of Sungen is a skill unattainable even for the best fighters of the highest level. There is no chance that an ordinary arena manager from the province could compete with him. Udohak cannot believe what happened. No, this is impossible. There was a special balance hidden in his sword. He attacks the youth again, deciding that now it is time to fight for real. Sun Jian stops the blade falling on him with the back of his palm. The man's sword shatters into pieces. Udohak is stunned. Drops of sweat stream down his face. Sun Jian throws his hand forward and easily plunges it into the man's abdomen.
Hojan screams. He uses his hands to control the body.
Pain tears through Udohak's insides, who didn't even understand what happened. Blood spurting from the wound hits the youth's face. He pulls his hand out to the man's body, and the blood gushing from the wound splashes onto both Sun Jian's clothes and face. Hojan, like the other spectators, is surprised. It's all over. Why is he doing this? Manho Guan, crossing his arms on his chest, thinks this guy is hopeless. The man shouts at Sun Jian to stop. Udohak falls at the feet of his opponent, whose face, shirt, and hands are completely covered in his blood. Shouts of the spectators reach him, whose opinions are divided. Some wonder, isn't this too cruel? Others admire. That's cool. Baru asks the guy. Now does he understand how important fighting technique is? Even if his skills are outstanding, defeating someone like Sun Jian will not be easy. The man adds, but at least he got the chance to study the style of a strong opponent. This is good experience. To find out the level of an opponent who is stronger, and accept it to improve one's abilities, can be useful in the future. Bien Quan sharply turns around and leaves. Baru watches him go, thinking he just wanted to give advice, but it seems it became something more for the guy. Standing in the yard, Bien Quan reflects. Training, so they say? He thinks about how he grew up only looking at his brother and asks himself, does he really think he deserves praise at such a level? His hand clenches into a fist as he mentally answers, this is not praise, but responsibility. Lowering his head, he thinks that even years after his brother's death, he still feels it as a punishment for his weakness. The guy has 3 bags on his shoulders. He decides it's time to make the training harder. Nadan and Pei Jan-kun watch him. No Du Pen joins them, saying, why does he always behave like that? He would do that in the training hall or in a dream, but he constantly stresses them out. Nadan hastily covers his mouth with his hand, saying, enough already. BN might get angry if he hears. After all, he is clearly not like them. The young man wonders, what is happening? He has long had the feeling that the guy is hiding something. But to see him so angry, this is the first time he has seen. Bien Quan, drenched in sweat, continues the training. He remembers how, as a boy, looking at the huge hole in the tree, he breathes out in awe. Wow! Looking at the tree trunk with a gaping hole, he asks his brother, when will he be able to do that? Chan answers that for this it is necessary to master the basics and learn to use Genjigun. The older brother says, if he trains hard, then in a couple of years he will succeed too. The boy asks, really? Will he be able to learn that fast? Chan explains, to master the father's technique, one must have the ability to clearly feel the movement of the body and the flow of energy. Of course, this is far from everyone's power, but if he overcomes the first barrier and learns to direct the flow of energy, he will be able to master not only the basic techniques but also such as Genjigun. The young man adds that people usually focus on physical strength, but with key training, the body begins to better sense and enhance the flow of energy. If he continues to improve this skill, he will be able to master any key technique. Carrying bags on his back, Bien Quan thinks that now he can use as much strength as his brother. He mastered his level of Kai. He wonders, why then are the other techniques beyond his power? The guy throws the bags on the floor with such force that his friends jump aside. The manager appearing behind their back says, a young guy, and he already causes so much noise. The fighters are excited by her appearance. It's the lady manager. Taking a step forward, the woman says, out of the way, and they hurriedly clear her path. Hansol asks the guy a question. Is this not training, but a demonstration performance? He looks at her in surprise. The guy asks, what is she doing here? The manager, crossing her arms on her chest, says that he was recently with Baru, and it seems what he saw impressed him. Hansol asks, he wasn't scared when he saw a strong opponent, right? Bien Quan answers, he can't say that the other looks strong, but he can't call him weak either. The woman reminds him, after all, he once said he would become the strongest, and would simply defeat everyone, never engaging in long reasoning. The guy shouts, enough! He says that these words remain true even now. He is sure he will never lose to anyone. Hansol says, well, of course. The woman says that she still believes in those words. Then she turns away and heading to the door says that she will go. The guy watches her leave. Bien Quan thinks, what is it with her? The woman, heading towards the exit, thinks that she would like to give him more time, but it seems she no longer has it. Mentally, she asks him to get stronger as soon as possible, even for his own sake. A question sounds in the room. Was the weapon distributed as he ordered? The big guy Tondu answers, yes, only to the people loyal to him. The rest he hid in case of surprises. The response is, wonderful. Guanliran says that today they start acting. Tondu is surprised. Today? Is he sure about that? The deputy manager answers. He decided to finish everything before the manager suspects anything. To remain part of the arena, he needs to remove everything that interferes. Tondu asks, does he want to destroy everyone? Mentally, he rejoices that now he will definitely be able to kill BN. Guanliran says that the manager will stay alive. She still does not pose a threat. He decisively states that everyone else will die. Around the arena, spectators crowd. They wonder, will there be no fight here today? Maybe they should go somewhere else. The manager, sitting at the table, says that she did not expect to see both of them here. She asks, what is the reason for their visit? Handian replies that he manages several points, so such meetings are quite expected. Today there will be interesting fights, so it is worth enjoying the spectacle. The woman replies, is that so? Could it be that they came to apply for a fight? Opposite her stands Manhwa Guan, crossing his arms on his chest. He says, an application? Could the arena manager be involved in anything other than duels? Hong Sol replies, it is hard to believe that Mr. Manhwa Guan is applying for a regular fight. After all, it is about a duel between fighters. She says that they are currently redistributing participants, so duels are temporarily not held. The manager asks them to leave the arena. Sitting opposite her, Manhwa Guan says, she refuses immediately without even listening to them. He thinks she is rushing to conclusions. The man adds that of course he apologizes, but he cannot refuse a duel that he himself requests. Looking the manager in the eyes, he says that this is one of the main rules of the arena. If a duel is requested between fighters of the same rank, refusal is impossible. The man next to whom his protege stands declares that he requests a duel between Baru and Sun Genon. Hong Sol and Baru look shocked by his words. The manager says, well, what a surprise to challenge Baru himself, quite bold. She asks, do they know that Baru is not just an average-level warrior? Manhwa Guan answers that the others here are not weaklings either. Hong Sol thinks, she knows that Sun Gen's abilities are impressive, but the interlocutor, in her opinion, is very confident. Raising her index finger to give weight to her words, the woman says that one of the rules of unarmed combat is that the side accepting the challenge decides the conditions of the duel. Hong Sol bets 10 coins that the victory will be on her side. Manhwa Guan calmly replies that he accepts the bet. Meanwhile, the spectators are anxious. Shouts are heard. They say it will start soon, but when? Is everything really cancelled? On the wooden pedestal for special spectators stand Han Dai-in, the manager, and Manhwa Guan. The spectators continue to make noise. Exclamations are heard. You could fall asleep like this. Start faster. We've been waiting long enough. Guanliran, approaching the manager, says. He heard that the fight went well. The woman replies that his affairs are already settled, so he can leave the arena. The man replies that as long as he remains in the arena, he must do everything required. Perhaps there is sense in that. Manhwa Guan looks attentively at the manager and her deputy. On Guanliran's face is a polite expression. Manhwa Guan thinks. It seemed that he was completing tasks in the arena without unnecessary problems. However, in reality, he turned out to be a traitor. Manhwa Guan's lips stretch into a satisfied smile. He remembers the moment when he found out that the arena was managed by a woman. Then he immediately decided to take control of it at the first opportunity. Glancing at Hong Sol, he thinks that the collapse of the arena, which is led by a woman, was only a matter of time, and he decided to attack slowly and methodically. Looking at the woman, Manhwa Guan admits. He thought that over time chances to attack would appear, but she managed the arena better than expected. Even under such circumstances, he was going to wait, counting on a lucky opportunity. Recently, he considered retreating, but missing this chance would be too foolish. The man thinks that everyone present here has different ambitions, but the way they act indicates that their plan was originally well prepared. Baru stands in front of the barred door leading to the arena. He is called by name. The man looking back asks, what happened? Did he want something? Bien Quan says, the thing is, he came because he heard that the man was going to participate in the duel. Baru asks, is he worried? The guy says, if they are going to fight, what does it matter to him? Why should he worry? The man, smiling, says, it seems the guy is already feeling better. After that incident, all he did was train and walk around like a drowned rat. Lowering his head, Bien Quan replies, that's because he is still a weakling. He realized that back then. Baru replies, If the guy calmly watched Genjigun's mastery without feeling anything, it means he has long surpassed that level. Baru says that BN was already a formed warrior since childhood, and there was nothing to add. There was nothing to teach him. He was clearly trained by an outstanding teacher. The man finds it strange that he didn't realize this earlier. He adds, but the main thing is that the guy reached the highest level without needing anyone's teaching. Although those who value only physical strength and internal energy might disagree. But mastering internal energy at the level of the best masters is an exceptional gift. The guy asks, "Hey, is he really healthy?" Suddenly started praising out of nowhere. The man silently looks at him, thinking, was it for nothing? Baru explains to Bien Quan, even with outstanding abilities, they say that transitioning to a new level of internal energy mastery is impossible once its final stage is reached. But this only applies to exceptional cases when it concerns truly outstanding talent. The man says he thinks the guy has a talent that no one else can surpass. He will undoubtedly be able to master other techniques as well. Opening the door, Baru adds, however, let him remember that now is not the time for complacency. As he leaves, he throws over his shoulder. Since he's here, maybe he'll fix the door while he has no other business? The guy looks at him puzzled, wondering what's wrong with him. Looking after Baru, he thinks, and he said there was nothing to teach? Bien Quan remembers how the man trained him. He showed him the basic movements with a knife in his hands, and the boy repeated them. The guy thinks, why did he take that? He believes that he really learned a lot. When the door opens, the spectators shout excitedly, "Here he comes! Finally it begins!" Admiring exclamations are heard as the martial arts master Kengun Sungen appears in the arena. Then Baru comes out and the spectators rejoice even more. The duel between Baru and Sungen. Oh, it was worth the wait. Sun Jian immediately rushes at Baru and the spectators comment, they jump straight into the fight without reconnaissance. The man dodges the forward-thrown hand of Sun Jian. MANHWA thinks, as soon as the fight starts, the story will begin immediately. Behind Bien Quan appears Huan Yuan saying, it seems better to get out of here. The guy replies that he needs to watch the fight first. He will deal with him later. The young man says mockingly, he expected such impudence from him. Huan Yuan's hand grabs the guy by the forearm. He forcefully pushes Bien Quan, slamming his face against the wall. Smirking maliciously, he says that the guy will simply die today. No Dupeng enters the room where the arena slaves live, saying that Master Baru decided to participate in the duel. Everyone is surprised by his words. Nadan thoughtfully says, Baru allowed them to watch, but as for the others, he does not know. No Dupeng recoils from the man who lunged at him with a knife. He shouts, hey, has that guy gone crazy or what? Nadan and Pei Jiankun peek into the corridor where the fight is happening. They do not understand what happened. Are they fighting? What is going on? You can't take a knife without the manager's permission. 3 more knife-wielding thugs run up to them, one of them shouting that this needs to end. Nadan exclaims, wait, what are you doing? Jim, who is doing household chores together with Man Ok Rim, turns around in surprise and asks, do they need something? In the doorway stands Ton Du, the duel manager. He says that Hong Sol ordered to clean up the dishes left after training and put them back in place. Jim says that she will definitely take care of it herself. The man states that it needs to be done right now. Jim replies, understood. Man OK Rim says, let her not grumble. She will help too, so everything finishes faster. Tondu is satisfied, he did everything as needed. The deputy manager ordered him to gather everyone close to Hansol at the training ground. Tondu asks a question, will they all die? Guan Liran answers, correct, but he says they need to be properly prepared. Aren't those who will die right before their eyes needed? The fight manager smiles quite contentedly in response. Sun Jian's hand shoots forward. Baru manages to dodge to the side. The man grabs Sun Jian's hand by the wrist. He tries to twist it, but the youth's limb seems unbendable. Baru is surprised how strong and tough his young opponent is. Meanwhile, Sun Gen's other hand strikes Baru's hand with fingertips, and blood immediately spurts out. The man instantly jumps aside, not releasing the youth's hand from his grip. Clenching Sun Gen's wrist, Baru mentally insults him. The man strongly pulls the young man by the arm, and he loses solid footing under his feet. Baru forcefully throws Sun Jian onto the arena. The young man flies back to the wall, breaking it with his body. Shouts from the spectators reach the man. As expected from Baru, he threw him against the wall, almost crushed him, practically crushed him. Hong Sol thinks that Baru is truly an outstanding fighter. The woman believes that if the fight is hand-to-hand, the outcome is already decided. Manho Guan thinks, simply incredible strength. He used to be interested in fights as well. He believes that this strength and experience were accumulated through many fights. In fact, at the mid-level fights, Baru simply had no rivals. He could have long ago become an elite fighter, or even a bodyguard for a high-ranking person. But the owner of the arena, who trained Ba-Ru, died of old age. Many offered the man excellent conditions to lure him away, but he rejected all offers. Everyone thought he would leave the arena, but unexpectedly he came under the patronage of a mysterious person. The reason why Ba-Ru decided to follow the suddenly appeared woman is still unknown, but MANHWA closely watches every movement of Ba-Ru, who is on the arena. He thinks that now it no longer matters. Ba-Ru listens, not understanding what strange sound is reaching his ears. The manager is surprised. The young man was hit against the wall so hard, his spine should have shattered. Could it be? MANHWA smiles smugly. Sun Gen has neither an impressive past nor special efforts behind him, but his protege is simply strong. He steps towards Ba-Ru as if nothing happened. The spectators are amazed. This is simply incredible. Is this martial arts technique? How can one deal with such technique? Impressive. Ba-Ru wonders, can Sun Gen use this technique to engage the whole body? He decides that first he needs to focus on the duel itself. Guan Liran, standing behind MANHWA, thinks that the biggest obstacle to executing the plan was Ba-Ru. To complete the matter, it was necessary to eliminate him, either kill or seriously wound. The man reflects. They entrusted him with such a serious task, and all they achieve is to stage a conspiracy. He looks at Hong Sol, standing by the railing and watching what is happening in the arena, thinking. And there is only one woman with whom it is impossible to make a deal. Suddenly a hand gripping fabric covers the manager's nose and mouth, not allowing her even to scream. Moon, covering the woman's mouth, drags her along. Meanwhile, Guan Liran wonders, who is she, and how to get rid of her? The manager tries to resist, but in a moment her eyes close, and she quiets in the strong arms of Moon. MANHWA glances their way and smirks. The smile fades from his face as he shifts his gaze to the arena. Sun Gen stands opposite the opponent. Ba-Ru's hand reaches for his face. The man's palm descends onto the opponent's face and knocks him off his feet. He slams the young man into the wall, which shatters under the force of his blow. Ba-Ru, without taking his eyes off the opponent, speaks. He will see how long the other lasts. Guan Liran says the fight is getting more interesting. It's a pity to leave. He adds that he will go to finish some business. Meanwhile, Moon, slinging the controller over his shoulder, descends the steps. The deputy says that when everything is ready, he will deliver the cargo to the deck. MANHWA replies that he can return when everything is finished. Meanwhile, Ba-Ru slams Sun Gen's head into the stone wall, and although the stone crumbles beneath the young man's head, his face remains expressionless. Sun Gen raises his hand clenched into a fist and aims at Ba-Ru's hand. Amazement appears in the man's eyes. He clearly did not expect such a reaction from the opponent. Sun Gen pushes Ba-Ru's hand away with a strike and frees himself from his grip. The man intercepts his wrist with his free hand. He forcefully pulls the young man by the hand, and now a surprised expression flashes in Sun Gen's eyes. Ba-Ru makes a jerk, and Sun Gen, losing his footing, flies into the air. The man forcefully throws him onto the arena, and he falls, hitting his head on the ground. Ba-Ru thinks that the young man's hands are like blades, and the punches resemble hammer strikes. Han Dayan tells MANHWA that Ba-Ru clearly surpasses the others. He asks, won't this cause problems? The arena manager thinks that at first glance it might seem so. Sun Gen gets back on his feet. The spectators are surprised. After everything that happened, he is still holding on. This is a true battle of spear and shield. The offense intensifies, and the defense is cracking at the seams. A smile slides across the young man's lips as he tells the opponent that he will not be able to die peacefully. Sun Gen adds that Ba-Ru brought him out. MANHWA, looking at his protege, thinks that Sun Gen received many blows, but he only has scratches, and Ba-Ru still doesn't give up. The man admits, of course, he is a master of his craft, so even damage of this level won't stop him. But if even one of Sun Gen's hits lands, Ba-Ru cautiously freezes when the opponent goes on the attack. Sun Gen swings his hand to strike, but the man dodges lightning fast. The young man strikes blow after blow with extraordinary speed, but Ba-Ru successfully avoids them. Gum and MANHWA, gathering plates left by the fighters on the floor, grumble. Weren't they told to leave everything in one place after eating? They even ignore the manager's words. The old woman sighs. Oh, my back. She complains that now even this bowl seems very heavy to her. Gum asks her to rest a bit. She says she can manage on her own. MANHWA replies that she can't afford to sit idly, but she is still very grateful to the woman for her kind words. Gum thinks that she doesn't say this for no reason. MANHWA needs to rest and take care of her health to live long. Suddenly, a group of sullen fighters enters the door. The man leading them, with an injured eye, says, "So this is what they are doing here." Genjan, who is with them, looks gloomy and doesn't interfere in anything. Gum replies that they still need to clean up a bit more. Let them come later. The man replies that they still have to be here, so they shouldn't worry about it. Jim wonders, what is this strange atmosphere hanging in the air? You can't just invade here like that. The fighter with the wounded arm asks, why are they doing this? But No Du Peng demands from the man, who is several times taller and heavier than him, to explain it to him. The man, brandishing a knife, replies, even on the threshold of death, so many unnecessary questions. 3 armed fighters shove Na Don and Pei Jiankun into the door. The latter crashes into the back of the man, threatening No Du Peng with a knife. He strikes with his elbow and knocks the thug to the ground. The thug, staggering, falls on his side. One of the fighters pushes Na Don in the back, shouting, what kind of rat do they have here? He swings a knife to strike. He chokes on his words, and a through-hole appears in his head at the site of his left eye. Pei Jiankun deals with the remaining fighters. Friends rush to help him. Na Don and Pei Jiankun rush forward, almost knocking down the stunned No Du Peng. They say that first they need to get weapons and suggest heading to the training ground. They want to find the secret entrance. No Du Peng curses, not understanding what is happening. Na Don thinks that their death will achieve nothing. They turn the corner and see dead fighters' bodies in the corridor. Running past them, the young man realizes that this is not just a game against them. They are doing it with a specific purpose and have their accomplice. Pei Jiankun and No Du Peng run after him, glancing at the dead people. They run into the open door. Don says, now, if you go through the training ground, there will be an armory. The young man freezes in place, looking at the scene before his eyes in amazement. Around the women, the arena administrators, stand several people armed with knives. The man with the injured eye, who took on the role of commander, says, it seems they are getting it. Not bad. The women look anxious. 3 friends freeze in the doorway. They hear. There are the stubborn ones. Turning around, they see a crowd of armed fighters. One of them shouts that they are doomed anyway. Meanwhile, the smugly smiling Huan Yuan, who had hit the guy's head against the wall, holds his limp body by the arm, preventing him from falling to the floor. The guy, pretending to have lost consciousness, glances at the opponent, thinking that this technique is clearly at the level of Ba Ru. Huan Yuan says, he does not understand where such an insignificant person gets so much impudence. Blood is dripping from the guy's lips. He thinks that he cannot handle the opponent with his bare hands. He decides that first he must get out of here at any cost. The guy lifts his foot off the floor. Huang Yuan squeezes Bien Kuang's hand, mentally already celebrating victory. The guy realizes that the opponent's technique is clearly at Ba Ru's level. The young man, sneering, insults the guy. Bien Kuang thinks that he cannot handle the opponent with bare hands. He decides that first he must get out of here at any cost. The guy lifts his foot off the floor. At that moment, the opponent sharply pulls his hand and he loses his balance. Huang Yuan throws the guy to the floor. Bien Kuang falls, hitting his head hard on the floor. Leaning on his hand, he raises his head off the floor, trying to cough and mentally cursing. The guy sees that bodies of killed fighters lie in the corridor. He wonders, did everyone really die? What is happening? Huan Yuan says that he wanted to have a little fun since the guy is so skilled with the technique. But it turns out he's no different from the other slaves. The young man puts his hand behind his back, where the sheath is attached to his belt. His hand grips the handle of the knife. He says, well, whatever. Well, Huan Yuan rushes toward Bien Kuan, saying he will kill him quickly and end this. The guy turns his head toward the opponent. He manages to get up on one knee, and Huan Yuan is already nearby. The young man swings the knife, but Bien Kuan manages to slip under it. The knife's tip slides along the stone wall, chipping off fragments. The guy thinks he instantly released all his energy and reached the target with one jump. After somersaulting, Bien Kuan freezes in a kneeling pose. The guy realizes that the opponent really has skills he cannot counter. Huan Yuan delivers a kick to Bien Kuan's side, and the guy's body is literally thrown into the air. A cough bursts from his mouth along with bloody splashes. The lattice door slams shut with a loud clang. Na Don, Pei Jiankun, and No Du Peng stand surrounded by armed fighters. One of them tells them to relax. They will die anyway, and it will be a long and painful death. He laughs loudly. Na Don is puzzled. Did they start a coup with such a small group? But Du Pen decides that first they need to take at least one sword. He assesses the man standing next to him with a glance. He thinks that only this way they will hold out until Ba Ru or Bien arrive. Jim indignantly asks, why are they doing this? If the manager finds out, they will be in trouble. The fighter leading the others mockingly asks again, the manager? He laughs. Oh, how terrible. Oh, I'm scared. Na Don realizes that they are not afraid at all. As expected, the sound of a door opening is heard, and the man, chuckling, adds, just in time, the gentleman has arrived. I wonder what will happen now. Guanli Ran, entering the room, says, wow, how many people have gathered. Behind him stands Mo Moon, who has thrown the manager over his shoulder. but the attendees do not yet notice this behind the deputy's broad shoulders. Man OK Rim, heading to Guanli Ran, says that he is on time. She adds that he will be shocked when he finds out what happened here. Approaching him, the old woman turns to the armed fighters and pointing at them with her finger says, "Not only do they keep them here like prisoners, but they also threaten them." Guanli Ran replies, "How dare she, a simple worker, talk to him like that?" The old woman looks at him in surprise, not believing her ears. "What?" The man raises his hand and strikes Man OK Rim in the face. Staggering, the old woman falls to the side. She falls to the floor, hitting her face on the ground. Jim immediately rushes to her with a cry.
Grandma!
Looking back at Guanli Ran, the woman asks, "What the hell?" Even if he is the deputy and holds a high position, the manager definitely won't forgive this. A smug smile appears on the man's lips as he says, "So that's how it is." Without looking back, he throws over his shoulder to Mo Moon standing behind him to take off that rag. He replies, "Will do." He carries out the order and Nadon's eyes widen in surprise. Mo Moon lowers the manager to the floor and holds her by the clothes so she doesn't fall. The woman stands bent over, under the pressure of his heavy hand. Guanli Ran asks, "Well, shall we start?" The deputy strikes the woman in the solar plexus. Jim, fussing over the old woman, gasps in fright. Looking at Han Sol's exhausted face, the arena administrator wonders, what is happening? Bei Jiankun rushes forward, deciding that this is their chance. He punches the nearest armed fighter in the face with force. Then without delay, he kicks him in the stomach. The fighter commanding the others shouts, "Well, he's gotten brave." He asks Guanli Ran, should they kill them all? The deputy says they still think they can do something. He orders to make them feel what a real fighter is capable of. Mo Moon says, "As you say." Bei Jiankun stands over the defeated opponent, clutching a knife in his hand. He even closes his eyes, realizing that before him is an unarmed fighter, a martial arts master. Bei Jiankun, looking at Mo Moon, thinks, he knows that those like him are incredibly strong, but the man understands that they have no other choice but to fight, and attacks Mo Moon. The latter blocks the knife attack with his bare hand. For a moment, the opponents freeze, looking into each other's eyes. Bei Jiankun closes his eyes, thinking, impossible. He understands that he is doomed. But Dupeng and Nadon freeze, thinking that Mo Moon is simply a monster. Even Bi Yen cannot handle him. The manager also freezes, looking at Bei Jiankun and his opponent. Guanli Ran, glancing at Han Sol, says, he sees that she is surprised. He adds that he hadn't said this before, but Mo Moon uses the Genjigun technique, turning his head to the woman and looking her straight in the eyes. He adds that her Bi Yen, on whom she spent years, was not even close. He believes that she has neither the skill to train masters nor the insight to recognize them. The deputy says, it makes sense that he should be the owner of this arena. The woman stares at the deputy without blinking. Now she understands what's going on, and reproaches herself for being so naive. When opening the arena, she needed a person who could replace her in communicating with many people. A person with good skills but without ambition. Although he was just an in-worker, Guan turned out to be a suitable person, able to please people even through cunning. Relying entirely on her intuition, she appointed him as deputy. As expected, Guan successfully proved himself. The fighting hall moved from average to prosperous. As soon as the money began flowing into his hands, the man's facial expression and attitude began to change. She thought that the new position was shaping his personality and paid no attention to it. In the end, this became her main mistake. She should have considered not only reputation but also human greed, and she was fully aware of the danger of human greed. Han Sol closes her eyes, reproaching herself for carelessness. Looking intently at the deputy, the woman asks, why didn't he just kill her? What's the point of this whole circus? Guanli Ran answers, during the slave rebellion, the manager dies, and her place is taken by the deputy. A story no one would doubt. And also, there is a person who wants to see her as an ally. Leaning toward her, the man adds, but she shouldn't relax because of that. There are terrible rumors about him regarding how horribly he treats women. Perhaps death now would be the better option. Shaken, Jim listens to their conversation. Han Sol says, in other words, he spared her. Smiling, she asks, no matter how vile and terrible he is, can that compare to her life? To what she has endured? The man looks at her, not understanding what she means. Smiling, Han Sol says, she shouldn't think she will give up so easily. One thing she is sure of. She declares that she will survive everything, no matter how long it takes, and will destroy everyone here, without exception. Her words impress the man. He looks stunned, but he quickly pulls himself together, and a slight smile slides across his lips. He says he knows perfectly well how stubborn and cruel she is. She won't even flinch if countless slaves die in the arena. Bringing his face close to hers, he says, allowing someone to get close is uncharacteristic for her, but she showed her weak spot. When she sees how those who were close to her die, even her strong will waver. Straightening up, the deputy orders his henchmen to kill everyone. The harsher, the better. Standing with her hands tied behind her back, Han Sol mentally hurls curses. If only she could free herself and reach the sword. Meanwhile, the big guy Ton Du, holding a knife in his hand, loomed over the frightened Jim. The woman says they have worked together for so many years. She asks him not to do this, but he replies that after finishing this job, he will take the deputy position, and he doesn't care about all those past years.
2 fighters attacking Na Don promise that he will drown in his own blood.
The man commanding the fighters lunges with a knife at No Du Pen, shouting that his turn has come. The dark hand of Mo Moon intercepts the wrist of Pa Jan Kun's hand, in which he is gripping a knife. The man closes his eyes tightly, clearly experiencing pain. With his other hand, Mo Moon strikes Pa Jan Kun's limb from below, and his arm breaks like a dry branch, blood spurting from the open wound. Mo Moon, bending his arm at the elbow, intends to strike the man with the edge of his palm. His hand reaches for Pa Jan Kun's neck, who, gritting his teeth, endures hellish pain. Huan Yu-1 kicks Bien Quan in the side, tossing his body into the air. A muffled moan bursts from the guy's mouth along with bloody splashes. Bien Quan, flying back a couple of meters, falls hard to the floor. The guy, leaning on his elbow, lifts himself slightly off the floor. Trying to straighten up, he thinks. Without a sword, he can't defeat the opponent. The youth mockingly says, "Managed to jump back at the last moment? At least he can move." Huan Yu-1 watches puzzled as the guy disappears around the corner of the corridor, turning sideways. The youth says, "A pitiful sight." BN looks like a beast that tucked its tail and tries to run away, seeing the opponent's superiority. Walking down the corridor, the guy thinks, "If I pass the training hall, there will be an armory." He stops in front of the barred door and freezes. One of the guy's eyes is bruised and swollen, turning into a narrow slit. Bien Quan sees the fighter's knife plunging into Na Don's hand, who tries to protect himself with it, almost cutting it off. Meanwhile, a second fighter attacks the youth from the side. Gum Gum, shielding an old woman with his body, begs to spare at least the grandmother. Shaken, Bien Quan shouts, "Stop! Enough! What are they doing?" The manager mentally gasps. "Bien." The deputy, smirking maliciously, asks, "What's going on? Is he still alive?" The guy stands in front of the door, mentally cursing. Locked. If he had a sword, he could kill them and save the people. He shouts to Don to forget about them and just run. But Du Pen, who has a bloody cut on his chest, says that the guy still can't defeat them. Jim, whose eyes are about to flood with tears, begs the guy to run. Meanwhile, Mo Moon strikes Pa Jan Kun with the edge of his palm, slicing his neck. Jim, with a breaking voice, says, "Please, hurry." Bien Quan looks shocked, drops of sweat run down his face. Before his eyes, the scene reappears when his brother receives a fatal wound. The saber slices through Chong's body, descending lower and lower. Blood splashes everywhere. The brother drops to one knee, and behind him the boy sees his killer. The eyes of little Quan fill with tears. In front of him stands the face of his brother, begging him to run. In Bien Quan's head flashes. Run away? Do they really want that? Everything repeats again. He mentally curses. His foot presses harder against the floor. He mentally says, "At least once." He begs, "Just once." The guy thinks he must show the same strength as his brother. He lifts his foot off the floor. Behind the guy appears Huang Yu-1 with the words, "He knows that running away will get him nothing, right?" The young man says that he is already starting to get tired of this. In Huang Yu-1's hand, he clenches a dagger. Pushing off the floor with his foot, he rushes toward Bien Quan, saying it's time to finish this. At that moment, the guy stands with his foot raised above the floor. The young man approaches him, extending his hand forward with the dagger. The tip of the dagger enters the guy's back, and at that moment he forcefully puts his foot down on the floor. Blood spurts from under the dagger, the blade sinking deeper into Bien Quan's body. In Huang Yu-1's eyes glows a cold triumph. The guy, feeling the cold steel mercilessly cutting through his flesh, mentally gasps. He remembers that when he first used the dagger here, he managed to easily kill the opponent, a thug bodyguard. That was when he felt his combat skills had grown. He thought that with the weapon he could become stronger as soon as possible. He believed that combining a dagger or sword with physical and energy techniques would allow him to achieve incredible strength. To master the weapon and chi technique, he never let go of the sword except during time allotted for body training. But no matter how much he trained, fighting for his life for a long time, besides the Keegan technique he mastered in childhood, he still cannot use others. He remembers watching his brother's training, sitting apart on a rock. Quan asks his brother, "Why don't they use weapons?" He says that if you use weapons, you can become stronger. At the same time, the boy demonstrates how he twists the head of an imaginary opponent with his hands. Chong glances sideways at the boy. Then, turning to him, the young man says, "It was so obvious that he didn't even think to mention it. Looking at his hand clenched into a fist, Chong explains that his father's combat skills were formed through constant unarmed battles. He says that when a person holds a weapon, the muscle movements change. The flow of energy becomes more refined. Their father developed combat skills relying only on his own body, feeling the movement of muscles and energy. The slightest deviation in the flow of energy can be critical, like an abyss between the sky and the earth. Chong adds, therefore, the father's martial arts can only be mastered by training without weapons. Certainly, weapons can be used once he has mastered all the techniques. Even with an ordinary stick, Quan is already capable of winning. However, there is no need for that. Quan, attentively listening to his brother, asks, why is that? The answer is, the father's skills surpass weapons so much that they cannot be compared. Bien Quan mentally calls himself an idiot. He reproaches himself for getting lost in the illusion of an easy victory without weapons. The guy thinks that his brother did pass on all his knowledge to him. Energy circles appear around the guy's leg. They rise higher and soon envelop his entire body. He slightly tenses the muscles of his back, and the blade of the dagger breaks with a crunch. Surprise and confusion appear on Huan Yuan's face. The big guy Tondu strikes forcefully with a knife, intending to deal with Jim. But suddenly the old woman Man Ok Rim throws herself between them, shielding the woman with her body. The knife enters her back. Jim screams, "Grandma!" Suddenly Han Sol crashes into the man with his whole body, throwing him aside. All together they fall to the floor. The manager falls on Tondu, knocked down by her, and Jim sinks under the weight of the old woman's body. The big guy swears, not choosing his words. The deputy orders not to finish her off, but rather to tie her up and then deal with it. The response is, okay. Huan Yuan, examining the dagger fragment, says the guy was lucky. Perhaps the knife fulfilled its purpose. Without looking back, the guy orders him to stay here. He says he will deal with the others first. Huan Yuan freezes, looking at Bien Quan in surprise. Then he says smugly, a rookie is a rookie. He got scared, and it seems he completely lost it. But the guy, ignoring him, rushes forward. With one hand, he pushes aside the bars of the grate as if they were made of paper. Huan Yuan looks at him puzzled, wondering what is happening. The fighters obeying the deputy look at the guy approaching them in surprise. But these are metal bars. How did he do that? Tondon, who is still standing with his hand raised, from which a knife protrudes, the handle of which is gripped by one of Guan Li Ran's henchmen, looks at the guy with his mouth open. But Do Peng is also shocked by what is happening. Gim, holding the wounded old woman close, cannot believe her eyes. Hong Sol is staring intently at Bien Quan, no less surprised than the others by his behavior. She recalls Ba Ru's words. Bien has already reached the highest level of mastery in controlling Qi energy. This is a unique style that focuses on deep work. Ba Ru says it is only a supposition, but the guy definitely knows other techniques. He is sure there is a reason why he does not use them. The man adds, but once he starts, no one will be able to defeat Bien. Now Hong Sol understands what Ba Ru was talking about. Drops of sweat run down Genjan's face. He realizes with surprise that the guy is using an enhancement technique. Momun looks puzzled. Did the guy just hit the grate and bend it? That's simply impossible. Guan Li Ran is amazed. How did Bien master Kengun? If he had known earlier, he would have tried to lure him to his side. He regrets it, but understands that now nothing can be done. The deputy shouts at his subordinates. What are you worth? Let them kill him! Even if he were a great martial arts master, one sword strike, and he's dead. An armed fighter lunges at the guy with a knife. Bien Quan, without even turning to him, strikes the knife with his elbow, and the blade splits into two parts. The fighter is shocked. The guy then strikes him on the right side of the face with the edge of his palm. Guan Li Ran's mouth opens in surprise. How is this possible? He cannot believe what is happening. The fighters do not rush to attack the guy. A shout is heard. He dealt with him in one move. Bien Quan says, let them not rush, in any case. After a short pause, he says that he will kill them all. A drop of sweat runs down Mo Moon's face. He cannot believe that the guy really used Kengun. But what frightens the fighter is not this. The power of Kengun is so great that it can tear steel apart. With proper application, there is a possibility to cut the head into pieces. Using the technique together with physical strength, one can knock the head off the shoulders. But for this, one must be able to simultaneously apply Kengun and calculate physical strength. Mo Moon thinks that the ability to use both close combat and energy technique is impressive. However, if a person does not possess the monstrous ability to combine Qi, ordinary weapons will be quite sufficient. Huan Yuan reflects on the sharp change in the guy's behavior. He does not know why he only now decided to use the energy technique. But now fighting will be even more fun. Bien Quan says that he does not care why they started all this. The guy adds, let them figure it out themselves. It does not concern him. The deputy is puzzled. Then why did he intervene? The guy says that these people are definitely not involved here. Bien Quan, stopping near Na Don and the fighter who blocked the young man's hand with a knife, says that he is different from them, those who live to kill. The guy adds, but even to him, a man whose life consisted of suffering and rivers of blood. He remembers how as a boy he lay unconscious with a compress on his head. Bien Quan struggles to open his eyes. He lies wrapped in blankets and carefully surrounded by pillows. Turning his head to the side, he sees No Do Pen, Pajan Kun, and Na Don sleeping on the bare floor, having given their blankets to him. Gim Gim and Man OK Rim bustle around him, sitting at the table over a bowl with a chicken carcass. Placing his palm on his chest, the guy says, they showed care and warmth that was so lacking. Tears appear in the eyes of both women. But Do Payan is also touched by Bien Quan's words. His eyes become moist with tears. Betraying moisture rolls down the cheeks of the moved Na Don. Han Sol, covering her eyes, has trembling lips. The guy, turning to the fighter who wounded Na Don, says, there are people who must not be touched under any circumstances. Looking at him with a heavy gaze, Bien Quan says, and for what they have done they will pay. Let them not expect mercy. The fighter shouts, die! His hand, gripping a knife, rushes to the guy's throat. A fist is pressed into the thug's jaw, driving it into his skull. Blood sprays from the fighter's mouth and eyes. From the blow, the thug's body falls backward by inertia. A man commanding the other fighters rushes at the guy, swinging a knife and shouting that he will finish him off himself. Bien Quan's leg flies up and strikes the hand of the man gripping the knife. He releases the weapon from his hands. The blow knocks him off his feet. Mo Moon is impressed. He thinks that he even uses Kengun with his feet. But now it is clear, he cannot use other techniques simultaneously. He believes that Kengun is comparable in level to his technique. Mo Moon decides that everything is clear to him. One of the fighters clenches a metal baton in his hand. A voice sounds, demanding that he give it to him. The man turns his head confusedly towards the owner of the voice. The deputy is pleased by the appearance of Huang Yuan, a master of physical strength and martial arts techniques. Guan Ran believes that with these two they have every chance to win. He calms himself, assuring that he is worrying for nothing. Armed with a metal quadrangular baton, Huang Yuan heads towards Bien Quan, thinking that mastery in martial arts is not a guarantee of invincibility. The young man believes that the whirlwind created by close combat power is unreachable for chi energy. The guy stops opposite Mo Moon. At the fighter's feet lies the body of Beijan Kun. The man's throat is crossed by a bleeding wound. Bien Quan says, and to him, especially to him, he promises to show him what true fear is. The guy's leg forcefully drops to the floor. Mo Moon tensely looks at Bien Quan. Behind the guy appears Huang Yuan, who rushes into attack. He swings a metal club in a jump, planning to bring it down on the guy. Bien Quan swings, and his hand flies towards Mo Moon's hands, who believes that thanks to Huang Yuan the battle will end quickly. The man slightly leans to the side, thinking that upon impact the force inevitably concentrates in one place. Since his energy is focused on the hand, he will not be able to use it to protect other parts of the body. Mo Moon concentrated his energy in his hands to repel the attack. Huang Yuan's eyes widen in surprise. With one movement of his hand, the guy literally tore Mo Moon's body into two parts. In the man's head flying to the side, a spark of surprise still flickers, which immediately goes out forever. The deputy, sweating profusely, wonders, how is this possible? The big guy Tondu thinks that this guy is clearly not human. Bien's friends watch every one of his movements in surprise. The manager looks at the guy fearfully, slightly parting her lips. Huan Yuan froze in place, holding up his club. Without looking back, the guy asks, why did he freeze? Turning his head and looking the young man in the eyes, Bien Quan says, he did say to wait. Huan Yuan knows there is a level of skill that allows simultaneous use of close combat and technique, but he is seeing it with his own eyes for the first time. Drops of sweat run down the young man's face. Looking at the torn edges of the wound on Mo Moon's body, Huan Yuan realizes this is not at all what he had imagined. The manager notices some differences. However, she admits that this is almost the same level of power as his. The deputy is unable to move. He doesn't understand how this is even possible. This is simply unthinkable. He clenches the scabbard in his hand, which holds the sword, realizing that if his plan fails, his head will roll. Guan Ran remembers that Huan Yuan is still in the game, and hope for a favorable outcome awakens in him. The deputy shouts to the young man to kill this guy. He promises that for this he will give him a reward 10 times greater. Huan Yuan thinks that fighting the strongest has never scared him. After all, even a single insignificant attack in battle can change the course. Even if the opponent is strong, there is always a way to win. However, he remembers how easily the guy tore Mo Moon's body apart. The young man believes that this is a power that cannot be bypassed by any tricks. Huan Yuan understands that he will die in a fraction of a second. The guy stands, waiting for his decision. The young man finally decides what to do. A metal baton falls at his feet. Raising his hands, the young man says he has had enough. He believes it is better to die with honor than to resist and perish disgracefully. The deputy is stunned. He looks at Huan Yuan with disbelief, unable to believe that this could have happened. Bien Quan rapidly approaches the young man, who even recoiled in surprise. The guy asks, "Why is he deciding this?" He asks the question, looking the young man in the eyes. After all, he also killed someone today, didn't he? Huan Yuan, without looking away, answers, "Let him believe it or not, but he did not touch anyone, for he only fights with the worthy."
A voice calling him a monster reaches Bien Quan.
The guy over Huan Yuan's shoulder looks at the man, saying he should have been killed back then. The big guy Ton Du, holding the manager kneeling in front of him, raised a knife above her. He says, "Stop showing off. Even if he is not killed, others might die." The deputy behind this big guy thinks now is not the time to decide who to keep alive and who not. Guan Li Ran presses the blade to Jim's neck, who is sitting on the floor holding an old woman to her chest. Nadan, who noticed his actions, mentally gasps. The deputy orders Hen to kill the manager immediately if she moves even a little. He readily replies, "Yes, sir." Guan Liren says, "No matter how strong the guy is, he cannot kill both of them and save the hostages at the same time. If he even twitches, one of these women will die." The deputy orders his men to all attack Bien at once. He is sure the guy has nowhere to run now. The fighters respond in unison. "Yes!" A crowd of armed fighters rushes toward Bien Quan. Guan Li Ran's voice reaches him. Did he understand? Any movement, and the hostages will die, so let him surrender and die peacefully. Huan Yuan, turning to the fighters, thinks regretfully. These idiots do not understand at all what is happening. The guy freezes and stands silently, not trying to do anything. A crowd of people stands around the arena, enjoying the spectacular duel. Sun Jian attacks Ba Ru, moving his hand lightning fast, but the man dodges his strikes. The young man's hand passes just a few millimeters from Ba Ru's face. The next thrust is aimed at the man's chest, but he dodges to the side again. Ba Ru thinks, if everything continues like this, eventually he will get hit. Sun Jian's palm rushes toward the opponent's face. The man thinks about what to do to break the young man's technique. Ba Ru intercepts the attacking hand by the wrist. Sun Jian's other hand rushes toward the opponent's stomach. It easily tears Ba Ru's body. Blood splatters. The young man tries to penetrate deeper to rip out his entrails. A smile appears on Sun Jian's lips. He says that the move with the grab and throw is now useless. The smile slips off his lips when suddenly a knife blade appears before his face. Ba Ru with one sweep blinds the young man. A bloody scar crosses the eye socket of Song Gen, on whose face a grimace of pain appears. The frightened man. Ho Guan mentally scolds the young man. He clearly said that vigilance must not be lost with this person. No, nothing could be done here. He also could not have predicted that he would attack, even after receiving a blow to the stomach. The manager thinks, if you receive such a blow, the fear of death paralyzes the body, and even a fighter cannot move. But this man, how is that possible? The confrontation between Ba Ru and Song Gen continues. The young man wonders, did the opponent plan this from the very beginning? His hand reaches for the knife, and he grabs the blade. Ba Ru directs the knife so that its tip touches Song Gen's neck and pierces the skin. Man Ho Guan, sincerely worried about his protege, wonders, why did he stop? The attack needed to be intensified. He believes that even with such an injury, with proper energy concentration, the blow could not have been deep enough to kill. Tension rises, and the manager carefully watches what is happening in the arena. Ba Ru, continuing to hold the knife, extends his other hand forward and with his fingers squeezes Song Gen's surviving eye. He simultaneously presses with his finger and the knife, not easing the pressure. The man thinks that the young man is too fast, but with the help of the knife he was able to stop his technique. Sun Jian, deprived of sight and with a wound on his neck from which blood is gushing, loses his balance. Fragmented thoughts rush through his mind. In such a battle, why him? The man who pulled the knife from the opponent's body watches as he falls at his feet. Voices of the spectators reach him. At first it seemed they were evenly matched, but Ba Ru clearly surpasses by several steps. Ba Ru thinks that after the duel ends, it may seem that he won effortlessly, but the victory was achieved with a minimal advantage. Standing motionless over the fallen Sun Gen, the man looks at the cheering spectators. He understands that only the opponent's arrogance and inattention led to this result. Man Ho Guan and Han Dai-in stand motionless with their mouths slightly open. Han Dai-in mentally admits he did not expect Ba Ru to win in such a way. But from the very beginning, he did not believe that Sun Gen's technique would have an overwhelming advantage. He recalls a recent confrontation he observed from the stands, an unshakable will against the power of movement technique. The man continues mentally reviewing the most impressive moments, noting Ba Ru's ability to make decisions without losing a chance even at a critical moment. Although Sun Jian was better in technique, in the fight the key aspects remained with his opponent. Han Dain realizes that it is not as easy as it may seem. The ability to do this in a real fight, risking life, depends not on experience but on talent. Looking at the arena, he acknowledges that Ba Ru is a born fighter. He lifts his chin up and raises his eyes to the sky, regretting that watching such fights no longer stirs any emotions in him. Ha Dain thinks that interest in this person faded many years ago. The man remembers how once, on the day he came to greet the elder, he saw him. He immerses himself in memories. The first thing that caught his eye was an empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. He finds it amazing that someone so decisively opposed the elder, who possessed the resources and power of this country. But, seeing his combat skills, Ha Dain was amazed. He recalls a man with strength capable of overturning an entire country, a warrior who came from Kor. Closing his eyes, the man fully surrenders to memories. The power of this man made everything around empty and meaningless. But even despite this, Han Dain could not give up fighting, because without it, the sharp sensations were lacking. Han Dain, opening his eyes, casts a sidelong glance at the man standing next to him. That is why he made an alliance with these people. He believes that even if one slightly returns to the former harmony. Looking at MANHWA, shocked by what happened in the arena, the man finishes the thought. No one knows how the future will turn out. MANHWA cannot take his eyes off his protege. He mentally utters the name of the youth bleeding in the arena, Sun Jian. The man remembers how a close manager sent a message. Juvenile criminals were allowed to learn the art of Qigong. And now MANHWA stands before a boy on the other side of the bars. Before him stands a child with an innocent look and hands shackled in chains. It is known that he comes from a poor clan of warriors. Also that the death of his father in competitions seemed to have driven him mad. The boy became a madman who takes pleasure in killings. But in MANHWA's eyes, he was just a child playing with his power. The man assumes. Perhaps the boy realized that they were alike. The one who obeyed no one strangely began to listen to him. MANHWA thinks they were like father and son. The man admits to himself that he is not sad at all. He thinks that even when others destroy what is yours, it causes anger. Watching Ba Ru head towards the barred door, MANHWA thinks that once he leaves the arena, he will be beyond saving. But if he miraculously survives, the man promises to finish him off with his own hands. A torn wound is visible on Ba Ru's stomach. He thinks the injuries are much more serious than he thought. The man believes the treatment may take a long time. Approaching the door, Ba Ru finds it strange that the manager is absent and Bien is nowhere to be seen. A sharp knife is pressed to Han Sol's throat. Guanli Ran threatens, if they take even a single step, everyone will perish. The manager thinks, how did she come to be held captive by this wretch? Nadon realizes that even Bien cannot protect everyone. Someone among them will definitely die. Huan Yuan believes that even if they all rush together, it will be pointless. It's impossible to save everyone at once. He wonders. Maybe he should do something too. Bien Quan is pondering something. He is immersed in memories. The blade cuts through the elder brother's body. John drops to one knee and looks him in the eyes. Behind him stands the man who dealt him a fatal wound. The guy says that no one else will die before his eyes. He stomps so hard that his foot sinks ankle deep into the ground. Huan Yuan flinches away from the guy, not taking his eyes off him. The deputy holding the sword near Gyom's neck shouts that her death will be on his hands. The sword's blade cuts the skin on the woman's neck, who closes her eyes in fear. Tears stream from beneath her closed eyelids. Splashes of blood hit the faces of Guanli Ran and the manager. Tondu manages only to utter a bewildered exclamation. His eyes freeze and drops of blood fly straight into his face. A significant part of the strong man's body is torn off by the merciless hand of Bien Quan. His hand, gripping the knife, along with half of the torso, falls to the floor in one direction, while the man's body collapses in the other. Guanli Ran, having failed to understand anything, freezes with his right hand torn off. With one swift movement, the guy deals with both opponents and stops, leaving them behind. Huan Yuan freezes with his mouth open. He believes it is impossible. The guy's strength and speed have grown again. Drops of sweat run down the young man's face. He wonders, who is this guy anyway? Bien Quan wipes a stream of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth with the back of his palm. He mentally tells himself to hold on. There are still those who need to be killed. The guy asks who is next in line. The fighters freeze in fear, afraid to even move. They fall to their knees and bow their heads before him, begging for mercy. Bien Quan scans the attendees with his gaze. One of his eyes has turned into a narrow slit due to a scratch. Nadon and Nodu Pen also freeze, impressed by the guy's strength, which they had not even suspected. Jim is about to cry, but she tries to hold back tears. Huan Yuan thinks. Now he finally understands the situation he is in. If he tries to survive, there is still a chance of rescue, albeit small. The guy's gaze stops at Genjan standing by the wall. The man freezes in fear, afraid even to guess what the guy intends to do. Bien Quan asks, what, he was here too? The man shouts that the guy misunderstood everything. He did not want to do this at all. He says he did what he was told, but killing his comrades is too much. He bitterly admits that he simply lacked the ability and influence. He admits that it seems the guy is telling the truth. Bien Quan suddenly loses interest in him. His attention is drawn by someone's groan. He looks at Guanli Ran, who lost his arm and still cannot comprehend what happened, muttering, "How? Why?" With his left limb, he grabs the stump of his right arm, finally realizing what happened. But Dupen is called by the manager, and he readily turns to her. The woman sitting on the floor asks him to untie the ropes on her hands. He hurries to carry out the order. He decides that he will need a knife for this, and leans over the severed limb, on the open palm of which lies a knife. The man running picks up the dagger, but Dupen cuts the rope on the woman's hands tied behind her back. Hong Sol, as soon as her hands are freed, gets up on her feet. She says that there is a doctor in the room, and orders him to help the old woman. The deputy asks to do something with his hand. The manager, addressing Na Don and Dopen, orders them to go with the others to get help. Na Don thanks her and refuses, saying that it can be done later. He explains that now it is better for him to stay with his brother Bei Jan Kun, while the young man looks at the body of his friend lying nearby. A deep cut is visible on the man's throat. Bien Quan looks sadly at the body of Bei Jan Kun. He notices a long cut on the chest of No Dupen. The guy shifts his gaze to the wound of Na Don, who almost lost his arm. Bien Quan tells his friends that the two of them need to leave. The guy thinks that help wouldn't hurt them now, and adds that he will stay here. The distressed Na Don and No Dupen silently obey him and leave, unable to hold back tears. Gim Gim, glancing at the guy, thinks that Bien was also badly hurt. Bloodstains seep through the fabric on the guy's shoulders and back. The manager leans down and picks up the sword. The deputy, looking at the woman fearfully, asks her forgiveness, respectfully calling her madam. With tears in his eyes, he asks to be forgiven at least this once. He assures that he never had such intentions from the start. Han Sol quietly says, "So there were none," he says. The man hastily explains that the owner was worried that she cared more about Bien than about the arena. He thought that problems with managing affairs would arise because of the young man. Huan Yu-won, observing the guy, thinks that, looking at his abilities, it seems even the manager did not know what he was capable of. He wonders, was he hiding his skills, or is it something else? Not holding back tears, Guanli Ran promises, if she spares his life, he will tell her about everyone who helped in this matter. A slight smile slides across Hong Sol's lips as she says, "Does he really think she doesn't know this?" The manager says, "The unexpected proposal of Manhwa Guan, the betrayal of the head of the guards, and the actions of Tong Du. When such things intertwine, it cannot be a simple coincidence." Tears uncontrollably stream from the eyes of the man, looking humiliated and pleading at Hong Sol. The woman says for him to name at least one reason to spare his life. She points the sword at the deputy. He replies that he can testify against them. With one motion of the sword, Hong Sol slices the man's throat. He tries to shout help, but only a moan escapes his lips, and blood sprays in all directions from the wound. Guanli Ran's body falls at the manager's feet. The woman asks, does he really think that is enough for her to spare him? Then she turns to the kneeling fighters and addresses them. And they, Hong Sol says that they are no longer needed by her. Someone among the fighters shouts, "Run!" The men rush from their places trying to escape. The manager does not allow them to leave. Just like with the deputy, she slashes their necks. Only muffled screams are heard and bloody splashes scatter around the room. The manager stands, gripping a sword in her hand. Huan Yu-won thinks, quickly and accurately. He understands that ordinary slaves cannot compete with her. Genjan is surprised. Why does she not touch him? The woman turns her head to the guy and calls him by name, B.N. She orders the guy to deal with the fighter nearby. Huan Yu-won stares fearfully, drops of sweat running down his face. The manager calls B.N. over. She decides that he must deal with the fighter next to him. Huan Yu-won is frightened by her words. The young man, covering his eyes, thinks that he was ready for this. His last decision is to accept death with dignity, rather than cling to life at any cost. Huan Yu-won, standing with closed eyes, decides, this is the end. The words of the guy force him to open his eyes. He cannot. The young man looks at Bien Quan with surprise, who says that he cannot kill someone who does not threaten him and is not ready to fight. The guy thinks that surely there will be an uproar, but there is no other way. Huan Yu-won wonders, what is happening? Why is he behaving so strangely? The manager bows her head and sinks into thought. The young man believes that they want to eliminate him, but he is not going to give up just like that. He decides that he will have to enter the fight. To his greatest amazement, the woman says, then they will probably forget about it. Hong Sol addresses Huan Yu-won. Judging by his reaction, everything became clear. One who is ready to meet death is incapable of lying. The woman says, since he did not touch anyone, only fought with BN, then it means he is interested only in him. It seems this person is indifferent to what is happening. He is drawn only to the battle. If BN decided that he does not need his death, then he can retreat. The guy asks, what if he had died? Hong Sol answers, well, he died and died. What can you do? The manager assumed that he was not one to die easily. Such is his character. Han Sol, glancing at Genjan, says that they will not touch him. She explains that when she came to her senses and began to analyze the situation, she saw that he stood out from the others. He was not holding a weapon, and his face clearly showed dislike for the violence happening. She realized that due to weakness, inaction was the only option. The woman believes that even the fact that he did not succumb to the instinct to kill deserves respect. He did all he could. The manager adds that in this world even such people are rare. Genjan became emotional upon hearing her words and was filled with gratitude towards her. He bows deeply, thanking Han Sol and assuring that he will never forget her kindness. The young man thinks, it is hard to say what kind of person she really is. The manager addresses Huan Yuan, saying that he can consider himself free. No one will blame him or report what happened. Turning away from him and heading to the exit, she adds, but if he decides to stay, she will offer him to become her fighter. The woman asks the young man, stunned by her offer, to think about it. Han Sol, without looking back, leaves the room. Han Dai-in, sitting at a table under a branching tree, slowly drinks a beverage from a cup. There is a teapot on the table near him. Opposite him stands Manho Guan. His hand strikes the table forcefully. He shouts, what the hell? He thought they just missed the manager at first, but in reality, they failed the mission. The man's eyebrows are drawn together at the bridge of his nose. A vein bulges on his forehead. Manho Guan says, he assured that he would complete everything without problems. So what went wrong then? He says that among the fighters only Ba Ru stood out, and only BN could possibly handle 2 warriors. But even he would hardly be able to defeat both of them. Han Dai-in says, maybe the fighters were weaker than they thought. Clenching his teeth angrily, Manho Guan wonders, was there really no one there capable of using Qi? Although, if there had been a Qigong master with him, he would have already told everyone about it. The man, continuing to lean over the table, says that they should not have trusted Guan Liran's words. They should have found out everything themselves. He admits that this was his mistake. Han Dai-in says, well, since everything is already over, what is he going to do next? The interlocutor replies, until now it was just a game. But this time he lost his valuable fighters. He cannot let it go just like that. Manho Guan says that he will destroy Han Sol and all the fighters at any cost. Han Dai-in says, sounds promising. He will see what comes of it. The manager, standing by the bed, asks Ba Ru, is he okay? How does he feel? He, propping himself up on his elbow, assures the lady that everything is fine. He can move calmly. The woman tells him to rest. He should not trouble himself. Consol adds, the doctor said if the wound had been deeper, it would have been difficult to heal. Ba Ru, sitting on the edge of the bed, replies that he agrees with his opinion. Heading to the window, the woman asks, were the blows that strong? Ba Ru replies, at such a level that the body could not withstand. If not for experience, the fight could have ended badly. Looking out the window, the manager says, she used to be interested in finding out how he fights, his fighting style. But now the need for this has disappeared. Closing her eyes, she says, too stunning a sight. Ba Ru says that BN saved everyone using his skill and energy. The man admits, he expected that he would one day demonstrate his abilities, but to achieve such a result alone, impressive. Consol says that even more surprising is BN's reaction. She believes that the guy has reached incredible heights, but feels neither pride nor joy. She adds that his cold-bloodedness and confidence show that he was prepared for this. As he said, completed art can manifest gradually. Her hand clenches into a fist. She says one way or another. For a brief moment, memories carry her away to a blood-soaked past. Han Sol, after a short pause, says, now it has become possible. Ba Ru, looking at the proudly straightened back of the woman frozen by the window, says, although he has not seen BN's combat skills personally, he is sure of it. The man adds that the skill level of the trainees of other managers and BN still noticeably differs. They know who the elite of the battle arena is, the greatest masters of the country, capable of competing with the imperial generals. Ba Ru is sure, if BN faces them in battle, he definitely will not survive. The woman replies that it does not matter, even if he turns out to be weaker. The manager, turning to the interlocutor face to face, says that she will create the necessary situation and suitable conditions so that BN ends up winning. Ba Ru asks the manager, does she really think that it is unimportant? Han Sol silently looks at the interlocutor. The man, whose stomach is bandaged, gets up from the bed. saying that he can give his life to repay the lady for her kindness, but Bien is a special case. Obviously, the guy has his own intentions. Baru believes that Bien should not be entrusted with a fight that could cost him his life and is unrelated to him. Honsol responds, an interesting statement. She asks, then why has no one stopped Bien from participating in fights until now? Didn't Baru hope that Bien would become someone who can defeat anyone? The man answers that this is possible if the guy is given time and full preparation. Saying that the risk is huge is an understatement. However, it is not always a matter of life and death. Honsol believes that everything depends on the level of threat. Now that he has proven his strength, one can judge his combat qualities. Baru says, it's easier to avoid guilt that way. The manager says that it does not change her attitude. Heading to the exit, the woman adds, if everything goes according to plan, she will sacrifice her life for his. In the training room stands a coffin tied with red ribbons. Near it on the floor sit Nadon and No-Du Pen. Examining the ribbons, No-Du Pen says, he did not expect that even such small details would be considered. Their mistress is very smart. Nadon says their brother Baejan-kun is going home. No-Du Pen thoughtfully says, should this be considered a success despite the circumstances? A little apart from the comrades, Bien Kwan sits on the floor. Closing his eyes, he immerses himself in memories. Little Kwan, recently entering the arena, looks at his falling apart shoes. The boy, called Bien, is called by Baejan-kun. He hands him small shoes, saying that they are for him. The friends demand that he explain what is happening. The man replies that he simply decided to take a pair of shoes. But Du Pen says with bewilderment, left somewhere in a hurry, leaving his things. Baejan-kun says that Bien could also use some shoes. Looking at the boy examining the shoes, the man says that when he looks at Bien, he thinks of his family left at home. The new shoes stand on the floor. The boy sleeps on his side, placing a small pillow under his head and covered with a blanket. Nadon, lying nearby under his blanket, says, it's still great that he agreed to accept the shoes. When he was given new clothes, he got angry and went back for his old ones. Baejan-kun, lying with his eyes closed, says, probably the old clothes had special value for him. He, lying between Nadon and No-Du Pen, says that they spent a lot of time together, however. He asks, don't they want to share their story? To tell how they ended up here? No-Du Pen, lying on his side, back to his friends, replies that he has nothing to tell. There was nothing remarkable in his life. Since childhood, he lived as an orphan and a beggar. As he grew older, he felt uncomfortable among those like him and began to live alone. Closing his eyes, he says that every winter was difficult, but catching birds and rabbits helped him survive and gave him peace. Once, dozing off with prey in his hands, he woke up already captured by slave traders. The friends silently listened to his story. Nadon says that he grew up as a person who does not understand worldly realities. Looking at the ceiling, the young man says that his mother was Korean, and even when he grew up, the warmth and care of the people in the village did not disappear. When his father and mother passed away, he could no longer stay in that place and left the village. He closes his eyes, but from under his eyelids, treacherous tears seep out. Nadon says that as soon as he entered the world, everything was taken from him, and now he dreams of returning back. The young man says, it's hard. Nadon wipes his tears with his hand. Silence reigns in the room. Baejan-kun, lying with his eyes closed, says that he never liked his hometown. He talks about how hard work on the farm undermined the health of his mother, little brothers and sisters, and he also had to take care of his wife, and it was incredibly hard. Nadon and No-Du Pen simultaneously lift themselves from their pillows and ask, is he married? They inquire, did he really have a wife? Baejan-kun asks in response, does that surprise them so much? He says that he tried, but the harvest was not enough to survive the crisis. He had to borrow money, but even that did not save them. The man says that he could not pay the debts. The interest kept increasing, and in the end, they took away their land, and he was sold into slavery. Baejan-kun sighs. What about his family now? Nadon and No-Du Pen sympathetically remain silent in response, continuing to sit. Baejan-kun says, no matter how hard it is, he will still stay alive. They will go through all the hardships together, he adds, and then they will all safely return home. Bien Kwan, pretending to be asleep, listens carefully to the friends' conversation. The guy sits, sadly lowering his head. He thinks that what he looks forward to most is the moment when they are home again. Bien Kwan turns his head and looks at the coffin. He thinks that before this, he must avenge his brother. Near the throat of the man with a small beard is a sharp knife. He asks, why do they act this way? Two burly men hold the skinny old doctor, one of whom pressed a knife to his throat. He begs for mercy, saying he is just a minor official. MANHWA, standing opposite him, says, there is no need to hide that he was watching them. The prisoner objects, saying that this is not so. He only helped the wounded and the victims. Pouring sweat, he adds that he noticed something. The old man tells the man listening attentively to him that he came across a strange corpse. The body was completely burned and looked creepy. Manho Guan thinks that such consequences on the body can remain after incredible acceleration of the body, after he was cut at incredible speed. He knows that only masters of a high level are capable of such a thing. Only a master of the highest level can spin an iron hammer at enormous speed. He thinks about the fact that such a technique is available only to the chosen ones, those who are definitely better than Ba-Ru. He wonders, was there really a master of such a level among those who participated in the battle? Or is it impossible? Manho Guan asks, what happened to Bien? The doctor replies that the guy has serious injuries. His left arm and shoulder are damaged, and the back injuries prevent him from moving. The man decides that this is definitely not his doing. It seems someone is acting from the shadows. The lattice door, whose bars Bien bent with such ease, remains in place for now. No one is in a hurry to replace it. The guy is training, practicing kicks. He forcefully strikes the floor with his foot. Energy instantly surrounds his body in a flow. He throws forward a fist-clenched hand. Lowering his hands, one of which is bandaged, he thinks. The movements on the left side are weak. The strength is insufficient. The guy believes that all muscles must move synchronously. For one punch, the left side of the body must be tensed, including the back and lower back. He thinks with regret that all this time the training was wasted. Bai Enquan believes that to reach the limit of his strength, he has learned to use every tiny muscle of his body. Now he can easily control the muscles and concentrate power whenever needed. When he fully recovers his strength, his control over his body becomes flawless. The guy thinks that now he can become invincible, but there is still one problem. He believes that because of the power incomparable to simple concentration, placing his palm just below his chest, he continues to ponder. It seems to him that his body and even his insides are breaking down. He decides that he needs a little more time to prepare. Bien Quan clenches his right hand into a fist. He thinks that whether he can withstand depends on the number of enemies and their power. He believes that in such a situation, it is unclear how many enemies he will have to face. The guy thinks that the destructive power still needs to be used. He will have to figure out how to restrain this explosive energy. He stomps his foot again, and an energy flow begins to swirl around his body. Bien Quan wonders, will he manage? In the mountains on a rocky plateau stands a small fortress. Manho Guan stands by the wall watching something. A man with an indifferent face thinks, to personally participate in a useless fight in the morning. This is truly worthy of an elder brother. A man in armor with an axe on his shoulder says, as they said in Mutu, strength decides everything. Even such lands become accessible. He adds, and it seemed that he took down a couple on his own, without help. A man explains, he heard that there is a master here who accepts challenges from anyone. That is why he came. He asks, but what if he dies? Will his house and wealth then go to them? A man with a small beard says, the rules and results of the fights must be strictly observed. Otherwise the warriors will not be able to feel the true spirit of battle. A completely bald man, owner of a small beard, adds, his death will lead to the loss of property, but at the same time to the destruction of everything built here. The response is, that's funny. The man clenches a sword in his hand. The man with the axe thinks that the shape of his sword is quite unusual. He is confident that even the fastest wind cannot surpass his technique. The owner of the mountain fortress asks, words, is that all he is capable of? The man, raising his hand with the axe above his head, attacks the opponent in a jump. A man raises a sword towards him. His opponent thinks, no matter how hard he tries, it is useless. But his complacency immediately disappears, and his face becomes puzzled. A light cry escapes from his lips. With a lightning-fast movement, the owner of a small beard inflicts several fatal wounds on his opponent. He manages to gouge out his right eye and inflict several penetrating wounds to the neck and chest. The opponent falls at the feet of the fortress owner. Manho Guan thinks, so fast it's impossible to even react. He reflects that he moves with such speed as if these are not separate movements, but a continuous attack. Looking at the man sheathing his sword, Manho Guan thinks that before him is one of the best masters. His art is unsurpassed. The man with the beard sighs, saying that it is so boring that he simply has no words. He says that the morning guests have left. Then he asks, and what reason brought an old acquaintance here? Manho Guan does not rush to answer. Leaving the fortress, the men stroll across the plateau. Without looking back at the guest, the fortress owner asks, do they want to take a mercenary without registration in the Fighters Guild, and of master level or higher? He asks, on what grounds should he provide them with such a person? Manho Guan replies, he is not asking for nothing. He adds that such a strong person has indeed been found. The man turns to him, answering, on the contrary, he is quite curious. While Manho Guan remains silent, his interlocutor decides, if there is a master of that level there, then even out of curiosity it is worth intervening. The man informs the stunned arena manager that he will look himself. He says there is no point in sending subordinates. He can just go himself. MANHWA does not hide his surprise. He explains that the opponent is also a martial arts master. If he goes out himself and kills him, problems may arise. There is a rule that only masters of the same level can fight. The interlocutor replies, correct. Even if the elder, meaning himself, has lost interest in martial arts, he still strictly adheres to the rules. MANHWA heard from Hande in the reason why the martial arts lord lost interest in them, but he cannot believe it. He thinks, for a warrior so strong. The man he calls the master of martial arts says, then first we need to figure out what this is about. Glancing at MANHWA, he adds, if everything is as he said, he can provide as many people as needed. The arena manager gives his word that everything is exactly as he said. The sun generously illuminates the city streets. A gentle maiden's hand brings a stick with candied fruits to her lips. The man asks, why not go into the hotel instead of sitting right on the ground? The girl, savoring the sweets, replies that sometimes it's okay to sit like this. She asks the head of security to stop grumbling. The girl sitting on the step, in a fancy bright outfit, whose elements that catch the eye first are a round cap and a short cloak, continues eating the fruits. She asks the interlocutor standing before her, wasn't the arena a place with more warriors than ordinary people? Finding worthy warriors turned out to be harder than she thought. This puzzles her. The man replies, whether warriors or arena slaves, if they are still alive here, it means their life was full of suffering. He believes they won't give up so easily. The girl says they have no other choice. She declares that first and foremost, they need to find the arena manager. She thinks that although they haven't seen each other for a long time, she will help her. The girl gets up and rushes forward. The man says that they don't even know where. Does she really want to search blindly? The interlocutor, looking at him discontentedly, replies, blindly? You just need to use your head. How many arena points does the woman control? The man thinks it would be great if it were that simple. They stand near the gates. The girl says to her companion, see? You just need to use your brain. They easily found the right arena. The man replies. She says easily? They went around more than 10 points. The girl explains. That's because they were given strange directions, or because there are other arenas controlled by women. The interlocutor suggests she just open the door, and she hastily agrees with him. They enter the room where the arena is located. The girl is surprised. What, empty? She asks. Shouldn't the arena be crowded during the day? Jim, the floor cleaner, looks around at the visitors. She apologizes and informs that the establishment is temporarily closed. The girl replies that they are not customers and says that they are looking for the manager, Han Sol. Jim says that she has to disappoint them. The manager recently left, and it is unknown when she will return. The girl looks upset and confused. She clearly did not expect such an answer. BN Kwan walks down the street in a new suit. The guy's left arm is bandaged. He says that this outfit is certainly better, but the manager walking ahead of him replies that his clothes are in terrible condition, but replacing them with new ones is a luxury. Until he gets his clothes in order, he can wear at least this. It's not worth attracting unnecessary attention outside the arena. The guy replies briefly, understood. The woman thinks that when he was a child, they often walked together, but now this is their first outing together in a long time. BN Kwan says, it doesn't look like they just went out to eat. If she has something to say, let her say it. Without looking back, Han Sol says, even if she asks how he became stronger, he still won't tell. She says that, in any case, now he is truly strong. In their arena, he has no equal. If he wants, escaping from here will not be difficult for him. The guy looks at her, trying to understand what she is implying. Han Sol adds, she is curious whether he will fight to the end or run away. Turning to face him and looking intently into his eyes, the woman says, if he has to fight opponents who are stronger than him. The guy looks questioningly at the manager. BN Kwan replies, he clearly said, answering her with a stern look. He reminds her of his words. He will become the strongest here. The guy says that now he will be able to defeat any opponent and will no longer run away. The woman would also like to think so. She believes that even being in such a place, the guy's nerves should be tense like a string. The manager falls silent. A pause hangs. BN Kwan feels that something is wrong. A man with powerful biceps, towering over the guy several times in height, passes by, almost knocking BN Kwan off his feet. The guy thinks, what? Even if it's because of the wound, he still feels as if he was hit by a boulder. The man, possessing an athletic figure, says, since the guy faced him head-on and doesn't even try to run away. A blond man, dressed in a vest that does not hide his muscles from onlookers, glances at the guy whose crown does not reach his shoulder. He says, he can't even tell who is in front of him. How pathetic. The manager clearly knows this man, and she is unpleasantly surprised by their meeting. Looking at the man, Han Sol thinks that before them is one of the strongest fighters. Mentally, the woman briefly characterizes him, just a psycho. She knows which category the man belongs to, who is now looking challengingly at BN. The manager wonders, what could he have forgotten in such a district? The guy is also a bit puzzled. Judging by the stranger's speech, he is eager to enter the battle. But can he fight outside the arena? Meanwhile, the man, without looking back at Bien Quan, says, "All right then, this time he can be spared." The guy asks, who is he even talking to? But he is not allowed to finish the sentence by a loud response to the giant's words. "Yes, brother." The guy clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He looks around and sees a whole squad of tall, muscular men. One of them, glancing at Bien Quan, says, "Let him consider himself lucky." The squad passes by the surprised guy. He says that it seems it will be without a fight. But Bien Quan is puzzled. Why does the man have such a crowd? The manager thinks he is lucky. Everything could have ended badly. The guy replies, "What are you talking about? He was the one who let them go." He adds that first he needs to heal his wounds. The woman says, that's why she says he is lucky. Bien Quan is a little surprised by her words. Han Sol says that even in a healthy state he has little chance. The manager explains that he is one of the strongest fighters in the arenas. The guy is impressed by her words, one of the strongest. He watches the departing blonde. Bien Quan thinks that if he can defeat him, it will be an excellent springboard. Han Sol says, when Bien recovers, he will have to fight those like him. The guy wonders if he can handle it. Bien Quan asks, what is the point of this question anyway? He is interested. Is the manager nervous because his opponents are becoming more dangerous? The guy adds that if that is the case, then it is not worth it. Every new battle is his personal choice. He chose this path himself. Taking a step forward to continue on his way, leaving the woman behind, Bien Quan says, and if in the process he also helps her, then he is all for it. After all, he has been indebted to her since childhood. Therefore, she should not worry about his battles. The woman thinks that this is exactly what makes her worry. Closing her eyes, she thinks that the guy is too kind. Her thoughts are interrupted by someone's voice calling her, "Manager!" A girl in a short orange cloak runs up to Han Sol and throws herself at her to hug her. The manager exclaims in surprise, "Lady!" The girl, not letting her go, says they haven't seen each other for a long time. She calls her manager, then corrects herself. Han Sol. The guy looks at them in surprise, wondering, are they acquainted? The girl's companion thinks she's behaving improperly again. Already sitting at the table, the girl says they haven't seen each other since Han Sol suddenly visited the Merchants Guild. She adds that she should have at least been shown the arena. Instead, she just drank tea and left. Is that how it's done? Raising the cup to her lips, Han Sol says the arena is not a place where a lady should be. Besides, the girl is still too young. And why is she dressed like that? Looking at her outfit, the girl asks, "Beautiful, right?" She says she borrowed the outfit from the guildmaster. She thinks it's very comfortable to wear. Han Sol, looking at the man, says that it is probably not easy for him with her. He replies, "It's okay. He is already used to it." The head of security, sitting at the next table opposite Bien Quan, crosses his arms on his chest and watches him eat. The girl asks the manager a question. Is this guy her slave or subordinate? She adds that he looks about her age and wonders, maybe he will accompany her to the arena? Han Sol answers, no. The guy, chewing, says she looks like a girl from a wealthy family. She really shouldn't go there. The man says he speaks far too familiarly. Isn't he a slave? Bien Quan stares at him intently. The man snorts. What a disgusting look. He addresses the manager, saying she needs to teach the guy a good lesson. The woman tells him to stop, saying that he is not a slave at all. A questioning expression appears on the man's face. The manager says that he is the best fighter in her arena, and therefore deserves respect and communication. Bien Quan looks at the woman in surprise, then asks, why has she suddenly softened? Is she sick or something? Han Sol replies angrily, he should also stop talking, before she kills him. The man, examining the guy, thinks, the best fighter in the arena? Seriously? And he still looks like a green puppy. He concludes that Han Sol is taking care of him out of pity. The girl is puzzled. Why does this guy communicate so easily with Han Sol? She doesn't like him. Meanwhile, the manager addresses the girl. They probably didn't come just to meet her. She asks, what is the purpose of their visit? Han Sol says, she heard that the girl is currently training to manage the guild. During such an important period, she shouldn't be wandering around arenas. The interlocutor replies, exactly. She wishes the purpose was only to talk with her. She says the woman already knows that not far from here, in Ganshu, there are offices of many trade guilds and merchants. The girl reports that some of these guilds have encountered problems. Most of the goods brought from Kor are distributed throughout the Songski Empire via the Chang'an River, starting from Kanshu. and on the way from Kanchu to the Chang'an River, guilds are being attacked. The girl says that they have not been affected yet, but this time they have to transport silver ingots, so they need more guards. Hong Sol replies, if it were just about simple guarding, finding people would not be difficult. But since they came so far to find warriors, it means the matter is serious. The girl says that, as expected, Manager Hong Sol noticed everything accurately. She says, there are rumors that the bandits are even more dangerous than the regular army, especially their leader. They say he is so strong that he can deal with experienced captains with his bare hands. Hong Sol and B.N. Quan listen carefully to the girl. B.N. Quan is impressed by her words. Tear apart with bare hands. The arena manager says that it is all made up. There are very few masters that strong even in the martial arts city. The woman adds, if it suddenly turns out to be true, it is better to ask the army for help than to look for martial arts masters. The man supports her. He also thought about asking for help from elite troops. But as soon as they see the silver ingots, they will start constantly demanding money. He adds, since expenses are going to be much more serious than taxes, it is worth spending on a real master. In the long run, it will be more profitable. He believes that everyone is making a mountain out of a molehill. Even in their great trading guild, there is only one true master of the highest level. Could some bandits really have such a skilled warrior? The man says that he plans to hire several people. Since Manager Han has long settled in these parts, let her help with finding skilled workers. Han Sol says, well, I don't know. The person she liked recently died. The guy thinks, is she talking about Deputy Guan Li Ran? The manager says, if this is a one-time security order, maybe someone can be found. The girl asks, what about her warriors? She heard the martial arts master's house is still closed. The woman is surprised. How does she know? She replies that she went there before meeting her. The girl says they don't need drunken fists, and there are enough other fighters, aren't there? The guy thinks he doesn't like this idea either. Han Sol says she is all for it, but unfortunately she can't help. She has serious problems right now. The girl sighs. Nothing can be done. She suggests still visiting the branch supervised by Manager Han together. She says, in a couple of days her father will arrive. They need to greet him. Han Sol repeats confusedly, father. Night. Mountainous area. A person is running at full speed. His heavy breathing is heard. Mentally the man curses. They didn't even find their shelter. Could they have been tracked? From a rocky ledge, a vaguely visible silhouette with a blade in hand lunges at him in the darkness. A thought flashes in his mind. Shadow. He curses mentally. The person lands not far from the man. He swings the blade, but the opponent has already disappeared. The man with a red scarf around his neck, soaring high above the opponent, attacks him from above, gripping a sword in his hands. The man, cursing mentally, manages to dodge, but a bleeding cut remains on his cheek. He thinks the opponent is using the air step technique. The man wonders, is he the strongest among the others? The opponent stops, throws the blade over his shoulder and says, now it's his turn. The man hears the person who appeared behind him say, good. He realizes that the others are also approaching. Looking at the second opponent, he understands that although he appears unarmed, he definitely is not. He judges this by the fact that the man is wearing gloves. The man decides that the distance still allows him to fight himself. He will definitely take down one quickly. He says, let's see who beats whom, and making a sharp turn, lunges with the blade at the person standing behind him. A hand protected by a glove stops his weapon. The man looks shocked. Meanwhile, the man is crumbling his blade into small pieces with his hand. Looking at the handle with a broken blade, the man is unable to think of anything. He understands that the opponent's technique far surpasses his skill. The opponent tries to hit him with his hand. The man, trying to defend himself, raises his hand with a broken piece of sword. The opponent's fingers dig into his arm just above the elbow. Blood spurts from the wound. He easily tears the man's arm off, and the man, horrified, sees how his limb, still gripping the hilt of the blade, soars into the air before his face. A dry cough bursts from the man's chest. Meanwhile, the opponent aimed his hand at the area of his solar plexus. His hand tears the man's body and penetrates inside. Fragmented thoughts slide through the man's mind. It can't be. It cannot be said that he is an ordinary older brother. The man in gloves pushes away the body of a man with a huge hole in it. He falls right at the feet of the opponent. The man in gloves says, it seems they are not just bodyguards, but fighters with the art of the drunken fist. The man with the red scarf around his neck replies, maybe we should lie low for a while. The glove wearer says, no need, they won't catch them anyway. He adds that they will continue to profit in their own way. Many people stand around them, their figures hidden under long cloaks. In response, it is said, right, they work like a pinpoint network, they can't be tracked. No point in attracting extra attention. One of those hiding in the dark under a long cloak says, and today, by the way, an interesting opportunity came up. The glove wearer asks, so is it a big deal? The interlocutor says, you could say that. The Chang Trading Guild is hiring warriors. The man in the red scarf says, if they are increasing the number of guards, it means they are transporting something important. The man in the long cloak replies, possibly, and this time he plans to act a little differently. He reports that tomorrow he will join them as a guard. The glove wearer says, does an army need to disguise itself as bodyguards to get into the guild? Wouldn't it be easier to just attack? One of the warriors, turning to the man with the red scarf, says, they are not the best fighters, but nevertheless they differ in strength. The glove wearer says, since he got them, he is sure he will not yield to anyone. At the same time, he shows everyone his hand covered with a black glove. The man in the long coat, planning to infiltrate the trading guild as a guard, says that he thinks so too. He adds, but if there is at least one of their people among the guards, it will weaken the enemy's forces and give a chance for an inside attack. The young man in the long coat adds, since they have a more reliable way, it would be foolish not to use it. The glove wearer says, logical. The interlocutor in the long coat replies, and the matter is much more serious than he thinks. The men, one of whom is wearing gloves and the other has a scarf around his neck, look expectantly at the young man. He says, if everything works out, each of them will be able to live comfortably. The next day, the body of the man who died at night lies on the ground. Words are heard. They say that in Kanshu they watch suspicious types. In the speaker's hand are 3 pointed blades tied with a cord. He says that judging by the left tracking mark, these are novices unable to camouflage and hide. A mighty man clutching blades in his hand speaks. But since there are no shelters nearby, there is a chance they are deliberately watching to identify and eliminate their network. There is both carelessness and cunning in this. It seems they do not yet have a clear structure. No less mighty a man, sitting beside the body of the deceased, answers him. Nevertheless, their strength is impressive. Looking at the large round wound on the corpse's body, he adds, from the wounds it is clear that he was killed not by a sword but with bare hands, and not everyone can mutilate like that. The man leaning over the body says, it is surprising that not only the older brother possesses such strength. The fair-haired giant who collided with Bien Quan on the street says, interesting. He says that they behave like rats, and they are not lacking in audacity. He adds, judging by the fact that they run in a pack, do not attack themselves but clean up the traces. The blond man says that from this moment on, only he and the commander will personally search for the bandits. He tells his subordinates who are listening attentively that if they comb through Kanshu, sooner or later they will track them down, or else they will attack the guild. Everyone listens carefully to his words. On their faces are different expressions: disagreement, protest, readiness to obey all orders. But no one dares to object. The fair-haired giant says that if he was entrusted with this, it means that all the rats must be found and destroyed immediately. They must not be taken off their guard. The man who examined the corpse has already gotten to his feet. He asks the blond man, calling him the elder, will he really handle this himself? The latter, clenching his hand into a fist, replies, for the first time in a long while, he gave a direct order. The giant adds, he is irritated that dirty dealings are taking place near the city of martial arts. The man promises to personally kill not only these bandits, but everyone connected with them. The man who asked the question thinks that whoever they are out of luck. A cart is traveling along the mountain road, followed by escort warriors. The man, companion of the girl from the trade guild, sits on the shafts, managing the horses. He says, thanks to the manager Han Sol, they easily hired warriors. The manager sitting in the cart replies to him, no, she only spread information about hiring bodyguards. The girl next to her says that she doesn't even know how to thank her for the help. She adds, if it weren't for Han Sol, how would they have gathered such fighters? Behind the cart, among others, walks Huan Yu Wan. Looking at the warriors, the girl adds, and all of them clearly do not look like simpletons. Huan Yu Wan thinks, although he said he quit this, but this is how far it has come. The girl looking back says that one of them really does look weak. At the same time, she looks at Bien Quan. She adds that she does not know if he is really the best in martial arts, but since Han Sol hired him, he should hold on. The guy replies that he actually did not intend to get hired. The man sitting on his goats is angry, and looking back, he thinks that he will definitely make this fool change his tone. Han Sol says that the guy has always lived in the city of martial arts. Let him at least breathe the air. So she took him. She asks the girl not to worry, of course. She will not charge for his hire. The girl looks at her in surprise. Han Sol cares so much about a simple mercenary? No way. She used to support only her. She admits that she feels somewhat disgusted because of this. Suddenly she realizes the meaning of the manager's words and exclaims, wait a minute, she says he will not be paid? Accusingly pointing at the woman with her finger, the girl says, The best martial arts warrior would not fight for free. That means he is just a student. What the hell is he best? Her words reach the guy. What a ridiculous guy. Bien Quan gets angry and thinks, maybe give her a slap. He persuades himself to endure, since it seems the girl is connected to the owner of the establishment. Bien Quan tries to remain calm. Suddenly a rockfall begins and huge boulders fall on their squad. The man on the goats ducks and curses. He is puzzled. What on earth caused the collapse? He thinks something is fishy here. Warriors accompanying the wagon try to dodge the boulders. One of the men says, as far as he knows, they should not be here. The second replies, they just got lucky. He barely manages to finish the phrase when a powerful club wielded by a man attacking him from behind crashes down on his head. Without having understood anything, the man whose half of his head is blown off falls forward. His body falls right at the feet of Huang Yuan. Looking at the man with a club in his hands, the young man is puzzled. They hired him after all. What is the matter? Meanwhile, the man with the club asks, what is he staring at? He adds that the young man will also die, and rushes into the attack. He swings the club, but the young man ducks, and it passes over his head. The man is satisfied with the power of his strike, but understands that he did not reach the target. He decides to swing harder and raises his hand with the club above his head. The man is swinging a club, but the young man successfully dodges the blows. The attacker begins to get angry and insults Huan Yuan. The young man decides that he must not kill him. He needs to understand what he is plotting. He must be taken alive. A huge boulder falls near the cart. The girl thinks that the landslide could be sudden, but for so many huge boulders to fall at once. The manager tells the head of security to stop. They need to check the situation behind. He objects. They might get hit, better to move away first, and then stop. A large stone flies past the man. He pulls the reins to stop the horses, but the horses bolt and he, cursing, tries to hold them back. He thinks, what if one axle of the cart is broken? If they don't stop immediately, it will overturn. The horse almost rears up. The man tries to hold it. The cart wheels spin at incredible speed, but then they finally slow down. The man mentally exhales with relief. Good, the accident was avoided, but it was an unusual collapse. First of all, he needs to quickly take the lady away from here. Leaving the cart, he turns back, asking, are they okay there? A huge boulder flies straight at the manager. The woman closes her eyes, realizing that this is impossible to avoid. The man wonders, why exactly after the cart stopped? Suddenly a hand catches the boulder and changes the trajectory of its flight. The man looks with surprise at how Bien Quan jumps and grabs the stone hanging over the manager. He is shocked. The guy stopped the boulder with one hand? Bien Quan throws the stone aside. The guy turns his head to Han Sol, saying that it is not fitting for the manager to tremble with fear in the arena, right? Bien Quan says, no matter what happens, she can be calm. Since he is here, nothing dangerous will happen. Han Sol looks at the guy with surprise and some tenderness. She cannot believe that he is ready to defend her at the cost of his own life. The man on the goats looks puzzled. To deflect a falling stone. How strong must his chi be? The power of Qigong is not the only asset of martial arts, but it is hard to believe. He thinks that the manager was not wrong to speak of him as the strongest warrior. These were not empty words. Only now does the man notice the empty seat next to Hong Sol. He asks, where is the lady? He was distracted for just a second. He jumps down from the goats to the ground, assuming that maybe she fell out when the cart lost balance. He expresses hope that the girl was not hurt. He freezes, seeing a cap lying on the road. The man wonders. The headwear is here, but where is she herself? He picks up the cap and looks at it confusedly. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices that the hand of the warrior watching him made a sudden movement. Frowning at him, he asks, why is that one reaching for the sword? The man whose face is marked by a scar covering one eye does not hurry to answer. Bien Quan, standing behind the backs of the other warriors, watches them. His face is completely expressionless, but he listens to every word and notices the slightest movement. The scarred man mentally curses. No one told them that among them would be a master of a high level. He decides that if the person responsible for the rear intervenes, they will be able to overcome them. But since the girl has already been taken, there is no point in risking it. The man with the scar apologizes, saying that he was just scared because of the collapse and lost control of himself. The escort of the missing girl says, I see. By the way, did he see the lady who was riding in the carriage? The man with the scar explains that he was too busy dodging stones. He believes that she must be somewhere nearby, and adds that he will join the search. The girl's escort swears, did no one see her? He turns to Bien Quan with a question. Did he see the lady? The guy answers, before they stopped and the collapse began, one warrior pulled her out of the carriage. He thought that he was just guarding her. The man's hand grabs the guy by the chest. He calls the guy an idiot, saying that he was taken as a guard, and he just watched as she was stolen. Bien Quan replies, he wants to put all the blame on him.
The head of security shouts that it is, of course, his fault.
Looking coldly into his eyes, the guy answers that the warriors, including himself, were hired to guard the merchants. He adds that the man was supposed to protect the girl. B.N. Kwan mockingly adds, "What a good fellow." While the girl was taken right from under his nose, he didn't lift a finger. The manager, approaching them, cuts him off. "Enough!" Han Sol says that the most important thing now is to find the lady. The man replies that she should also be on guard, because the one she involved has disappeared. If something happens to the lady, she will be the one responsible. The woman silently looks at him, unable to find the right words to respond. The boy, whom the man continues to hold by the lapels of his clothes, intervenes in the conversation again. Bien Kwan says, "They saved a drowning man and he is still dissatisfied. Is he serious?" The boy reminds that they were the ones who asked for help, and the manager, disregarding status, used connections. But as soon as problems started, they were immediately blamed for everything. Bien Kwan says, well, if the man is angry at him, he will endure it. But when it comes to their manager, he'd better not cross the line. After a pause, the boy adds, "Otherwise they are corpses." Han Sol is stunned by Bien Kwan's words. She clearly did not expect this. The head of security snarls that this youngster relies on some pathetic chi and has imagined himself immortal. His hands are itching to teach him a lesson. The warrior with a scar on his face mentally notes that internal strife has begun in the squad. He thinks that if everything goes as it should, there will be a chance to deal with everyone at once. His attention is drawn to Huan Yuan, who says that he doesn't know what's going on there, but... The warrior looks at the young man in surprise. Huh? He's alive too? He thinks indignantly, what is the one watching the rear doing? Meanwhile, Huan Yuan, approaching the disputants and dragging a man by the collar whom he holds by the scruff, says, "First we need to deal with this." The bodyguard says, "It seems this man is indeed hurt." He asks, "Isn't the young man treating him too roughly?" Huan Yuan replies that the man is really wounded, but not because of the collapse. He explains, "When the rockfall started, this scoundrel killed one warrior and tried to deal with him as well." Hong Sol does not hide his surprise. The head of security asks threateningly, "What did he say?" The scarred warrior mentally curses, thinking that this young man is not ordinary. He realizes he can't handle him alone and decides to wait for a convenient moment and escape. The manager says, "When the trading groups were attacked, they said everything happened quickly and precisely, right?" The bodyguard answers, "Yes, he also heard about it." He wonders, but what does that have to do with their case? Then he guesses and adds, "The warriors the manager provided them with arranged all this." The bodyguard finally lets the guy go. Han Sol says, "Which is more likely, that another group appeared and started operating in the same region, or the previous organization continued working but by different methods." The head of security asks him to forgive his bluntness, but if those she brought organized the collapse, Han Sol says that then it should be assumed that the attackers then and now are the same people. Looking at the prisoner, she adds, "Both he and the one who disappeared with the lady are listed as martial arts warriors. So the organization attacking the trade groups consists of martial arts masters." The woman says, besides planning the attack, one must have information about the transportation routes. The manager concludes, so someone who can access this information has connections with the martial arts masters. In Ganshju, they should start by selecting those who meet these criteria. The head of security mentally agrees with her. That makes sense. The scarred warrior is unpleasantly surprised. She figured out the whole scheme based only on the current situation. He decides that he needs to escape quickly and report everything. Glancing at the prisoner, the warrior mentally scolds him for causing him to even lose his own bag. The warrior thinks that leaving him here is impossible, as he might reveal information about their group. He realizes they will have to either escape together or kill him. A solitary human figure is visible on the clifftop. The man, who together with the squad of the fair-haired giant discovered a dead body on the road, says, "We need to check all nearby places that could be strongholds or where a group of people might gather." The man's attention is drawn to a person rushing below among the trees, carrying over his shoulder a girl who is unconscious. The girl's eyes are closed and her body hangs limply. The kidnapper, holding her by the legs, rushes forward swiftly. The man thinks that dragging a girl in a deserted place is a suspicious scene, and the speed at which he runs. The warrior is clearly trained. He decides that it is worth checking and quickly sets off. The person with a red scarf around his neck says, "They caused a landslide and disappeared, so those remaining below should have already arrived." Behind him, trees are visible. The owner of black gloves says, "If the goal was kidnapping, then a landslide is too dangerous a method." He says that the hostage could have died. The man standing with his back to him, to whom he is speaking, replies, "It is risky." He does not argue. But this way eliminating opponents is much more effective. He adds that their people knew there would be a landslide, so they have enough skill to avoid it. He believes there are no problems. Turning to face his interlocutor, he says, "Frankly, they do not particularly care about the fate of the hostage. Much more important is that their identity is not revealed, and for that, everyone should be killed." The man with the red scarf asks, "But if he intends to negotiate, wouldn't it be better to keep the hostage alive?" In response comes a categorical, "There will be no negotiations." The owner of the black gloves asks, "Then why the kidnapping?" The person he is addressing, who is clearly the organizer of the entire operation, replies, "They found out that in the Kanchtui department of the Chang Guild there is a whole bunch of silver ingots." His interlocutors are impressed by his words. The organizer continues to speak. The head's daughter has disappeared, and most people will be occupied with searching for her. He adds that they will steal all the ingots that are there at that time. The man with the red scarf asks, "So, he ordered to kill everyone responsible for the kidnapping?" The organizer responds, "Their organization by itself cannot fully gather for discussion. Therefore, he only passed instructions to those responsible for this matter." The man with the red scarf thinks that such people are exactly what they need. Cold, calculating. The owner of the black gloves is interested. But if it's about the Chang'e trading group, they surely have strong security at the main branch. So why did they hire martial artists? The organizer responds, "Probably the security of the main branch is occupied with other matters. Therefore, it took time to attract their attention." He explains that most likely they plan to transport only the part of the silver needed at the moment, since no one would entrust the transportation of a large amount of ingots to soldiers hired in a hurry. The owner of the black glove says, "If everything is really like that, and the security has not yet been involved, then attacking the branch in Kanshu and taking the silver for oneself will be very easy. He believes it could have been done without kidnapping the head's daughter." The organizer explains, "Attacking the city branch is not the same as setting an ambush on the way in the mountains or on the plain. If the fight drags on, local troops or guards of other trading groups may intervene. To complete the operation quietly and quickly, they needed to distract them." The owner of the black glove says, how well he has thought everything through. He asks, "Was the plan made immediately after they decided to attack the trading group?" The organizer answers, "No, it all started with the formation of their organization and obtaining information that the silver would be redirected to Chang." A question is heard. Was he really targeting them from the very beginning? A man who appeared behind the organizer says, "That's why they didn't touch their caravans, even when there was a chance." Glancing at him, the organizer replies, "Of course. When they attacked other trading groups, they only increased security measures. But if they themselves had been harmed, the guards from the main branch would have arrived immediately." The man standing behind him says, "And then they simply wouldn't have had such a chance." He admits that the organizer is a true strategist, and the more he listens to him, the more convinced he becomes. The organizer modestly replies that everything coincided successfully, nothing more. He says that the head of the branch in Kanshu, from the Chang trading group, is quick in calculations, but a very cautious man. When attacks became more frequent, he stopped sending silver and began storing it himself. The arrival of the head's daughter to learn transportation management also played into their hands. The organizer says that all factors came together for the operation to go perfectly. As soon as the squad responsible for the kidnapping returns, they will lie low for a short time. However, as soon as Chang's group starts active searches, they will strike and kidnap the silver. Yu Sehui, a junior official of the Trade Representative Office and the organizer, is confident that everything will go successfully and suggests ending it here. They will divide the loot fairly and live as their soul desires. The man who approached him from behind, Chong Saho, an unarmed fighter, nods in agreement. The man with the red scarf, Tangu, a junior officer of the local Kanchu troops, and the owner of black gloves, Moon's son, commander of the local Kanchu troops, also do not object. The head of the Trade Guild's security thinks that he completely forgot that the manager is a woman who develops strategies by order of the group leader and manages the Trade Guild. He believes that diplomacy is necessary, and it is better to listen to her words. He asks, "Does she think it is worth heading to Kanshu to track the criminals?" Hong Sol answers, "Yes." She adds that they also need to start pursuing the kidnappers. The chance of success will increase if they do this simultaneously. The bodyguard says that they do not have enough people yet. Let 1 or 2 masters handle surveillance and the rest interrogate the captive and try to find evidence. He addresses Huan Yu 1. He seems to be well trained, so let him track the direction where the kidnappers went. The young man is surprised by his choice. He does not object, thinking, since he is hired, he will do as he is told, although the man does not understand who the real master is here. Glancing at the guy, Huan Yu 1 agrees that from the outside he looks like a confident brat. The manager tells Bien Quan to go. The head of security is outraged. "What?" He asks the manager, "Is she in her right mind? How can such an important matter be entrusted to some puppy?" The guy is also outraged. Why him? He doesn't even know this girl. The woman replies that there is no time to argue. Han Sol, looking the head of security in the eyes, says that she is ready to vouch for his skills at the cost of her own life. The man replies, the guy may have impressive chi, but martial skill is not just about that. He believes that among all present, that one is probably the weakest. The warrior with a scar on his face thinks that maybe the bodyguard is right, but this is not the kind of chi to be neglected. He decides that in any case, if at least one person is sent away, it will be easier for him to escape, and then he can deal with him later. The guy tells the head of security that he is not going anywhere anyway, so he should not get hot-headed. The latter replies that he will still talk to him. The manager addresses the guy, saying that she asks him to do it. His determination wavers. The woman adds that this is the daughter of her savior. Bien Quan silently looks at her, understanding that he cannot refuse her. He says, "You should have said so right away." Otherwise, he thought the girl, like the others, was just working with her. The guy adds, "Just let them know if she makes noise, he will spank her." The head of security exclaims, calling him a bastard. Who does he think he is opening his mouth here? But the guy passing by does not even look at him. The man says that then he will go too. If the guy does not listen, he will teach him a lesson properly. Bien Quan replies, "Why all of a sudden?" He forcefully kicks the ground. With astonishing speed, the guy rushes forward. The bodyguard and the warrior with a scar look after him in surprise, realizing this is Qigong. The warrior mentally admits, indeed, the guy might be much more dangerous than he seems. The head of security cannot believe his eyes. He asks, "The guy masters Qigong?" He asks, "Did they all see that?" He uses not only internal energy but also Qigong. The man considers it impossible. How can such a youth handle everything at once? How? Huang Yuan thinks, if they are shocked by just one of his Qigong moves, it will be really tough for them in the future. The blonde giant says, "They are hiding like rats." Standing on the edge of the cliff, he says he will find them anyway and kick each of their asses. He notices a smoke signal in the air. The man says, "A conditional signal from the bosses." He wonders, did they find something? Yu Sehui becomes alert. What was that sound just now? The heads of everyone present in the clearing turn toward the newly arrived person. A man carrying a girl on his shoulder says that they were all dodging stones over there. But here they have silence and peace. Tangu asks, "Where are the others?" He answers that he was busy carrying the girl. He adds that the others seem to be dealing with the guys from the top, so it might take some time. Yu Sehui says, "They are not the kind to cause trouble." He suggests waiting a bit. The man still holding the girl on his shoulder says, "Then, since they have time." He orders Yu Sehui to go and occupy himself with something. Moon Sun asks, what will he be doing? The man answers, he thought she was an ordinary girl, but it turns out she has a pretty face and a nice figure. Smiling lustfully, he says she needs to be tested in practice. John Saho says, he knew that guy was fond of women, but not that much. Yusewi also looks at him disapprovingly. A man heading beyond the clearing with a girl on his shoulder is stopped by a shout. "Wait!" Moonsun declares. He agrees with killing people for a cause, but cannot ignore such filth. He demands that the man kill her, and they will be done with it. The other, without looking back, says that Moon Sion behaves as if he holds a higher rank. It's disgusting. But pretending to be a saint, in his opinion, is even worse. Doesn't he think so? He sharply turns his head towards the local troops' commander, saying that he will have a little fun with her, and then kill her, and they can mind their own business. Moon Sion looks back angrily. Turning his head to Yu Sewi, he asks, is it okay if they exclude one person from the plan? He replies that they need to consider the situation to make a decision. Jian Saho reflects. He thought the man was a hypocritical enemy, but it seems the planned matter is his priority, which is hard not to like. Moon Sion says that then there is no choice. His opponent agrees with him. Well then. He settles the girl under a tree, leaning her back against the trunk. Moon Sion says, since one person is missing, he will fight for two. Tangu calls him by name. Yu Sehui says, if he has sheathed his sword, it means he surrenders, so Moon Sion should also stop. John Saho asks, does he think that's the only reason he retreated? He adds that the man knows little about martial artists. Chon Saho says that they are not his slaves, but those who stepped onto the battlefield to fight. He adds, and pride is the most important thing for them. The man, having freed himself from his burden, draws his weapon. Cho Yu-gem, a martial arts warrior, sharply turns to the men standing in the clearing, clutching a whip in his hands. He says that warriors never avoid a fight. Chon Saho, smirking, replies, he is the same. Yu Sehui thinks that they are people who cannot work together for long. Fortunately, it will all be over soon. The girl sitting under the tree begins to come to her senses. She wonders, what is happening? She remembers that they were caught in a landslide. She opens her eyes, thinking, and yet, listening to their conversation. It now seems everything is fine. But if she stayed here, she would die. She decides that she must wait for the moment when those two start fighting and take advantage of the opportunity. The girl leaning her hand on the ground realizes that she will have to run with all her might. Moon-sun, looking at the opponent, says that they can move to a more spacious place to make using the whip more convenient. Cho-yugem, smirking, replies that he is too worried. The whip, whistling through the air, grazes the cheek of the man trying to dodge. Chon-saho notes that the whip has stretched into a straight line. Cho-yugem says it was just a test strike. He sharply throws forward the hand holding the whip, saying, "And now." Moon-seon successfully dodges, avoiding all his strikes. Chon-saho thinks the man is stronger than he thought. To stretch a heavy whip into a straight line, it is necessary to develop arm muscles well. Since you need to constantly swing it, he probably specially conserves strength. Chon-saho reflects, if he set a curved trajectory, it would be hard to avoid the strike. The girl decides that the moment she needs has come, and cautiously stands up. She runs full speed along the path, but her escape does not go unnoticed. Cho-yugem immediately turns his head and, looking after her, exclaims, "When did she wake up?" Yu-sehui demands that the warriors stop fighting and catch her. Chon-saho curses. The running girl thinks that she will be caught like this. She needs to take a risk, find the river, and jump along the rapids. She does not notice the person blocking her way and almost crashes into him. Covering her head with her hand, she wonders, "What is this?" The man whom she almost knocked down says, "Stop." The person who is watching her kidnapper from the cliff warns that she better not move before he analyzes the situation. The girl replies, "Whoever he is, now is not the time." A powerful slap knocks her off her feet. Pointing at the fallen girl with his hand, the man says to Cho-yugem and the others who had arrived by then, "He told her not to move." The pursuers freeze in surprise, staring at him wide-eyed. Cho-yugem is the first to come to his senses. He says that this guy dared to touch his girl. The daughter of the guild leader lying on the ground thinks, "What a psycho." The man says, "Now one by one, name and occupation." He explains that he will not let them take a single step until their identities and origins are established. Moon-sun says that it is funny. The commander of the troops asks, "Does he give orders here?" The man asks in response, "Isn't he too aggressively minded?" He condescendingly calls the interlocutor buddy. The man mentally admits that everything is as he thought. They are clearly unusual guys. Yu-sehui assures that there was a misunderstanding. He explains that they were inspecting the area and took a short break. Smiling, he adds that they would like to return before dark. He asks, could the man let them pass? Frowning sternly, the stranger declares, he already told them that they cannot pass until he finds out who they are. Yu-sehui says, unpleasant however. Stopping smiling, the junior official of the trade representation says, he hoped that no more problems would arise. The man understands that he intends to fight if he does not retreat. His gaze falls on Cho-yugem's whip and Moon-sun's glove. He says that one or two answers will be enough. Yu-sehui sees the rapidly approaching danger, but no longer has time to react. The man, sharply drawing his sword, attacks the warriors. He swings the blade, but everyone manages to dodge. Moon-seon pushes away the hesitating Yu-sehui with his hand. Near the man's eye flies the tip of a whip, on which a sharp blade is fixed. Cho-yugem swings the whip again, trying to strike the opponent. The blade at the tip of the whip gets stuck in the man's temple area. Moon-sung is impressed, realizing that he blocked the headbutt to avoid injury. Watching the man slash the whip with a sword, he mentally adds, "And strike!" Moon-sun mentally exclaims, "He is simply a beast!" A gloved hand reaches toward the face of the man trying to reach Moon-sun. The opponent blocks the strike with a bent elbow. Moon-sun thinks, threw off the weakling, and immediately attacks. How quick. A gloved hand slams into a man's hand. He understands that the enemy is using Ki-gun. He thinks, no, that cannot be. He cannot wield it. Meanwhile, the man, withdrawing his gloved hand, swings his sword. A hand in a glove tries to stop the blade. Moon-sung, one hand pressing against the opponent's hand, the other holding the blade. The man thinks, what nonsense. Or is he really? The man's face looks puzzled. He remembers the body they found on the road, with a hole gaping in the chest. Now he knows whose hands did it. Chon-saho says that Ki-gun can help in any trouble. Mentally, he wonders, why is such a master a low-level fighter? Moon-sun throws off at the opponent. Cho-yugem looks at his hand with the severed wrist in horror. The girl lying on the ground thinks this is her chance to run. Her cheek is swollen from the blow. She realizes she cannot move. Could it all be because of one punch to the face? The man, addressing Moon-sun, says that thanks to his skills he understood something. Frowning sternly, he says that they robbed the convoy and killed their comrade. Chon-saho asks, what other comrade? Yu-sehui explains. On the day he was not at the meeting, they tracked down and eliminated him. It turns out they have been following their trail for a long time. He suggests finishing off this person quickly and escaping. Chon Saho thinks. At the moment he heard the word comrade, he felt something was wrong. And why is that? The man accuses they spilled blood without any regret. They ask him, does he even know who he has run into? He says he doesn't care. At that moment, Moon-sun attacks, raising his hand to strike. The man mentally curses, realizing that he is too fast. Moon-sun looks around, hearing noise behind. He sees someone rapidly approaching them, leaving marks on the rocks. A moment, and a muscular blonde giant looms over Moon-sun. He literally hangs in the air above his head, raising his leg as if to take another step. A hand in a black glove strikes the man on the neck, cutting it like a sword. At that moment, Moon-sun, delivering a blow, raises his head and cannot believe his eyes. What? The blonde giant lands between the opponents, throwing them aside. Chon Saho says with disbelief in his voice, did he just run across the rock? And apparently without Keegan. Moon-sun wonders, then what is this? A skill related to strength? Whatever it is, he definitely uses internal energy. Looking at the newcomer, he thinks. And he doesn't look like a scoundrel either. Probably an ally of the man he was fighting. Well, he'll have to work hard. The blonde giant asks the man, found the rats? He stands hunched, clutching the wound on his neck with his hand. Looking at him, the giant says, clear, he will handle it himself. Passing by the man, he throws, good job. Now he can rest. The man, bowing, mentally thanks him, calling him brother. At that moment, he sinks to his knees. Chon Soho mentally gasps, realizing the scale of the trouble awaiting them. He understands that they are in deep trouble and mentally curses, looking at the giant standing before them. He thinks they should have backed off. Where did he even come from? Chon Soho says they got involved with the wrong people. Tengu asks, what is he talking about? Chon Soho mentally curses. Local scoundrels living off the state's rice. Out loud he says, no time to explain, and warns them to be ready to run when Moon-sun provokes a fight. Tengu asks, does he know this thug? He thinks that although the guy seems strong, if they fight together, victory will be theirs. Chon Soho replies that he is talking nonsense. Drops of sweat run down his face. He says, if Tengu wants to die, then go ahead. He is not going to take part in this. Moon-sun addresses the giant, burst in with full force, and now why has he frozen? He asks, could it be that he is afraid he won't take them all down? He adds that he will fight alone, so the giant can be at ease. The blonde giant slowly says, listening to all this nonsense. Casting a glance at Moon-sun, he finishes. He is only more convinced that none of them will survive. Moon-sun, prepared to attack, replies, confidently. Then he uses a power he has never called upon before. He is sure that with it he cannot be defeated. Moon-sun attacks the opponent mid-jump, thrusting forward a fist clenched, around which energy streams flow. The head of the Trade Guild's security continues to watch the guy, who has already vanished without a trace. He cannot believe his eyes. The man thinks, even the strongest in their security, Ine, is not capable of using two Qigong techniques simultaneously. And the guy is still so young. If properly trained, who knows what he might become. He admits that BN is somewhat eccentric, but it is worth somehow attracting him to their side. He tells the manager standing behind him that the guy will be under surveillance. Looking back at her, the man adds, since their carriage is broken and they are delayed, he will do what he should have done. Hong Sol replies, all right. The warrior with a scar on his face becomes alert. The tip of the blade touches the prisoner's head. Huan Yu-wan continues to hold the kneeling man by the collar. The head of security, gripping the blade in his hand, says, he doesn't know if the man has come to his senses or not, but after this, his eyes won't remain closed. The man adds, there is no weapon more effective than a sword slowly entering flesh. He regrets that the man could easily die from the pain. Driving the tip of the blade into the man's shoulder, he asks those present not to worry, assuring them that he is an expert at this. The head of security says, if he starts praying to be cut into pieces more gently, no one will even raise an eyebrow. Let him endure and tell them everything. The warrior with the scar on his face thinks that he wanted to finish them all when the man came to his senses. But now his plans are down the drain. The tip of the blade goes deeper into the prisoner's flesh. The warrior with the scar decides to take advantage of the moment while everyone is distracted. The prisoner jumps to his feet, shouting that he can't take it anymore. This scoundrel keeps poking and poking in the same place. When he stands up, it becomes clear that he surpasses his tormentor many times over in height and weight. The warrior with the scar decides that the situation has improved and draws the blade from its sheath. He decides to deal with Huan Yu-wan first and makes a thrust with the blade. Meanwhile, the prisoner attacks the head of security with his fists. The young man successfully avoids the attack by jumping back. The head of security ducks, and the opponent's fist passes over his head. The tip of the blade appears right before the face of the warrior with a scar. The head of security's sword delivers a fatal wound to the warrior in the solar plexus area. Huan Yuan attacks the strongman. He regretfully thinks that he gave in to emotions and completely forgot about the youth. Huan Yuan slams his face into the ground. The warrior, from whose wound blood spurts, asks the bodyguard, "How is this?" He seemed to have guessed that he would attack. The man replies that he is more naive than he thought. Did he really decide that he wouldn't be suspected just because of the sincerity of his words? He recalls moments when the warrior drew his blade, then, hiding it, apologized, saying that he was just scared of the collapse and lost control of himself. Then Huan Yuan appeared, dragging the prisoner, saying, "When the collapse began, this scoundrel killed one warrior and tried to finish him off." The manager thinks that she should have noticed this. Who knew that he acted like a fox, skillfully hiding his intentions? Moonsun swings his fist and delivers a powerful blow to the opponent's face. Yusehui silently watches what is happening. Tengu is impressed. Wow, he doesn't even dodge the blows. Moonsun is also impressed by the opponent's strength. The fair-haired giant squeezes his fist, covered by a black glove. Calmly looking into Moonsun's eyes, he says, "Power," he says. "Not bad for such a laughingstock as he is." He asks, "But what is this?" His fingers clench, tearing the glove and piercing the body. The giant's hand crushes Moonsun's fist like an overripe watermelon. The man, looking at his injured limbs, screams. Examining the metal armor shaped like a finger and hidden under the material from which the gloves are made, the giant, disgustedly twisting it, says, "Some kind of armor?" After all, he was right when he said the man was nothing. Sun squeezes his injured right wrist with his left hand, trying to comprehend the fact that the opponent pierced the armor with bare hands. The other men also froze with open mouths, fear appearing on their faces. Yung Saho asks, "What? He didn't use Kungun?" The giant says, "And they decided to pull off this scam with such tricks? Madmen." The fighter asks Tang, "Did he know about this?" He answers, "He couldn't even imagine such a thing." Yusewi only mentally gasps, unable to utter a word. Moonsun was a martial arts master who could use Kungun, but it was not enough to defeat the sword master. Let this skill may look impressive, but compared to weapons, it is nothing. To fully realize Kungun, one must master the sword. And studying fencing at this stage is impossible. Yusehui thinks, of course there are other types of weapons that can increase a fighter's power. He recalls the four-sided metal club and brass knuckles. However, there are always too few of them to sharply increase all indicators. But Yusehui found a way to help Moonsun, and shared it with the commander. He also knew what it was like to remain at the same level, both in terms of abilities and status. At the same time, Yusehui remembers how he himself had to bow low before those who were higher than him in status. The junior official of the trade delegation was sure that Moonsun would not refuse. Thus, Moonsun and he took advantage of the opportunity and found a suitable option for him. Yusehui recalls how he presented the metal glove to Moonsun. They decided, since his forte was fistfights, to turn Moonsun's hands into weapons. The choice fell on gauntlets that allow blocking blades, as well as delivering strikes like a sword or a mace. To test them, they targeted the leader of the merchant's guard. Despite the murder of local workers disliked by him, the owner continued to cover the scoundrel. Once a gloved hand stopped a blade that was already about to descend. Meanwhile, the armor performed well in battle. He recalls how Moonsun, holding the weapon with one hand, with the other strikes the opponent's body in the solar plexus area. He quickly and effectively, thanks to Yusehui's idea, defeated the opponent whom they had not been able to overcome until now. After that, they began the path to absolute power. Everything was going smoothly, only this last matter remained. Drops of sweat run down Yusehui's face. He wonders, how can a person possess such strength? Looking at the finger torn off by the blonde giant in armor, which he continues to hold in his hand, Yusehui is puzzled. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the giant disdainfully throws his trophy at Moonsun's feet, saying, "What, nothing else to show off?" He says, "Then die." In Moonsun's eyes, fear and unwillingness to believe what is happening. The blonde giant lunges at him, swinging his hand. His fist swiftly rushes toward the man's face, who only managed to note the opponent's stunning speed. The giant's fist crashes into Moonsun's cheekbone, twisting his jaw, knocking out teeth and an eye. When he raises his hand for the second strike, the commander of the local troops, Khonshu, whose half-skull he smashed, falls backward. Yusehui realizes he was wrong to think that Moonsion had become stronger. Meanwhile, the giant is already rushing towards Choyugem, throwing forward a fist-clenched hand. In a flash, the martial artist suffers the same fate as Moonsion. Jonsaho decides, let them do whatever they want, and tries to escape. Tengu decides to follow his example, thinking, every man for himself. Yusehui continues to stand still, unwilling to accept reality, because this was not in his plans. The girl, struggling to get on her feet, thinks that she does not know who this stranger is, but clearly no one will save her. She understands that she needs to leave here quickly. The girl, dirty and exhausted, freezes in place and mentally gasps when she almost bumps her forehead against someone's shoulder. A blade falls upon John Saho, but he manages to slip away. Next time, his agility saves his life again. Another strike leaves only a light cut on his neck. He stops and a question slips from his lips. What is this? In front of him stands a warrior who has thrown his blade over his shoulder. He says, "Oh, how unlucky he is." Behind him are several more people. The warrior says, if he died from a single blow, he would not have suffered from pain. Chonsako mentally curses. Behind him, Tengu stands frozen in confusion. The girl thinks, and what now? Next to the first mighty shoulder blocking her way, an exactly same second one appears. She understands that these guys will not let her leave. A warrior with a blade on his shoulder asks the blonde giant, calling him brother. Among them is a woman. What should they do with her? He, without looking back, orders to kill each of them.
The girl screams, "Wait! She has been kidnapped!" She insists that she has nothing to do with these people.
The warrior, swinging a knife, says that she is stupid for not understanding that killing is easier than finding out the truth. Looking at the knife, she mentally exclaims, "No!" She wants to run, but her body feels paralyzed. She cannot move. The girl thinks that she cannot die like this. At that moment, a leg suddenly shoots down onto the warrior's shoulder from above. Bien Quan, walking on air, takes another step, pushing off the warrior's shoulder. The guy says, "Found it." The girl is impressed by such an unusual appearance of Bien Quan. Looking at him with admiration through eyes wet with tears, she thinks, he flew by like a bird in the sky. She wonders, could it be that he came to save her? Meanwhile, the warrior falls to the ground from the blow, while the guy does not even lose his balance. The giant realizes that something is happening behind him and slowly turns his head back. Bien Quan asks the girl, "What is she doing here?" She looks at him in amazement. The guy says that because of her there is a lot of trouble. The girl, having come to her senses, shouts, "He thinks she deliberately causes problems?" She adds that she was glad to see him, but he seems to have something wrong with his head. The girl falls silent in surprise when she hears his answer. He thought she would be scared, but she looks quite lively. The guy says, "Then let's go back." A warrior, already on his feet and swinging a knife, standing behind Bien Quan, shouts indignantly, "Where?" The girl's face clearly shows astonishment. The warrior asks, "Was it just an illusion?" He says it seemed to him that the kid just jumped out from behind. The man standing next to him thinks he also saw him, but it seems he is mistaken. Such a jump is impossible even with Keegan. Tengu, taking advantage of the general confusion, breaks away from the spot. Chonsaho, looking after him, thinks angrily that instead of fighting together, he retreated. He believes that if he were in his place and mastered Keegan, he would have done the same. Tengu, sweat dripping down his face from the effort, thinks that you cannot win a fight using the light step technique, but you can always run away. He looks with astonishment at the man who appeared next to him. Tengu is alarmed by his speed, which surpasses his own. The man strikes with his hand and Tengu is thrown against a tree. He is pressed back against the trunk, mentally cursing. He did not expect that there would be someone here who also mastered Keegan. At that moment, the man drives a blade into his chest, pinning him to the trunk. Looking into the eyes of Tengu, Makmo, subordinate of Hekjo, the blonde giant, says that death would be less meaningless if he fought side by side with friends. A sword appears before Jong Saho. He manages to parry the strike falling on him with his blade, hastily drawing it from its sheath. And although he does not yet manage to fully pull it out, he stops the blow. His opponent Galdo says he should have dodged, not blocked. The opponent's blade crashes onto Jong Saho's shoulder. From the effort not to let it go lower, veins bulge on the man's forehead. He wonders, where does the opponent get so much strength? Galdo does not stop his resistance. Under his pressure, Jong Saho's blade lowers further, while his own sword cuts deeper into the opponent's flesh, literally dismembering him. Before the frightened Yu Sehui, the powerful figure of Hekjo rises. The junior official of the trade delegation says, "Someone else has arrived there, so it's better to deal with him first." Hekjo replies that he shouldn't waste attention on someone like him. With one punch, he knocks off half of Yu Sehui's skull. Falling, the man realizes this is the end for him. Yu Sehui's body falls at the feet of the blonde giant. The clumsy fighter, whom the guy knocked off his feet, tries to strike, but Bien Quan easily dodges. Bien Quan strikes the opponent's cheek with his foot, and blood spurts from the warrior's mouth. The muscular thug tries to grab the guy with his hands. He manages to clasp his head with his palms. Dan Yu Kan, triumphantly looking the guy in the eyes, says he will break his neck. The girl looks at them fearfully, mentally exclaiming, "No! Even if Bien is agile and capable, if he were in the clutches of this thug." The guy forcefully plants his foot on the ground, and immediately a stream of energy appears around it. Bien Quan strikes the opponent in the solar plexus with his elbow, and the latter, choking on blood, immediately releases his head from his hands.
The next blow, delivered to the side, causes Dan Yukan's body to bend unnaturally and throws him away. He knocks one of the warriors off his feet with his body. A shout is heard. "Brother Ukan!" The girl, afraid to even blink so as not to miss anything, thinks, "This is impossible. He sent such a thug flying with one blow." Galdo, watching what is happening, thinks, "No way, that can't be." The man is amazed. Dan Yukan was thrown back? The guy, looking around, thinks that there are still many opponents to deal with. He commands himself to allocate forces and act consciously. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a dangerous movement. Gekyo rushes at the guy, throwing his fist forward. The girl is puzzled. He was behind. The giant's fist hits the guy's hand. Bien Quan, crossing his arms, covers his face with them. Gekyo is amazed. The guy blocked his attack? All the warriors freeze with open mouths, wondering how the guy managed to block Gekyo's attack. One of them thinks that if you try to parry your brother's blow, your bones will crack, or you might even end up in the afterlife. Galdo suggests that the guy use some kind of technique. The girl thinks that even the bandits are shocked. To stand against such a fighter, one must have no less strength. Although she admits that she understands nothing about martial arts, even a fool can understand this. She remembers the words of the manager who claimed that this guy is their best fighter. The girl admits that Hansol was right. She thinks the guy looks only slightly older than her. Looking around, the girl realizes that there are many warriors behind them. No matter how much endurance the guy has, they won't be able to escape from here. Gekyo's fist intensifies the pressure. Bien Quan, blocking the blow, thinks he never expected this from himself. He was too worried about the girl. No one could have even guessed that among the kidnappers, there would be one of the strongest martial arts masters. Gekyo looks at the guy, puzzled where he gets the strength to resist him. Behind him, his warriors are crowding. Bien Quan thinks he wanted to fight this giant back when they met on the street, but he believes it's even better this way. Fighting many opponents is necessary practice to eventually kill them all. A man with a knife in his hands appears before the girl, saying, "Even if they lose, they are used to finishing what they started." He adds, "If only they could manage before reinforcements arrive." The girl gasps loudly. The guy slips under the opponent's arm. Bien Quan strikes the man who dared to threaten the girl in the side. He drops the weapon from his hands. Gekyo hasn't even managed to move during this time. At that moment, the blonde giant tries to strike the guy with the edge of his palm while turning, but the guy dodges. Gekyo swings his fist again, and Bien Quan raises his crossed arms, covering his face. But the opponent's fist aims at the solar plexus, and the guy stops it with his hand. Unfortunately, his left hand has not yet recovered, and Bien Quan understands that with such an injury, he cannot defeat the opponent. Gekyo says that he hasn't hit properly for a long time, so he lost his skill. He swings with the other hand and delivers a blow, knocking the guy off his feet. Bien Quan notes that the opponent's strength has increased. He wonders, was it being held back before? A kick throws the guy backward. The girl manages to jump aside so she is not knocked down. Bien Quan thinks, quickly. He tried to use exactly as much strength as needed, but it gave no results. The guy lands on one knee, and to keep his balance, he supports himself with his hand on the ground. Makmo says that the boy surprised him, but as expected, he is no match for Gekyo. Galdo says, it's impressive that he lasted so long at all. He adds that not responding to the opponent means accepting defeat. He, although of course very skilled, will still be killed. The girl, looking at the blonde giant, thinks that Bien is quite nimble. Could it be that his skills don't work against this monster? Gekyo says, and why are they standing? Let them immediately remove her from sight. The girl turns back fearfully. Dan Yukan is approaching her, swinging a knife, saying that a quiet death would probably be more merciful. Another warrior is approaching her alongside him. Gekyo, looking down at the guy catching his breath, says he expected more from him. He adds that he is giving him a chance to unleash all his anger before death. Bien Quan says how much this annoys him. Gekyo looks at him in bewilderment. A moment, and the guy is already between the girl and the two warriors advancing on her with knives. The wrist of Dan Yukan, gripping the knife, is severed from the strongman's body. Part of the skull and shoulder are literally blown off by the blow. The second warrior freezes with his mouth open. Galdo and Makmo, like the other warriors, freeze, stunned by what happened. Galdo thinks this is incredible. What is the guy doing? Gekyo, staring intently at the guy, thinks he started to guess from the moment they began the battle. The giant's style combines close combat and special techniques. If the guy only used brute force during the duel, his hand would already be broken. If the guy managed to block his strike, it means he possesses the same techniques as he does. However, Gekyo thought that he was not giving his full effort. He considers this disrespectful. The girl cannot take her eyes off the guy standing almost face to face with her. She looks at him with almost loving eyes, thinking that even in the current situation, he continues to protect her. Bien Quan, looking around, asks, why are they getting involved where they shouldn't? He says,
Let them attack, and without dirty tricks, no one will live anyway.
The girl is frightened, she thinks. A terrible statement. She wonders, but why does it sound so sad? The guy is told, let him not worry. There won't be a dry spot left from the two of them. Gekyo, jumping, stretches out a huge hand to the girl whom the guy is holding by the hand. The head of security, looking at the warrior's body lying at his feet with a scar on his face, says that they eliminated everyone who resisted. Huan Yu-1 continues to hold the head of the strong man, face down in the ground. The bodyguard tells the young man that he has a good instinct. Despite the danger of the situation, he immediately understood what was going on. The man says for Huan Yu-1 to take care of the prisoner. They need to continue the interrogation. The young man is embarrassed. He says that he is dead. The man's face is distorted with anger as he shouts, "What?" Han Sol silently listens as they quarrel, accusing each other of hasty actions and undervaluing the opponent's mental abilities. The head of security tells the manager that it is better to move quickly and start searching for clues. The woman replies, "Okay." She says that they will ride horses, and the young man should catch up with them on foot. Huan Yu-1 thinks, so this is the gratitude for saving me. Du Bian-Quan hears a threat. Not a trace will remain of the two of them. Jekyo tries to grab the girl in a jump, but his hand is stopped by the hand of the guy. Bian-Quan firmly holds the opponent's wrist, drilling him with his gaze, and with his free hand presses the girl to himself. The guy throws her away as Gekyo's other hand reaches for her. He orders her not to come close. The fair-haired giant asks, does he really use internal energy just like him? While the guy holds Gekyo's left hand, the giant's right hand, clenched into a fist, rushes towards him. Blocking his blows, the guy mentally curses, lamenting that the opponent has broken all his bones. Covering his face with one hand with the other, bandaged hand Bian-Quan tries to strike, but Gekyo dodges, and the guy misses his target. Gekyo intercepts Bian-Quan's right hand by the wrist. The guy is unpleasantly surprised, feeling his strong grip. Straightening Bian-Quan's hand, which he used to protect his face, Gekyo, with his other fist, intends to deliver his signature blow. But the giant is forced to release Bian-Quan's right hand when the guy's hand grabs his wrist and squeezes tightly. Gekyo still tries to reach the opponent's head with his fist. The guy literally throws the giant away from himself, and he falls to the ground. Mentally, Bian-Quan curses. The opponent has further injured his left hand. He thinks that even if he uses only the right hand, the strain still affects the whole body. Trying not to lose sight of the girl now behind him, he laments that her protection limits his fighting range. He decides to first move her to a safe place. Makmo and Galdo, seeing Gekjo's fall, exclaim in unison, "Brother!" The guy glances their way and decides to deal with them right now. Bian-Quan swiftly lunges away from the squad of armed fighters. He waves his hand, and the first opponent flies backward. The guy moves swiftly, striking left and right. Makmo barely manages to dodge his attack. The man, whose cheek shows a fresh wound, thinks that from afar it was not clear how agile he was. He understands that if he gets distracted even for a moment, he will die immediately. Bian-Quan thinks that how a man reacts to his speed speaks about his skill. Galdo inflicts a wound on the guy with a sword just below the chest. The fighter is extremely focused. He thinks that this guy is different. He understands that if a warrior like Gekjo concentrates his strength and inner energy in an attack, the chi circulating in his body cannot help but weaken. Galdo thinks that it is quite difficult to determine this, but if it is still possible, then anyone can be defeated. He mentally imagines such a duel. The fighter thinks that the boy aimed at the moment of attack, so he did not hit his brother hard. The leg strikes the blade, which Galdo continues to hold in the boy's body. Having come to, Gekjo jumps and strikes, trying to drive the blade deeper into the boy's body. The blow knocks Bian-Quan off his feet and throws him far back. The blonde giant looking at him thinks that the boy is focusing chi on defense, and he is doing it well, but combining regular attacks with techniques is still difficult for him. The girl mentally screams, "Bien!" Galdo looks confusedly at the broken piece of the blade remaining in his hand. He thinks confusedly that his sword would never have broken from Gekyo's strike. Continuing to grip the hilt, he decides he needs to check. He casts a worried glance toward where Bian-Quan fell, thinking that the inner energy of that boy surpasses Gekyo. Meanwhile, the boy gets back on his feet. Blood seeps through the tear in his clothing. The fighter thinks that he knows many moves, which is why he behaves arrogantly. Bian-Quan mentally calls the fighters idiots who are unable to catch one girl. He thinks that he used to practice only Qigong, but now regulates the flow of Qi so as not to overstrain his body. The boy asks himself, since when did he start caring about his body? Gekjo is puzzled. What is this? Previously, the boy used a technique not related to movement. The foot of Bian-Quan stomps the ground with force, and an energy flow surrounds her. The energy rapidly rises upward, surrounding his entire body. The guy says, and now everything is different. Gekjo looks stunned. He can't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Bian-Quan swiftly approaches the giant, swinging his hand with curled fingers. Gekyo manages to cover his face with his bent elbow, and the guy's fingers, like the claws of a predatory bird, pierce his limb. With his other bandaged hand, he blocks the opponent's strike. Gekyo's fist presses against the guy's bandaged hand. Bien Kwan's fingers sink deeper into the opponent's flesh. The guy tears a large piece of flesh from Gekyo's hand and pushes away his other limb, clenched into a fist. A muffled scream bursts from the giant's chest. Makmo and Galdo shout anxiously, "Brother!" Galdo realizes, even if Gekyo truly gets angry, nothing will change. Armed fighters pounce on the guy shouting, "Hit him, brat!" Bien Kwan deflects the flying blade tips coming at him with bare hands. Finally, one of the men realizes that their weapons cannot harm the guy. Neither stabbing nor chopping strikes have any effect. They can't even leave a scratch on his body. Galdo understands that internal energy is involved here, but he wonders, is it possible to circulate it so quickly while focusing on attacks? Gekyo, looking at his injured hand, thinks, this little upstart pierced chi. He is forced to admit that the guy's skill impresses him. Seeing Bien Kwan deflect the fighter's strikes, the giant realizes that they face a formidable enemy who surpasses even his strength. Gekyo decides to strike the opponent with the energy he has been accumulating all along. The giant's fist is surrounded by energy flows and ready to deliver a deadly blow. He thinks, at the moment the youth concentrates internal energy to block his attack, the fighter's swords will pierce his body. A malicious smile appears on his lips as he says, it doesn't matter whose chi is stronger. He intends to strike the guy's injured hand, into which 2 blades are embedded, with his fist. Gekyo shouts that victory will be his in any case. The guy swings his right hand to meet the flying fist coming at him. With the edge of his palm, he strikes the giant's limb just above the wrist. Gekyo's arm bends from the blow. On the giant's other arm, an identical torn wound appears, just like on the first. Gekyo realizes that concentrating the directed energy did not help. The guy's leg rapidly approaches the opponent's torso. A powerful blow throws the giant, who does not understand why he failed to pierce the boy with his blades, if all his attention was on the strike, backward. From the kick to the solar plexus area, the giant's skin tears on his back, and blood starts to lash out. Gekyo cannot believe what is happening. Galdo and the other fighters collectively gasp upon seeing what happened to their brother. Galdo wonders, then what is the matter? This guy never concentrated energy. Galdo realizes that the chi of the young opponent, flowing throughout his body, surpassed his brother. He is puzzled. How can a novice possess such skill? Bien Kwan continues to cover his face with a bandaged hand, into which the blade's edge presses. Sweat droplets run down Galdo's forehead, and fear is visible in his gaze. Night, Chang Trading Guild, branch in Kanshizu. A man says that the boss Hong Sol ordered a tax audit in Kanshizu and to deal with the officials. He asks, do they really have no other choice but to wait? The man, addressing the manager and the bodyguard, says that the master will be here soon. What should be done? He asks. So what happened, and why? After all, the head of security was next to the lady. The head of security, closing his eyes, replies that he has no excuses. He says he will first resolve the situation, then take full responsibility. The door opens slightly, and a servant calls out to the man, calling him elder. He immediately turns to him and asks, any news? The servant answers. He is not sure if he should say it, but the elder impatiently urges him, saying, it doesn't matter. Any clue is important now. The servant reports. The herb trader said he saw dozens of strong men in the forest today, resembling warriors. The manager and the head of security are impressed by his words. Night. A girl stands, looking around the clearing in confusion. She thinks, it seems Hong Sol was mistaken. She looks at the guy standing in the middle of the clearing. Around him lie the bodies of fighters he defeated. She thinks that Bien is the strongest not only in the world of martial arts. She decides that there is no one equal to him even in their trade guild. Even if all the guards attack him, they won't survive. The guy thinks that although he continued to use Kigun, and in that state dealt with 30 or 40 people, the guy's arms hanging down along his body tremble slightly. He thinks that he cannot kill them all. Imagining many warriors, he realizes that he simply does not have enough strength. Bien Kwan thinks that he should have run away. Of course, he has become more resilient, but that is not enough. The guy clenches his hand into a fist to stop the trembling. He thinks that his maximum is 100 fighters. Unpleasant sensations interrupt his thoughts. He brings his crooked fingers to his chest. Then he bends over and blood drips from his mouth onto the ground. The worried girl rushes to him, calling his name. She thinks, it doesn't seem like he is seriously hurt. The guy is vomiting blood. Continuing to stand bent over, he mentally curses. He thinks about the fact that these are the consequences of him recklessly wasting chi. The girl leans over him, asking, is he okay? Is he hurt somewhere? Bien Kwan thinks, the main thing is that the girl is safe. He glances at her, and her face begins to blur in his eyes. Tiredly closing his eyes, he decides that now he can rest a little. The guy falls face down to the ground. The girl screams in fear. Bien! The servant tells the elder that he checked everyone who can command the warriors, but he was told that no one was sent today. The head of security says, then those whom the herb trader saw may be connected to the group that kidnapped the lady. Hansol says that this possibility cannot be ruled out. The head of security says, although Bien's skills are good, he could not have saved the girl alone. The manager says, we need to gather people and be ready to act quickly in case of unforeseen circumstances. Closing her eyes, the woman thinks he is right. Bien will not withstand a dozen fighters. She wants to hope that the warriors the trader mentioned were just passing by. The head of security asks the elder, how many people can they take? He answers, about 40. He asks the elder to gather them immediately. The head of security believes that the search must begin immediately. A shout is heard. Elder! The servant appears again in the doorway. The elder asks, what now? He replies, they're outside. Sweating profusely, the servant reports, they have arrived. The guild gates are open. The servant stands peering into the darkness. The elder, behind whom stand the head of security and the manager, gasps. Before them stand a girl and Kan Yuan, carrying Bien on his back. The girl does not manage to open her mouth before a cry sounds. Call a doctor! Soon she applies a compress to the scrape on the cheek. A voice says, fortunately, it is not so bad. The head of security tells the girl sitting in the center of the room on a chair that Bien fell while saving her, and Kan Yuan brought him. The young man stands nearby, listening to the conversation. Kan Yuan tells the head of security. While walking alone, he accidentally found the lady. Then he noticed that Bien was limping and supported him. The man thinks, as far as he heard, Bien took the risk himself, so it seems there were not many enemies. The girl, addressing Kan Yuan, expresses words of gratitude. She says that thanks to him they returned safe and sound. The young man replies, come on, he did nothing. The girl asks, will Bien be okay? The head of security responds, of course he got off easily. Leaning over the boy lying on the bed, the manager exclaims, stop! What is wrong with him? The old man peers into the face of the boy who cannot stop spitting blood. He says that it seems his already broken left arm and ribs are even more damaged. There are a few more scratches, but no one faints from that. Pressing 2 fingers to the boy's neck, the old man exclaims, and what a pulse! It's like he's running a marathon. He feels sorry for the boy, saying it's hard to even imagine how bad he feels. The old man adds that not everyone would survive this, and probably the boy won't either. The girl tells the head of security that they need to gather people to remove those struck down by Bien before the situation gets out of control. The man replies, yes, a couple of people had to be killed. But that's a minor matter. He asks her not to worry. He promises to send people as soon as dawn breaks. The girl, looking him in the eyes, replies, it's not a couple of people, but dozens. The head of security is impressed by her words. He asks, really? The head of security warningly raises his hand, stopping the girl. Dozens, she says. She must have just been scared and miscounted. She replies, let it be so. But does she look like a person who judges by incorrect observations? The man thinks that this is indeed the case. The lady could hardly be mistaken. But he still finds it hard to believe. He reflects on the fact that even a master who controls chi energy is unlikely to withstand dozens of opponents. The head of security understands that even if a person controls internal chi in Keegan, he cannot avoid all attacks. 1 or 2 mistakes, and that's it, the end. Even with a protective field, there are ways to break through the defense, special weapons and cunning techniques. And if a person gets caught in a loop or surrounded, it will end even faster. An ordinary master cannot handle dozens of warriors. The man thinks that, as far as he knows, to deal with such a number of opponents, one must control both internal chi and Keegan, but he has seen that guy use both. The head of security wonders, could Bien really use the light step technique? He dismisses the thought. No, that's absurd. He has never met a master of that level. A question reaches him. What is the conversation about? The man recognizes the voice of Han Sol and steps into the corridor. He hears the woman ask, how is it not allowed to use medicinal ingredients needed by the healer? The head of security sees Han Sol threateningly advancing on the elder retreating from her, shouting, he saved the lady! Can one talk about price under such circumstances? The elder justifies himself. This medicine is not one of those that can be valued in coins. The elder says that these are extremely rare components intended for the imperial court. If we talk about cost, they could buy an entire hotel. And if 1 dose is not enough... The manager interrupts him, saying that she will cover the expenses. She orders to prepare everything that the healer might need. The elder says that he cannot take on such responsibility. Moreover, the chance that the rare herbs will definitely help is not very high. A voice is heard. Please let them immediately bring the necessary ingredients to the healer. The elder glances in the direction from which support came to Han Sol. The girl who appeared behind the head of security adds that she will be responsible for everything necessary. Just let the healer have everything he asks for. The woman also turns her head to the girl. The elder objects. These are incredibly rare medicines. The girl indignantly asks, does he not believe even after her words? The elder hastily replies that he will prepare everything right away. The girl, approaching the manager, asks, but what happened? It doesn't seem like he has serious wounds. The distressed Han Sol, lowering her head, answers that she herself does not know. She falls silent, and the daughter of the head of the trade guild orders to bring all the healers that can be found. The girl supports her, saying that right now the most important thing is Bien's treatment, not analyzing the situation. She orders everything needed for his treatment to be prepared without delay. The response is, yes, of course. The girl adds that she will sacrifice anything just to save Bien. The manager looks at her intently. A little later, the manager sits at the table. She thanks the girl for all the efforts made for Bien's treatment. The response is, what is she talking about? He saved her life. Of course she will help him. Han Sol sighs. However, he is still unconscious. A distressed girl asks, will Bien come to his senses? A woman, before whom a teapot and 2 cups stand on the table, answers, of course. The manager says that Bien has overcome everything that befell him since childhood. He will definitely wake up. The girl addresses Han Sol, saying that maybe now is not the right time, but... The manager, looking at her encouragingly, asks her to continue. The interlocutor says that she has one request. One of the warriors sent by the trade guild into the forest, addressing the commander, says that they searched all around but did not find any bodies. The head of security, kneeling on one knee, carefully examines the tracks on the ground. He clearly sees signs of a battle and bloodstains. He thinks, since there is evidence left, it means they did not try to hide it. Looking around, the man concludes that someone definitely removed the bodies before them. An elderly hand reaches for the leaves on which drops of dew are visible. The approaching person asks the elder for forgiveness. He says that if he had not seen it himself, he would not have believed it either. But the unthinkable happened. The elder replies, since he has come, let him speak. Supreme Master Mutuzoma reports, Gekyo is dead. The elder's hand, reaching for a drop of dew, freezes. The old man with a long beard says, but he was carrying out the task he was assigned. The Supreme Master replies that several of Gekyo's subordinates came to him. He explains that they arrived at the place later because the alarm signal sounded too far away, and reported that Gekyo had fallen. They asked for help. At first he did not believe them either. Only when he saw Gekyo's bloodied body with his own eyes could he accept the truth. And yet, even then his mind refused to believe it. He adds, but what is even more incredible, dozens of subordinates died from blows that literally tore their bodies apart. The name Guan Mu surfaces in the old man's thoughts. The old man thinks, could a fighter resembling him have appeared? He reflects, no, it cannot be. Comparing someone who killed Gekyo and his men to Guan Mu himself is a real crime. The elder ponders, but if he is so strong, such a warrior is worth meeting in person. He tells the Supreme Master to pass this on to his fighters. The latter bows in response. I obey. The elder orders to find the one who killed Gekyo by any means. Looking attentively at the interlocutor, he adds, and if someone interferes, let them be eliminated without hesitation. The Supreme Master, having stepped outside the mansion gates, says, Gekyo is dead. The man with the neat beard replies, so what? Why would the elder come here himself? He probably doesn't care at all now who is alive and who is dead. The Supreme Master says, he understands that the elder is absolutely indifferent, but so is his interlocutor. He adds that since he met a man named Guan Mu, he is no longer interested in any warrior, neither them nor anyone else. The interlocutor replies that the words of someone who has not seen Mr. Guan Mu with his own eyes do not matter. He is not someone to compare anyone to. The man behind whom stands a squad of warriors continues to say that he is a military god-level achiever, possessing power capable of rivaling an entire army. Naturally, the elder wants to have someone like him by his side. The Malenchehan guard adds, and all they can do is continue to protect him. Looking mockingly at the interlocutor, he says, they, the dogs from Mutujom, former generals, should just fight to the death like fighting dogs. The Supreme Master, standing sideways to him, says, fighting dogs, he says. An interesting expression. Chon Huigem, the Supreme Master of Mutujom, adds, then he will see who turns out to be more useful. The dogs guarding the house, or those fighting in the arena. He leaves, descending down the steps. Malenchekon, looking after him, mentally insults him. A skilled master from the mountain fortress says, why was he called that? As if something had happened. His gaze falls on the body of the blonde giant, on whom a huge torn wound gapes. He says, now it's clear.
This is really worth seeing with one's own eyes. The man stands near the elevation on which the dead Hekjo lies. On the other side stands Chong Huigem. The master says he cannot believe that Hekjo ended up in such a state. He wonders, could a master of such a level have appeared? Chong Huigem says that the elder has already been informed, and he gave the order. He voices the elder's order: find the killer by any means. Eliminate anyone who interferes, but the killer of Hekjo must be found first. The master from the mountain fortress thinks that the elder wants to meet this person personally. Turning his head to the side, Chong Huigem asks, did he hear it too? He adds, this is the elder's order, so they too, on their side, must move. The person he addressed replies that he was going to go himself. Jinmen, the supreme master of Mutudzom, says he is even curious who this person is. The master from the mountain fortress recalls that Manho Guan told him something like that. It seems a serious opponent has appeared in the middle training hall. Looking at Geksho's body, he thinks, what happened to him? This is only possible if a fighter of their level engaged in a fight risking his life. He is immersed in memories. The master mentally returns again to the conversation that took place on the edge of the cliff. Without looking at his interlocutor, he says, so he is asking to borrow an unregistered warrior, and one of the highest master level at that? He asks the question, on what grounds should he do this? Manho Guan answers, there is someone who delivers such blows that bodies are literally torn apart. The master decides. In any case, it is necessary to check first. The elder of the trade guild reports. He asked Chief Han to find out, and according to her, 1 trade agent and 2 junior officers disappeared without a trace. Possibly, they are the ones involved in this matter. The head of security says, since there are no bodies, there is no conclusive evidence. We need to search their homes and surroundings. The response is understood. The head of security thinks, if they are just traders and low-ranking warriors, he can deploy his people for inspection. If their people are combined, it will form a squad of dozens of warriors. Everything adds up. He wonders, but who then removed the bodies? Is it possible that these people have accomplices? The head of security decides that first they need to inform Han Sol and the young lady about the disappearance of the bodies. A healer comes out of the room, closing the door behind him. The man asks, how is he? The old man answers, the healers take turns and do not stop treatment for a minute. The convulsions have subsided, but consciousness has not returned. They both turn their heads and look at the door of the room the healer just left. The old man says, with such a prolonged fainting, they may have to prepare for the worst. Han Sol is leaning over Bien Quan lying in bed. Behind her stands a girl. The woman thinks that if the guy continues to trouble them for so long, when he wakes up, he will definitely be angry. Looking at the guy, she mentally asks him to wake up soon. Jim is washing the stair railing. Baru, watching her, says that now, with the establishment closed, they can just rest. The woman replies, nothing of the sort. Everything must be ready so that the mistress can immediately return to business. She asks, by the way, when will the lady and Bien arrive? Several days have already passed. Baru answers, yes, that's right, but if Bien is with her, then there is no need to worry. The man turns at the sound of the door opening and says that the establishment is closed, so they should go to another hall. The man who entered answers that he does not care. In the doorway stands a master from the mountain fortress. Several warriors are visible behind him. Baru is surprised by the appearance of this man. In the man demanding to call the owner, Baru recognizes Samago. He knows him as one of the highest masters of Mutujom. Baru looks worried. He thinks it would be more accurate to say that this man is one of those who really control the arena. Looking at him, Baru mentally adds, and most importantly, he is one of those people whom the manager must avenge. Baru wonders, but what is he doing here? The man answers that the owner is currently in another region. Samago says that then he will ask him. He heard that many people recently died here. He adds significantly, and among them were those who were literally torn to pieces. Is that true? Baru is in turmoil. He knows that BN has mastered both Chi and the light step technique. He knows that this guy dealt with the deputy and other fighters. The man thought that BN had only just begun mastering these techniques, and they themselves were at Songen's level, so he did not interrogate anyone. Jim looks at the visitor in surprise, wondering, is he looking for BN? She remembers how the guy tore the bodies of the traitors. Baru says that many people died during the rebellion, but he had not seen such corpses. Samago says, then what he heard is a lie, then the man will bear responsibility. Baru replies that he, as a representative of this fighting hall, will take all the blame. Samago says, that's excellent. In the blink of an eye, the master from the mountain fortress approaches Baru, holding his hand on the hilt of the blade. A moment, and the blade is already rushing toward Baru's head. The man is struck by Samago's speed. Chon Huigem, the supreme master of Mutujom, inspects the clearing where the battle took place.
He thinks that even having seen it with his own eyes, he still can hardly believe what happened. He reflects. If the unknown man really killed both Hekjo and all his subordinates, he cannot be an ordinary master. The approaching man calls out to him, addressing him as Sir. Chon Huigam asks, did he find something? The man answers. As instructed, he checked what the healers are doing in the vicinity. In some places, several doctors were hired at once. He adds that this is a branch of the Chang Trading Guild, and asks what Chon Huigam commands to do. The Supreme Master, closing his eyes, says, a branch of such a large guild. He says that they have too serious an opponent before them to delay the inspection. Chon Huigam orders to move out right now. He commands to immediately gather all the Mutujum fighters. The manager and the girl sitting at the table look at the head of security standing before them with surprise. The bodies disappeared? The man says, to understand the situation, he needs their detailed account of what they saw. The girl says regretfully, she completely forgot to tell everything because of Bien's treatment. She says that those bandits who kidnapped her were not killed by the guy. Hansol is surprised. What does she mean? The girl reports that while she was captive, some stranger appeared. Remembering how Hekjo fought, she says that he would decapitate with a single strike, as if the heads were blown off by the wind. The scoundrels couldn't even resist and were instantly destroyed. The girl says she doesn't know who he is or why he defeated everyone, but he and his men tried to kill her. Then Bien entered the fight and battled them to save her. The head of security thinks. Then it is quite likely that their accomplices removed the bodies. He believes the matter will take a much bigger turn than he expected. The manager is impressed by the girl's story. To enter a fight against clan warriors and combat officials, and without weapons at that. She thinks that even in Mutujome such abilities were only possessed by Hekjo. It turns out Bien defeated an opponent equal to him and even took down several more. She had understood before that Bien was talented, but skill is a relative concept. When an ordinary opponent is weak, it may seem that the person fighting him is incredibly strong. But if the rival masters the same martial art, everything is different. That is why she thought Bien fell short of a top master when he fought average fighters. The manager realizes that she greatly underestimated the guy. The door opens and a voice says, "Excuse me." The girl, turning back, asks, "What happened?" The healer says that the boy is better off being with close people. Anxiety appears in the eyes of those present. Standing by the bed where Bien Quan lies, the healer reminds, he said the chance of awakening was minimal, and now there is no hope left. When the body loses all strength, it sends special signals. Looking at the guy's face, he explains that right now they are seeing exactly them. It seems he won't last long, and his last breath is not far off. The girl and the housekeeper freeze beside the bed. The healer stands slightly behind them. Hansol mentally addresses the guy. What is he doing? She did tell him. He must not die without her permission. The woman begs him, "Please live." She adds all the same in her thoughts, if only for the sake of her tormented soul. But the guy's eyes are still closed. Around him is a nighttime pine forest. All the trees are covered with snow, and he keeps walking. The lightly dressed little Quan is cold and scared. He freezes with horror, unable to move. An unnaturally huge tiger lunges at him. The beast opened its mouth and raised a powerful paw with large claws to strike. But between the boy and the beast appears Chon, ready to fight him. The boy screams, "Brother!"